Chapter 1. 3 years of transmigration. 3 years. 3 years. I've been cooped up in a back kitchen, spending my days washing dishes and honing my culinary skills, sleeping in an attic at night. And finally, I've made it out. In New York's Chinatown, Jin Yu unabashedly shouted to the heavens, indifferent to the curious glances from passersby. In a myriad of worlds, transmigration is rarely so unfortunate. Others find themselves reborn as nobles with power at their fingertips, or they become fortunate souls bestowed with systems that grant them vast fortunes and surround them with goddesses that, at the very least, they become affluent tycoons, basking in opulence. Yet here he was, waking up on the streets of New York, next to a garbage bin, devoid of money, identity, or any supernatural assistance. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in landing a job as a kitchen helper in Chinatown, he might have been apprehended by immigration authorities. Being deported didn't faze him. The real issue was that he was a transmigrant, not merely a soul transfer. Returning to China would leave him as an undocumented individual, stripped of any identity. The only glimmer of hope was that he had transmigrated from 2020 to 2004, transforming from a man in his 30s back to his 18-year-old self. Jin Yu was convinced of his transmigration as he awoke in the same pajamas, with the familiar pendant around his neck still intact. This was undoubtedly a case of body transmigration. Initially, Jin Yu suspected he might have returned to the past. However, once he began working in Chinatown, he discovered that the leaders of various nations in this world diverged significantly from his memories, while most other aspects of 2004 remained consistent. Thus, he was certain he lacked an identity in this realm. After 3 arduous years of labor, his back breaking under the strain, he was not without gains. The restaurant's owner, recognizing his diligence and unwavering commitment, managed to secure him a green card through undisclosed means, granting him legal status in this world. A green card valued at $30,000, paired with his culinary expertise. This encapsulated his entire yield from those 3 years. IT provided him with a foundation to stand upon in this new world. Upon receiving the green card, Jin Yu promptly tendered his resignation to the owner. Despite the owner's pleas for him to stay, Jin Yu expressed that the past 3 years had been exceedingly taxing and he needed time to rest. He assured the owner that should he require assistance in the future, he would consider returning. The owner understood, acknowledging that Jin Yu had worked as hard as 3 people. Without the green card, his 3-year salary of $30,000 was a bargain, and at merely 20 years of age, Jin Yu yearned to explore the world rather than remain confined to the back of a small restaurant. Little Jin, you're a good kid. If one day you find it hard out there, feel free to come back. I have no family. If you wish to return and assist me, I will help you establish a life, and the restaurant could be entrusted to you. These were the parting words of the owner, who, though frugal and demanding, had shown genuine care over the past 3 years, even revealing the green card to him. Jin Yu held this kindness close to his heart. As he stepped out, bidding farewell to the owner, he gazed at the bustling crowd, finally unable to contain his excitement, and let out a few jubilant shouts to release his pent-up emotions. For 3 years, he had lived in the shadows, fearful of being discovered by immigration authorities. Even mundane tasks like taking out the trash were conducted under the cover of night when the streets were deserted. His interactions were limited to a few acquaintances in the restaurant, and he had refrained from stepping out of the kitchen during operating hours. Given his vivacious and spirited nature, it was a marvel how he had endured. Fortunately, the soul inhabiting this body was over 30 years old. Had it been his 18-year-old self, he would have likely gone mad from the confinement. Now armed with an identity and a few $1,000s, Jin Yu felt no urgency to seek employment immediately, that he intended to explore this world, both to unwind and to ascertain the differences between it and his former existence. He pondered the possibilities of becoming a writer, earning a modest income, and living freely, thus honoring his status as a transmigrant as he left Chinatown. Dinner time had just passed. Although the owner had suggested he stay another day, Jin Yu could no longer contain himself. Regardless of the world, this was his first visit to New York, and he was determined to explore. Chinatown is located in Manhattan, the smallest administrative district of New York, yet one of the most vibrant places in the world, home to renowned sites like Times Square, Broadway, and Wall Street. In September, New York enjoys the most temperate weather. Jin Yu strolled leisurely, feeling the ocean breeze, until dusk descended and the streets became increasingly deserted. Lost in thought about his future prospects, he unknowingly wandered into a dimly lit alley. As he passed an aged building, a sense of familiarity washed over him, particularly drawn to the ornate glass atop the structure, reminiscent of something he had seen before. He halted and glanced at the entrance, where a sign read, 177 A Bleecker Street. Good grief. The Sanctum Sanctorum. Could it be real? Just as Jin Yu was engulfed in astonishment, questioning whether he stood before the actual sanctum or a mere coincidence from a parallel world, a loud crash echoed. Bang! The old wooden door burst open, and a shadowy figure barreled out, accompanied by a shower of splintered wood, hurtling straight toward Jin Yu. The speed was astounding. He barely had time to scream before the figure struck him directly, transforming him into a human cushion and sending him sprawling halfway down the street, landing in the middle of the road. With a muffled groan, Jin Yu finally opened his mouth, only to find that the person who had landed on him seemed entirely unfazed. They sprang up instantly, stepping heavily on Jin Yu's calf in the process. Damn it! Jin Yu cursed silently, dazed and disoriented. Kaisilius, you have truly embraced the darkness. Come back with me to Kamar Taj. Before Jin Yu could fully regain his wits, another figure emerged from the building, clad in yellow monk robes, with a shining bald head and an ambiguous appearance. Coupled with their dialogue, it was clear this was the Ancient One. Poor Jin Yu. Just as he was beginning to comprehend the situation, he was thrown into confusion once more. Kaisilius, the Ancient One? Had he transmigrated into the Marvel Universe? You are still as hypocritical as ever. Embracing the darkness? Can you explain the source of the dark power that envelopes you, my former student? Kaisilius spat at the Ancient One, his eyes burning with fury and hatred. The Ancient One paused, taken aback, before letting out a resigned sigh. Without further ado, golden magical energy began to coalesce in his hands. In that moment, Jin Yu realized without a doubt that he was in the Marvel Universe. Kaisilius, the traitor who had allied with Dormammu from Kamar Taj, and the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. This was a celestial clash. Jin Yu hastily got to his feet, preparing to vacate this perilous place. And as soon as he rose, Cassius abruptly pulled him back, just as the energy whip in Gu Yi's hand was unleashed, initially aimed at Cassius, but inadvertently directed at Jin Yu instead. Is it really this unfortunate? I should have just left tomorrow. Jin Yu, seeing the oncoming energy whip, helplessly closed his eyes. Chapter 2. The Sorceress Gu Yi. Gu Yi had noticed Jin Yu from the very beginning. She hadn't anticipated that someone would be outside at that moment. She saw him trying to sneak away, and the whip was intended to distract Cassius, allowing Jin Yu, the innocent bystander, to escape unscathed. Little did she know, Cassius was cunning and had been keeping a close watch on Jin Yu's movements, already plotting to use him as a human shield to completely evade Gu Yi's pursuit. Gu Yi unleashed her powers with all her might. There was no time to withdraw now. She risked magical backlash, attempting to dissipate the energy in her hand to minimize the potential damage. However, Cassius had other intentions. He wanted Jin Yu to be left in a state of near death, ensuring Gu Yi would be compelled to save him and abandon her pursuit of himself. As Gu Yi's energy diminished, a fierce glint flashed in Cassius's eyes. He summoned a transparent, somewhat dull magical blade, thrusting it towards Jin Yu's back. The whip and the blade, one derived from the magical powers of the Emperor of the Mountains, and the other from the dark magical energies of Dormammu's dimension, struck Jin Yu. Almost simultaneously, the whip struck the pendant at Jin Yu's chest, while the blade pierced through his skin. In that fleeting moment, Jin Yu felt a warmth in his chest, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of excitement in his mind. This exhilaration was foreign yet vividly present, akin to being immersed in music in a surround sound room, where every emotion conveyed in the song resonated within him. Finding the experience peculiar, Jin Yu opened his eyes, only to discover that a palm-sized portion of his clothing had torn away, revealing part of his body and the round, copper mirror-shaped pendant. The tip of Gu Yi's energy whip now lingered upon the surface of the mirror. Rather than merely resting, it appeared as though the whip was being absorbed. The energy whip remained taut as Jin Yu struggled to comprehend what was occurring. The mirror began to warp, transforming into a viscous liquid that twisted and rotated, ultimately vanishing to form a small black hole. But a tremendous force emanated from the black hole, causing Jin Yu to feel the copper mirror tremble slightly. The energy whip seemed to morph into a wire, as waves of magical energy visibly surged from Gu Yi's side, mercilessly consumed by the black hole. Jin Yu was astonished, but Gu Yi and Cassius were even more taken aback. The moment their attacks connected with Jin Yu, they sensed something was amiss, akin to thrusting a metallic weapon into a magnet and being instantly drawn in. More alarmingly, the magical weapon was merely a conduit. It was their very energies that were being absorbed. Although Cassius had not touched the pendant, his energy still coursed through Jin Yu's body, continuously devoured by the black hole formed by the copper mirror. In the dark street at midnight, the three stood in a peculiar tableau, with Jin Yu sandwiched in between. Before him was an energy whip, and behind him, a nearly transparent energy blade. All three remained frozen in their positions, creating an oddly surreal scene. In truth, they wished to move, but found themselves utterly immobilized. Gu, Yi, and Cassius were being voraciously drained of their energies. They could not even utter a word. Jin Yu, while capable of speech, was at a loss for words in the face of such an extraordinary spectacle. Even without prior experience, he recognized that his copper mirror pendant was an extraordinary artifact. It was evidently in the process of absorbing energy, yet Jin Yu was entirely oblivious to the reasons behind this phenomenon or its ultimate purpose. Cassius stood behind him, obscured from view, while Gu Yi was not far ahead, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Jin Yu attempted to turn his head, but he was powerless to do so. Instead, he blinked innocently and said, "I assure you, this is not my doing. Do you believe me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thud resonated behind him. Cassius had collapsed to the ground. Although Jin Yu was unaware of what had transpired, he could surmise the situation and turned to Gu Yi, saying, "I suspect he simply exhausted himself. He should be fine, don't you? Think. Besides, you appear far more formidable than he does. You'll probably be all right shortly, won't you?" Before he could finish, Gu Yi's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. As energy continued to surge into her, a visible wave of black energy began to manifest on her neck, spreading upwards, covering her neck, face, and even her bald head. However, this black energy appeared fleeting. As it spread over Gu Yi's body, it seemed to be drawn away like ink siphoned from a surface. It flowed down her arms, directly into the black hole formed by Jin Yu's chest, while the golden energy transmitted by the whip transformed into shrouds of black. Before Jin Yu's eyes, Gu Yi visibly withered, her form aging before him. Now it was Jin Yu's turn to be alarmed. Had he truly traversed into the Marvel Universe only to inadvertently drain the life from the sorceress Gu Yi? Having seen the films, Jin Yu knew that Gu Yi had absorbed dark energy to protect Earth from Dormammu's invasion, willingly sacrificing her own magical energy to suppress the dark energy within her, preventing herself from succumbing to complete corruption and becoming a pawn of darkness. Much like Cassius, that it seemed he had absorbed too much of Gu Yi's energy, overwhelming her ability to contain the dark energy. Jin Yu did not anticipate that this dark energy would also fall prey to the black hole's insatiable appetite. If this continued, Gu Yi would surely perish. A sense of unease gripped Jin Yu. If Gu Yi were to die, who would stand against Dormammu? If he were to gain immense powers and become a superhero, he could potentially replace her, but he feared that absorbing the copper mirror would yield no strength in return. With this anxious heart, Jin Yu lost track of time until, just as Gu Yi's body began to resemble that of a desiccated corpse, the suction from his chest gradually subsided. Before the energy whip dissipated entirely, Jin Yu saw a beam of white light emerge from the black hole, directly merging with Gu Yi's body. As this energy entered her, Gu Yi's shriveled form began to swell like a balloon, gradually returning to its original state. However, she was utterly drained, collapsing by the roadside. Jin Yu finally exhaled in relief as the black hole in his chest gradually closed, reverting to its mirror-like surface. He felt the oppressive sensation dissipate, reclaiming control over his own body. Was it over? Jin Yu felt no discernible changes in his body, and the bronze mirror had reverted to its original form. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to check the breaths of Gu Yi and Cassius. As he had anticipated, both still possessed life. Just as Jin Yu pondered whether to stealthily depart or to first return Gu Yi to the sanctuary, a subtle tremor coursed through his chest, this time distinctly emanating from the bronze mirror. An energy reminiscent of ripples transmitted directly from his chest to his mind, conveying an overwhelming sense of disdain. "Master, so feeble. Allow me to assist you." Before Jin Yu could fully contemplate this, he suddenly sensed a surge of immense energy emanating from the bronze mirror, akin to a searing hammer, forcefully invading his body. A resounding crash echoed in his mind, plunging him into darkness and rendering him unconscious. Chapter 3. The Golden Finger. After a considerable time, the first to regain consciousness was Cassius, who awoke slowly, his once darkened eyes, now marred by the corrupting forces of darkness, had noticeably lightened. Concurrently, the energy he had painstakingly sacrificed to acquire from Dormammu had dwindled to almost nothing, leaving his body feeling hollow and void. Casting a wary glance at Jin Yu and Gu Yi, who lay motionless on the ground, Caecilius's gaze flickered with a hint of malevolence. Just as he was about to conjure a blade of energy, Gu Yi emitted a muffled groan, stirring from her slumber. With a reluctant glance at Gu Yi, Caecilius then cast a long, contemplative look at Jin Yu before sweeping his hands in the air, creating ripples that opened a portal. Without hesitation, he slipped through. Jin Yu felt as though he had been submerged in slumber for an eternity. His eyelids felt weighted, as though burdened by lead. And upon opening his eyes, he was instantly overwhelmed by a sensation of disorientation, as if the very ground beneath him had vanished. After lying still for what seemed like an age, he gradually emerged from the fog of confusion, recalling the events that had transpired. Gu Yi, Caecilius, the Marvel Universe, and the realization that his pendant had absorbed their energies. Reflecting on this, Jin Yu glanced down at his chest, where a quaint, ancient copper mirror pendant lay quietly, appearing nothing more than an ordinary ornament, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. He attempted to call out softly in his mind, but received no response. He then spoke aloud to the mirror. Mirror? Copper mirror? Aladdin? Yet, there was still no reaction. With a sense of curiosity, Jin Yu examined the pendant, finding no remarkable features. However, the events that had unfolded were far from mere illusions. This copper mirror had accompanied him through the journey, and it was indeed the catalyst for his crossing into this realm. After some contemplation, he set the pendant aside, shifting his attention to his surroundings. The modest room featured a simple wooden bed, a small desk, and a chair, all crafted from the same wood. The era of the room was indiscernible, and the absence of windows left Jin Yu pondering his next move as he prepared to rise and open the door. As he stood, an immediate sense of transformation enveloped him. His body felt remarkably lighter, as though he had been liberated from some unseen weight that had burdened him. It was akin to recovering from a severe illness, after days of discomfort. A dose of medicine and a restful sleep left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Only this sensation was amplified many times over. Furrowing his brow slightly, Jin Yu stood firm and unleashed a series of powerful punches into the air. With each strike, the sound of air being cleaved echoed faintly around him. Jin Yu recognized that his body had undergone significant enhancement. After 3 long years of waiting, fortune had bestowed upon him his golden finger. He believed this was merely the beginning. The functionality of the golden finger will gradually be developed in the future, but Jin Yu must first ascertain her current location. Upon opening the door to her room, she found herself facing a corridor, predominantly adorned with wooden decor. Flanking either side were adjacent doors to various rooms, while several oil paintings graced the walls and dim chandeliers hung from the ceiling. This entire setting exuded a vintage charm, reminiscent of a luxurious hotel from decades past. The corridor was devoid of any human presence. One end met a wall, while the other was illuminated, seemingly leading to a grand hall. Jin Yu glanced around and proceeded towards the brighter area. Upon reaching the end of the dim corridor, a vista unfolded before her. Directly opposite was another corridor, nearly identical to the one she had just traversed, lined with numerous rooms. To her right, a staircase descended, echoing the aesthetic of an old hotel, wide and inviting. It led down to a landing that bifurcated, with staircases on either side facing corridors lined with more rooms. On her left, in alignment with the staircase, 2 substantial walls, each approximately 5 or 6 meters long, flanked a spacious corridor that led to a grand hall on her left. Along both sides of the corridor, decorative pieces rested on wooden bases, with transparent glass display cases atop them, showcasing an array of weapons, armor, and footwear. Each item bore the weight of history, evoking the atmosphere of a museum. Yet, Jin Yu was acutely aware that she was within the sanctum of New York, and these display cases contained artifacts wielded by sorcerers. It seemed that she had been rescued by the Ancient One, and she wondered about her current state, though she had observed her recovery later on. Perhaps the copper mirror had compensated her in some manner. As Jin Yu entered the expansive corridor, she opted not to descend the stairs but turned towards the left hall, filled with display cases similar to those in the corridor, containing an array of peculiar magical implements. Among them were oddly shaped staffs and bizarre shields. Yet the cloak of levitation was conspicuously absent. Navigating through these artifacts, Jin Yu finally spotted a window at the far end of the hall. This window comprised 3 large double-hung windows, each the size of a room door, aligned against one wall. A mere half-meter partition separated the windows, yet astonishingly, each framed a distinctly different view: the ocean, a rainforest, and snow-capped mountains. This surreal scene was reminiscent of a film she had seen, where Doctor Strange had utilized these very windows to cast Caecilius minions into the snowy expanse. Despite having watched the movie, when the windows appeared before Jin Yu, he couldn't help but curiously push open the one facing the snowy mountains. Instantly, a frigid gust of wind enveloped him, the swirling snowflakes striking his face. Jin Yu stared blankly at the distant, undulating peaks as the snowflakes melted from his skin, tracing a cool path down his face and dripping onto his attire. He then opened the window facing the vast ocean, revealing the roaring waves, with the wind carrying the unmistakable briny scent of the sea. This magic was truly astonishing, ordinarily. With just a suspended ring, he could open a portal, and now, he could create such fixed windows to gaze upon any scenery he desired. What a delightful convenience. As Jin Yu marveled at the wonders of magic, a faint sound of sparks dancing behind him interrupted his thoughts. Startled, he turned to see the familiar golden portal opening behind him, and the expressionless figure of Gu Yi stepping through. Perhaps it was Jin Yu's imagination. But Gu Yi seemed slightly weaker than before, though her spirit appeared to have regained some vigor. The mechanisms created from several fixed spells could be likened to a pre-programmed sequence, designed to enhance the diversity of the scenery. Gu Yi stepped closer to Jin Yu, twisting a round wooden button affixed to the left wall of the window. Instantly, the ocean outside transformed into a desert, and with another twist, the desert morphed into a tropical rainforest. So you are a sorcerer, or a wizard, or something of that ilk. Regardless, this world possesses some mysterious powers, does it not? Jin Yu feigned ignorance, though he had already witnessed the truth. You have seen it for yourself, have you not? Gu Yi sat down on a nearby sofa, gesturing for Jin Yu to join her before continuing. I am a sorceress. You may call me the Supreme Sorceress or simply by my name, Gu Yi. Where did you acquire the bronze mirror you wear? Chapter 4. The Marvel Universe indeed. This world harbors superhuman abilities. Jin Yu pretended to be excited, springing from the sofa and gazing at Gu Yi with admiration. Can I become a sorcerer? Can I learn spells from you? That golden portal you just created, can it take me anywhere? With a resigned sigh, Gu Yi gazed at the bronze mirror adorning Jin Yu's chest, remaining silent. Oh, is that what you mean? Jin Yu gestured towards the pendant, as if just recalling Gu Yi's question. I don't know where it came from. I have worn it for as long as I can remember. Being an orphan, I have no idea who gave it to me. Before meeting you, it seemed perfectly normal. What exactly is it? A form of mystical weapon? Must I learn magic to wield it? This statement is a blend of truth and falsehood. The misleading aspect pertains to Jin Yu's origins, while the authenticity lies in the provenance of the bronze mirror, which Jin Yu has worn since childhood. Without knowledge of its origins, this bronze mirror is indeed extraordinary. It absorbs my energy while simultaneously alleviating certain physical ailments. In essence, it possesses remarkable power. Yet I remain uncertain about how to manipulate it. The knowledge I have acquired does not align with its system, but I can sense its immense strength, capable of consuming all forms of energy and transforming it. The specific methods of utilization require exploration at a gradual pace. As an esteemed sorceress, Gu Yi understands that certain mystical artifacts choose their own masters, much like the magical implements present here. Regardless of one's might, mastering them remains unattainable without this connection. The bronze mirror adorning Jin Yu's chest is no exception. It astonishingly absorbs two distinctly different energies from within him, ultimately converting them into a remarkably pure life force, maintaining his body in an optimal state, an utterly astonishing phenomenon. Gu Yi is acutely aware of her own body. Although it has absorbed a significant amount of energy, her essence remains unscathed. In fact, it has resolved the considerable issue of dark energy, allowing her to no longer expend over half her energy to suppress it. After a period of cultivation, she could attain her peak strength, a prospect that fills her with immense satisfaction. The ability to absorb power without harming one's core, while simultaneously rejuvenating oneself, speaks to the discerning nature of this sentient bronze mirror. Indeed, it is quite particular in its operations. Moreover, Gu Yi feels that the sensations emanating from this bronze mirror surpass those of the time stone she possesses, suggesting it originates from a higher cosmic realm. This artifact can also eradicate the latent dangers posed by dark forces within her. To claim that Gu Yi is indifferent would be misleading. She recognizes that divine objects possess consciousness, and, having chosen this young man, will not be wielded by another. This bronze mirror belongs to you. Consider it a debt owed. Should you fully harness the power it bestows and retain an interest in magic, seek me out. After a brief pause, Gu Yi continued, not due to a reluctance to teach, but because she could not foresee Jin Yu's future. The peculiar nature of the bronze mirror necessitates observation over time to ascertain whether it might pose a threat to this world. Jin Yu, having worked in sales in his previous life and interacted with various individuals, likely comprehended Gu Yi's thoughts. However, he felt no urgency. It was merely 2007. And the events of Doctor Strange's narrative were still a considerable distance away. With no immediate opportunity to learn magic, Jin Yu chose to inquire further about the bronze mirror. Although Gu Yi is a supreme sorceress, her understanding of this particular artifact is evidently limited. Nevertheless, through her descriptions and his experiences over the past few days, Jin Yu has managed to distill several insights. First, this bronze mirror must have previously existed in an inactive state. The absorption of energy from caecilius and gu should have activated or stimulated it. Secondly, this copper mirror seems to possess a semblance of life, capable of conveying fleeting thoughts through a form of spiritual communication, addressing itself as its master. However, its speech is intermittent and rather unclear, suggesting either it has sustained damage or has only recently awakened its sentience, with Jin Yu leaning towards the former explanation. Thirdly, its current functionalities remain a mystery, nonetheless. As the Ancient One mentioned, it can absorb and transform energy. For instance, the energy it transmitted to the Ancient One alleviated her aging concerns, significantly enhancing her vitality. Thus, it appears that it possesses three primary functions: energy absorption and transformation, healing, and enhancement. Jin Yu must firmly etch these details into his memory and seek ways to strengthen himself swiftly, for this is the Marvel Universe. Although he had watched Endgame prior to his transmigration, witnessing the Avengers save the world and the Earth remain unscathed, who knows what unforeseen dangers lie ahead. Engaging in casual conversation with the Ancient One, he posed a myriad of seemingly trivial questions, striving to leave a deeper impression on her. He was determined to acquire her portal, a necessity he would pursue relentlessly. The world is perilous, and once he masters the Ancient One's camouflage sorcery, he could traverse anywhere he wished as long as the universe endures. This would not only be convenient, but, more importantly, allow him to evade imminent threats. Upon exiting the sanctum in New York, Jin Yu's expression shifted. While conversing with the Ancient One, curiosity and an impulsive nature led him to toy with the switches of several windows, altering the scenes outside. Everything seemed fine until he switched to a desert landscape, at which point the voice of the copper mirror echoed in his mind once more. Identify the remnants of the main body, collect, and merge. Though its words were vague, Jin Yu comprehended its intent. For the sake of self-preservation, he refrained from mentioning this to the Ancient One and instead feigned casualness by inquiring about the snowy mountains and rainforests outside. After a lengthy detour, he finally broached the main subject. He was indifferent to other matters, but he was particularly eager to ascertain the identity of the desert. From the copper mirror's conveyed urgency, Jin Yu sensed a parallel urgency within himself. He had a premonition that once the mirror gathered the remnants, his golden opportunity would undergo a significant enhancement. The name Dihina Desert sounded unfamiliar, unlike the Sahara, which is universally recognized as the largest desert in the world. The Dihina Desert, located on the Arabian Peninsula, is relatively obscure, yet the city nestled within it is renowned worldwide. Dubai. Chapter 5. Dubai. 3 days later, in Dubai, at the Burj Al Arab. This establishment, heralded as the most luxurious and the only 7-star hotel in the world, was a place Jin Yu had never visited in his previous life. Truth be told, he could never afford it. Yet, after his transmigration, he found himself fulfilling a long-held dream by residing in this opulent hotel, where even the faucets are purportedly crafted from gold. The faucet's authenticity, whether it is made of gold or merely gold-plated, eludes Jin Yu's discernment. However, the hotel is undeniably adorned with a dazzling golden hue, from the lobby to the rooms. Every surface, including the walls, furniture, tables, sofas, faucets, and even the notepads on the tables, glimmers with a layer of gold. Were there only a few such places within the hotel, it might appear somewhat gaudy. Yet, with gold embellishments permeating every corner, the only word that comes to mind is opulence. The ostentatious grandeur reflects an utter disregard for modesty, and, naturally, such extravagance comes at a steep price. Jin Yu resides in a 2-story suite, purportedly the smallest and most affordable room in the hotel, which still boasts an impressive area of 170 square meters. This is hardly a hotel room. It is clearly a spacious luxury apartment. The price, too, is extravagant, amounting to over 10,000 Chinese yuan per night. At present, Jin Yu possesses a mere 30,000 yuan, having already spent over $1,000 on his flight. Logically, he cannot afford to stay at this hotel, as life must go on. Yet, upon arriving in Dubai, he found himself irresistibly drawn to this reputedly most luxurious hotel in the world, guided by the copper mirror's instinct. The hotel lobby does not restrict entry. Many tourists frequent the place for photo opportunities. Each room comes with a personal butler, and as Jin Yu ambles through the corridors, he is promptly greeted by staff offering various services. He struggles to pinpoint the location of the shard, but one thing is certain: it lies within one of the hotel's rooms. Reluctantly, Jin Yu checks in, fortunate that it is not the peak tourist season. Otherwise, he might have found it impossible to secure a room on such short notice. Gritting his teeth, he books a room for himself. However, just as in the lobby, The copper mirror continues to provide guidance overhead. He declines the butler's services under the pretense of wanting to explore the hotel, taking the elevator to various floors. Ultimately, he concludes that the shard resides in a certain room on the 27th floor, as the copper mirror's indications change only when the elevator passes that level. Jin Yu refrains from aimlessly wandering the hotel, as it is populated by a diverse array of guests, many accompanied by personal bodyguards. Even if he knows the room's whereabouts, he cannot simply knock on the door. Thus, he returns to his own room, reassured that the copper mirror will monitor any changes in location. He plans to approach the individual possessing the shard once they emerge. Little did he know, a week would pass in this manner, were it not for the copper mirror's alerts regarding subtle shifts in the shard's position. Jin Yu might have begun to suspect it had been lost in a forgotten corner of a room. For an entire week, Jin Yu found himself disheartened as his hard-earned salary, accrued over 3 arduous years, diminished by nearly 1/3. Despite possessing a newfound ability and experiencing a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities, Jin Yu reflected on his circumstances. He had tested the strength, speed, power, and even recovery rate of his body. All had reached astonishing levels, akin to superhuman prowess. When he unleashed a full-force punch, it generated an impressive force exceeding 2 tons. In a sprint, his explosive acceleration could rival a car traveling at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Of course, maintaining an average speed of 30 miles per hour over long distances was already an impressive feat, yet, despite his extraordinary abilities, financial constraints rendered him immobile in this world. After all, his strength was still insufficient to defy the established norms. Just as Jin Yu contemplated whether to resort to robbing a few local tycoons, the copper mirror provided another clue. Fragment, above, 50 meters. Fragment, below, 50 meters. Startled, Jin Yu leapt from the sofa. Above 50 meters? Below? The elevator. Hastily, he dashed out of the room, nearly mashing the elevator button in his urgency, fearing that the target might leave without him. If the distance exceeded a certain limit, the copper mirror would lose its signal, which would be troublesome. After anxiously waiting for half a minute, the fragment's location continued to shift until Jin Yu entered the elevator, at which point it stabilized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Following the copper mirror's guidance, Jin Yu made his way to the far end of the hotel's ground floor. As is widely known, the sailing hotel was constructed on the sea, and during its reclamation, ample land was revealed around the hotel for the establishment of complementary facilities and visitor attractions. This particular restaurant was a semi-open establishment, partially indoors and featuring a significant number of outdoor seats. The outdoor area, facing the sea, boasted a vast infinity pool, with transparent glass partitions nearly parallel to sea level. It was rumored that this restaurant was frequently reserved by affluent guests for parties, and it was undoubtedly an excellent venue for a poolside gathering. At this time, dusk was settling in, and the restaurant was just commencing dinner preparations, with few patrons present. Thus, Jin Yu quickly identified the location of the fragment. A couple, whom he had encountered earlier in the lobby, had entered before him. Clearly, they were not the ones he sought. Rather, it was the tables farthest to the right. Adjacent to the railing, one man, clad in a tailored gray leisure suit, occupied the best position in the restaurant, situated in the corner with the sea at his back and to his right. Surrounding him were 3 additional tables. To the left of the man in gray were 2 more tables, each seating 2 individuals in black suits. Their expressions impassive and their imposing physiques indicative of their roles as bodyguards. Although each table had a drink in front of its occupants, their vigilant gazes were fixed ahead, clearly attentive to the surroundings. After casually scanning the room and gauging the situation, Jin Yu chose a seat at random, ordered a drink, and began capturing the ambience with his camera, snapping photographs of his surroundings. The camera was purchased from a second-hand store. At this moment, Jin Yu was adorned in light blue shorts, complemented by a white linen 3/4 sleeve shirt, and donned a pair of sandals, embodying the quintessential tourist look. Initially, she captured a few photographs from her seat, then rose to change angles and photograph her surroundings. In an effort to appear more natural, Jin Yu snapped several pictures of a couple she had encountered in the lobby, before seemingly discovering a charming spot and excitedly making her way towards the far right. "Excuse me, sir. Our boss is dining at the moment and prefers not to be disturbed. Please take your photographs elsewhere." Before Jin Yu could reach the end of the corridor, one of the most imposing bodyguards stood up, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. His muscular frame stretched the confines of his tailored black suit, reminiscent of a figure like Dwayne Johnson. His mere presence blocked the corridor between 2 rows of tables. Jin Yu lowered her camera, slightly bewildered, and looked up to address him. "I merely wish to take a selfie there. I have no intention of approaching your boss. Moreover, this is a public area, and I do not intend to intrude upon your boss's table." "I apologize, sir, but you may return after my boss has finished dining. However, at this moment, I regret to inform you that I cannot permit you to pass." The giant spoke with politeness, yet his tone conveyed a chilling distance, compounded by his imposing stature, which exuded an undeniable sense of intimidation. "Hey, big guy, I do not care who your boss is. I am a guest at this hotel, dining here, and I possess the right to linger and photograph in any corner of this restaurant. You have no authority to obstruct my passage. If your boss wishes to avoid disturbances, he ought to reserve the entire restaurant or retreat to his room for his meal. Now, I kindly ask you to step aside," Jin Yu exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. "Listen, kid, I have been exceedingly polite. If you wish to avoid trouble, take your battered camera and leave. You may return to take pictures later, do you understand?" Chuckling, Jin Yu found amusement in the situation. Initially, she intended to confirm the whereabouts of the fragment, and standing there and exchanging a few words had already led her to ascertain that the fragment was indeed with this so-called boss. She pondered how to approach him, and the bodyguard's brusque remarks provided her with the perfect pretext. "Are you threatening me?" "Ha, you're threatening me? Listen, you dim-witted giant. If you wish to ingratiate yourself with your boss, you might as well climb into his bed at night. Now, kindly return to your seat, or I will swiftly send you back to where you came from, understood? Move aside." The giant was taken aback by her words. No sooner had Jin Yu finished speaking than he, his face contorted with fury, extended his right hand, which was larger than Jin Yu's face, fingers splayed, and forcefully pushed her head forward. Frankly speaking, although Jin Yu's words were rather harsh and the towering bodyguard was visibly angered, he ultimately restrained his strength, for his purpose was to ensure his employer's safety, not to instigate trouble. Strangely, despite not exerting much force, the slight shove merely caused the diminutive Asian man before him to stumble back a couple of steps and fall to the ground. Yet, astonishingly, this loquacious individual soared into the air, crashing into a sturdy table behind him, which, to their disbelief, split apart with a resounding crack, sending an array of dishes and utensils clattering to the floor. The giant stood there, bewildered, gazing at his right hand, pondering when he had grown so formidable. Even if he had pushed with all his might, such a result seemed improbable. Had his frequent use of that hand recently led to an unexpected surge in strength? The commotion was significant enough to catch the attention of the boss at the back, who peered over, his brow furrowing in displeasure upon witnessing the toppled table. "I am done eating." With a sigh, the man in the gray suit wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up, displaying a hint of resignation. "Edmund, how many times have I told you not to use excessive force? Don't create trouble at this moment. Oh, for heaven's sake, you've knocked him out. How much strength did you employ, you fool?" The boss, Edmund, wore an expression of exasperation, insisting he had not exerted much effort at all. "Ulf, settle the bill and compensate the restaurant for the damages. Remember to handle this young man's situation appropriately. Offer a generous compensation to avoid complications." He turned to instruct the bodyguard beside him, preparing to leave. The ruckus attracted the attention of the restaurant staff and a couple at a nearby table. Yet with several intimidating bodyguards surrounding the man and Jin Yu's prior example, no one dared to speak up. Meanwhile, the server assigned to the outside hurried inside to seek the manager. The man in gray seemed unfazed, merely issuing a few directives to a bodyguard to manage the situation while he stood up, ready to exit the restaurant and return to his room. The passageway was narrow, forcing the bodyguards to flank their employer as they hurried outside. However, just as they passed by Jin Yu, who had been lying motionless on the ground, he suddenly sat up. Before anyone could react, his right hand darted forward like lightning toward the man in gray. Chapter 6. Conflict. Jin Yu's speed was unmatched by the bodyguards, and as he rose, he yanked the man in gray directly into his embrace. Locking one hand around his neck, glancing into the seam of his shirt, he noticed a peculiar pendant fashioned from a portion of a copper mirror, a handle approximately the size of a thumb, its gray exterior obscuring the material from which it was crafted. "Your rude subordinate has damaged my camera, and you intend to simply walk away? By God, do you actually possess firearms?" Jin Yu was still contemplating how to remove the shards when he had previously inquired of the bronze mirror that both pieces must be united to merge. Thus, he was pondering what words to utter to buy some time. Little did he know that midway through his speech, the bodyguards had reacted and drawn their pistols in unison. This rigidity of thought stemmed from a lifetime spent domestically. Most ordinary individuals had never encountered a real firearm, and he had not considered this possibility at all. With circumstances as they were, Jin Yu found himself with few options. He deftly maneuvered his right foot to hook a sharp fragment of a vase on the ground, positioning the edge menacingly against the neck of the man in the gray suit. "Everyone step back, remove the guns from my head," he commanded, pointing at the damn giant among them. "Put down your weapon." To be honest, Jin Yu felt a surge of panic. Despite possessing a golden finger, This was the first time he had been threatened at gunpoint, and not just by one, but by 6 firearms held so closely. "Release my boss, or we will open fire." The bodyguards showed no signs of retreat, their dark gun barrels wavering menacingly toward Jin Yu's head. "Silence. I demand you lower your weapons first, or let us see who is quicker." The pressure in Jin Yu's grip involuntarily intensified. "Damn it. Cough. All of you, put down your guns. Can you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly breathe." "Relax, brother." Jin Yu found himself cornered, tensions rising on both sides as voices escalated. Ironically, it was the man in the gray suit who finally spoke. "Lower your weapons. Did you not hear my words? This is an accident. He is not here to harm me. Otherwise, he would not be unarmed. Do not frighten him. I do not wish for a damn shard of glass to sever my artery. Back away." The man in gray interjected, prompting the bodyguards to slowly retreat toward the sea, their guns still firmly in hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Listen to me, friend. I do not know who you are, but I am certain you are not here for me. I apologize for my subordinate's rudeness. Whatever loss you have incurred, I will compensate you tenfold. Let us relax and discuss this amicably, shall we? My name is Torres Leslanvi. And what is yours?" Jin Yu, the hostage, was clearly no ordinary individual. His calm demeanor revealed that he was merely a novice, certainly not a killer or kidnapper. The man in gray perceived this to be an unfortunate misunderstanding, preferring not to gamble with the situation. Meanwhile, above in a hotel room, a man in a black suit stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, binoculars in hand, observing the unfolding spectacle below. "Tommy, inform the commander that we are in trouble. The target has been taken hostage." Behind the floor-to-ceiling windows lies a vast living room, where 7 or 8 gentlemen clad in black suits lounge languidly upon the surrounding sofas. Scattered across the table are small devices evidently linked to surveillance and eavesdropping. Upon hearing the remarks of a man wielding binoculars, one individual rises from the sofa, seizes another pair of binoculars, and peers out the window for a fleeting moment before hastily ascending the stairs. After a little over a minute, a man named Tommy descends, carrying 2 boxes. He promptly approaches the coffee table and opens the boxes to reveal an array of compact firearms. "Everyone, arm yourselves. 2 of you go to the boat for extraction. We must act swiftly. Once we secure the target, we will depart by sea. Move now." Upon hearing Tommy's command, the room's occupants spring into action, quickly retrieving their chosen weapons from the boxes before filing out the door in an orderly fashion, the entire process taking less than a minute. Unbeknownst to Jin Yu, his target has come under the scrutiny of another group. He is currently devising a strategy to exit the premises safely. "As you can see, I am a person of stature. I do not betray my word. My bodyguard has already lowered his weapon, has he not? Should you act rashly and injure me, I assure you, my friend, I am here in Dubai to conduct business with the local magnates." Torres has been rambling on for several minutes, repeatedly assuring Jin Yu of his harmless intentions. However, Jin Yu finds it difficult to trust such words. Among all that has been said, the only statement he believes is that Torres is indeed here to negotiate with influential figures, a revelation that only heightens Jin Yu's uncertainty. "Silence. Allow me a moment to think." Jin Yu interjects, applying slight pressure to interrupt Torres. While the items are readily accessible, the challenge lies in making a discreet exit. His copper mirror seems unreliable. Apart from the earlier hint regarding the fragments, their communication is sporadic at best, devoid of coherent dialogue. If, after merging, it fails to provide timely assistance for his escape or protective measures, Jin Yu lacks confidence in his ability to withstand gunfire, especially with 6 weapons trained upon him. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Yu's gaze drifts toward the sea. His physical prowess far exceeds that of the average individual. If he can leap into the water at the right moment and distance himself from the shore, the vast ocean should render him elusive. Worst case, he could remain submerged for an extended period while contemplating his next move. With this thought, Jin Yu dismisses Torres's incessant chatter, subtly adjusting his stance before grasping the handle-like fragment beneath Torres's neck and pulling with force. To his astonishment, Torres reacts with remarkable swiftness. The moment Jin Yu reaches for him, Torres's expression shifts drastically. As Jin Yu yanks down the fragment, Torres disregards his own safety, instinctively covering Jin Yu's hand while urgently shouting to his bodyguards, "Fire! Shoot this bastard!" As soon as the words fell, 6 bodyguards simultaneously raised their weapons. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire erupted to the left of Jin Yu, and at that very moment, the 6 bodyguards, who had just lifted their guns, were struck and collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, Jin Yu glanced to the left, where he beheld 7 or 8 figures clad in black, each wielding firearms, charging forth from the dining room. Leading them was a woman, brandishing a handgun, her attire, a snug leather jacket and pants, exaggeratedly accentuating her curvaceous form. Her long, crimson hair cascaded in gentle curls, and although she bore only a passing resemblance to her cinematic portrayal, Jin Yu recognized her instantly. She was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, a super spy and an original member of the Avengers. Chapter 7. Collaborative Escape. Having observed Torres accompanied by 6 bodyguards, Jin Yu had surmised his formidable background, yet he had not anticipated the involvement of S.H.I.E.L.D. This situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Damn it. You know what this pendant is, don't you? You came for this, didn't you? The death of the 6 bodyguards had drawn Torres's full attention to Jin Yu's hands. It's useless for you to take it. Only I can unlock its secrets. Tell me what it is, and I will offer you 100 million. What do you say? Shut up. With S.H.I.E.L.D. agents closing in, Jin Yu had no desire to engage in further banter with Torres. With a powerful tug, he effortlessly freed himself from Torres's grasp and delivered a merciless punch to the base of his skull, rendering him unconscious. He then placed the fragment against his chest. Upon contact with the bronze mirror, the 2 objects melded like chocolate melting together, transforming from solid to viscous fluid, intertwining seamlessly. The frame of the bronze mirror gradually fused with the fragment, resulting in a small mirror with a handle, appearing entirely cohesive, with no discernible seam. Once the bronze mirror had absorbed the fragment, Jin Yu sensed a change. After becoming a unified entity, it quivered slightly and then vanished instantaneously. However, Jin Yu could feel it within his own body, in what could be described as a realm of mental energy or a sea of consciousness. This reminded him of the magical artifacts found in fantasy novels, which could integrate directly into their owner's being and be summoned for use at will, exceedingly convenient. Yet, this bronze mirror possessed even more remarkable capabilities. After entering Jin Yu's body, it radiated a resplendent golden light within the realm of his consciousness, attracting the ambient energy from the surrounding air. Upon entering his body, the energy surged directly toward the space of consciousness, or the bronze mirror. Once within the mirror, the energy transformed into another form. Part of it was absorbed and stored by the mirror, while the remainder metamorphosed into a unique energy that began to circulate autonomously within Jin Yu's body. With each operation, Jin Yu's body was gradually being enhanced. Setting aside other functions for the moment, this alone rendered him undeniably extraordinary. There was no time to ponder the additional capabilities, as Black Widow and her team were rapidly advancing towards him. To prevent Jin Yu from making an escape, one of the agents fired a volley of bullets from his submachine gun directly in front of him. This was clearly an attempt to eliminate any possibility of Jin Yu fleeing into the sea alongside Torres. The audacity of this action left Jin Yu somewhat vexed. He had initially perceived the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as a fortuitous turn of events, providing a distraction that would allow him to escape into the ocean. However, this sudden aggression thwarted his escape, and with the agents closing in, Jin Yu had no choice but to bend down and seize a handgun, pressing it against Torres's temple. It was evident that the agents were intent on capturing Torres. Jin Yu's earlier urgency to act stemmed from the distant wail of sirens. He had no confidence in breaching the encirclement. Since the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had compromised his escape, he would have to leverage the bargaining chip he held. Hand over the person, and I want to repeat myself. The man who had fired earlier reloaded his submachine gun, a clear threat lingering in his voice. I don't want the person, but you've disrupted my escape plan. I can hand him over, but you must take me with you. Is that agreeable? Compared to the initial panic when threatened by Torres's bodyguard, Jin Yu now appeared considerably more composed. Are you negotiating with us? The man with the submachine gun was unyielding, raising his weapon to aim at Jin Yu. Jin Yu subtly shifted his position to better conceal himself behind Torres. You may try. Before you kill me, I could very well blow his brains out. Or, perhaps those outside are your reinforcements? Jin Yu gestured towards the hotel, where he could faintly discern figures in police uniforms moving about, and the blaring sirens indicated that a substantial police presence was en route. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Black Widow's dismissive wave. Fine, I agree. Hand over the person, and we will take you with us. Jin Yu recognized that he had made the right gamble. The man in his grasp was not boasting. He indeed had connections or dealings with some powerful local entity. This operation by S.H.I.E.L.D. was not public knowledge, and encountering local government officials would spell trouble for them as well. In truth, Jin Yu recognized that he had acted somewhat hastily this time. When the initial conflict arose, he should have approached the other party in a gentler manner. However, being immersed in the Marvel universe, possessing a unique advantage that proved imperfect, undoubtedly contributed to his sense of urgency. especially considering he had once been an ordinary individual. Thus, when agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared and unhesitatingly opened fire, killing the bodyguard beside Torres, Jin Yu compelled himself to regain his composure and strategize beneficial actions. First, get me to a safe location. Look at that guy. His gaze could ignite flames. I am certain that if I hand him over to you, he will unleash a barrage of bullets at me in an instant. I didn't wear a bulletproof vest today. Jin Yu stiffly shrugged and attempted to lighten the mood with a harmless jest to appear more relaxed. All right, I promise you. Black Widow again silenced the gunman with a mere glance. At this juncture, completing the mission took precedence. They were about to be surrounded, and the specifics of Jin Yu's identity and subsequent actions could be contemplated after they had vacated the area. All right, you can come up now immediately. Black Widow commanded into her earpiece. Shortly after her words, 3 objects resembling small spacecraft emerged from the depths of the sea, each approximately the size of a larger automobile, and began to speed toward them. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, Black Widow urged, beckoning Jin Yu, who stood momentarily stunned. Chapter 8. Initial probe given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable influence. Jin Yu would not have been overly surprised if a naval vessel, perhaps even a nuclear submarine, had come to their aid. Yet, the miniature submarine, comparable in size to a car, was rather unexpected. It was evident that the technological advancements of this world bore little distinction from those of 2007, prior to his crossing. Nevertheless, the submarine exuded an overwhelming sense of futurism, even with the understanding that this was a realm abundant with advanced technology. Jin Yu still felt a disconnection. The small submarine featured 2 seats in the front, with a row that could accommodate 2 individuals, or even 3 if they squeezed. Jin Yu sat in the back of one vessel, while Black Widow occupied the passenger seat. He craned his neck, curiously observing the dark abyss of the underwater world, his left hand firmly gripping his pistol, still aimed at the unconscious Torres beside him. You really don't need to be so anxious. I assure you. I will let you go. If I truly intended to harm you, that gun in your hand would offer you little protection, Black Widow remarked, having noticed Jin Yu's discomfort. As she turned to him with a smile. I can't help but feel tense. Damn it. I merely wanted to find a nice spot for a photograph. And then that guy's bodyguard came over and started throwing punches. It was a public place. They actually drew their firearms at me, and then I encountered you. Clearly, you must also be significant figures. Isn't the security in Dubai supposed to be excellent? Cursed fate. I find myself truly unfortunate. Jin Yu lamented, his words spilling forth in a torrent of frustration. At the tender age of 21, after toiling for 3 arduous years in Chinatown to obtain his green card, it is only natural for him to wish to explore the world with a bit of money in hand. It was merely a twist of fate that thrust him into a significant incident, where he encountered a beautiful agent who spoke to him with an amiable smile. It is only reasonable that he would express his grievances, is it not? Jin Yu was merely performing, yet he managed to extricate himself safely from this predicament. The essence of his complaints was rooted in truth, verifiable by any who might investigate. As for Torres, who had fainted, it was inconceivable that he would divulge any information regarding the shard embedded in his neck, provided he was not mentally impaired. Once it fell into Jin Yu's possession, there were ways to reclaim it, if it ended up in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, hope would be futile, a notion Jin Yu was likely to comprehend. After boarding the submarine, Jin Yu began to understand why Torres was so deeply concerned about the shard. The complete copper mirror had already entered Jin Yu's consciousness, and the portion he previously utilized was merely the core, designed to absorb and convert energy. Conversely, the handle around Torres's neck acted more like an energy extractor. Only with it could the copper mirror continuously draw energy from the external environment. Yet, Torres's anxiety stemmed from more than just this aspect. In the absence of the core, the shard's energy absorption served little purpose, for it contained a vast internal storage capacity. It resembled the fantastical space rings found in novels, but the storage capacity here was even more extravagant. Jin Yu could not precisely gauge its enormity, yet it could undoubtedly accommodate several times squares. What pleased Jin Yu most was that this space was not empty. It contained a wealth of cash, an array of weapons, ample survival supplies, and astonishingly, 2 off-road vehicles, a yacht, and a small helicopter. With transportation available via land, sea, and air, was Torres perpetually prepared for escape? One could hardly blame him, especially being under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. His usual business dealings were likely far from respectable. It seemed Jin Yu's presence was a stroke of bad luck for Torres, who appeared to be a mere novice. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. agents recklessly charged in, they might have faced significant repercussions. Was it not so? Jin Yu pondered, just as the Black Widow turned with a cheerful demeanor to engage him in conversation. However, your demeanor hardly resembles that of an ordinary individual. Our agents have resorted to gunfire, yet you dare to negotiate with me? The Black Widow's voice was gentle, whether by design or not, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Had Jin Yu not traversed through time, he might have inadvertently revealed his entire lineage in casual conversation. I had no choice. Jin Yu helplessly spread his arms. As soon as his bodyguard approached, ready for confrontation, he declared, I had no choice. They drew their weapons, and I could only threaten their boss's life. I had no choice. You come here to kill, firing indiscriminately at the ground, compelling me to summon someone out. He might be a significant figure here. If you depart, I cannot absolve myself of suspicion. I have no choice, do you understand? Jin Yu danced with exuberance, particularly wielding a pistol in his left hand, creating a series of dark phantoms as he swung it in the confined space, leaving Black Widow momentarily stunned. Regardless of the veracity of your claims, I implore you to lower that infernal weapon while you speak. We are beneath the sea, and should you inadvertently discharge it, our choices would be irrevocably limited. For heaven's sake, your finger is still resting on the trigger. I apologize for my agitation, yet I hope you can comprehend the source of my ire. I am merely a visitor seeking a picturesque spot in this restaurant to capture a photograph. Why must I be embroiled in such chaos? Oh, for heaven's sake. My camera, newly purchased before my arrival. Truth be told, the contrast in Jin Yu's demeanor was quite striking, a fact he was acutely aware of, yet the situation was beyond remedy. Moreover, his words bore truth, and his identity posed no issue. He trusted that S.H.I.E.L.D. would uncover nothing amiss. The crux of the matter lay in Torres being able to align his thoughts with Jin Yu's, ensuring that the secret of the copper mirror fragments remained undisclosed. As for how a mere civilian could abduct Torres under the watchful eyes of several bodyguards, one could only assert their complacency. Jin Yu had undergone training, catching them unawares. In any case, as long as he refrained from fabricating tales, he held confidence in his own safety. Fundamentally, he understood the nature of these Avengers portrayed in films. They chose to do what was right, to maintain peace and protect the innocents. Jin Yu perceived himself as one of those innocents, particularly with Black Widow. Her experiences in the Red Room had shadowed her entire existence. Since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., she had been atoning for her past transgressions. Had she not? This is set against a cinematic backdrop, so let us not delve into comic lore. If what you say is indeed true, and provided you cooperate with us, we can furnish you with a replacement, shipped globally. Where are you from? What is your residence? Observing Jin Yu gradually loosening his grip on the pistol, Black Widow's tone softened, though she continued to probe cautiously. I have just obtained my green card. I was previously in New York, but I have yet to determine my next steps. I will find a place to settle soon. So, you truly want to resort to eliminating me? Aside from the matter of the copper mirror, Jin Yu could speak candidly, for even if he remained silent, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly uncover every detail about him. As for his origins, he could easily be labeled a stowaway. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not omniscient and cannot trace the origins of someone who seemingly appeared from nowhere. Chapter 9. The function of the copper mirror. The small submarine traversed the depths of the sea for over 2 hours, surfacing at a modest fishing port hundreds of kilometers from Dubai. During the journey, Black Widow administered a tranquilizer to Jin Yu, ensuring that Torres would remain peacefully slumbering for several hours until they reached their destination. Under the cover of night, Jin Yu accompanied them to what appeared to be the residence of an ordinary fisherman. As Black Widow arrived with her entourage, the seemingly unremarkable fisherman unveiled a hidden passage beneath his sofa, revealing a secret corridor leading to a concealed chamber. Jin Yu naturally lacked the qualifications to follow along. The Black Widow had left 2 individuals to monitor him. One was the fisherman, and the other was a man in a black suit. Notably absent was the fellow wielding a submachine gun. Rest assured, had we truly intended you harm, arrangements could have been made to ensure you met your fate before even stepping ashore, guaranteeing you would not have had the opportunity to pull the trigger. Jin Yu had dragged the unconscious Torres along, and it was only upon entering the room that the Black Widow offered him an explanation. You should have informed me sooner. This fellow is heavier than a dead pig, Jin Yu remarked with a grimace as he relinquished Torres. He understood that their descent would not only involve the interrogation of Torres, but also a covert investigation into himself. Although Jin Yu believed that no trouble would arise, he nonetheless swiftly rifled through the weapons left by Torres in his mind. However, apart from a selection of simple handguns and grenades, there were other items that resembled bombs, which he had little knowledge on how to utilize. He knew that with grenades, one simply needed to pull the pin and toss them. As for the bombs, He was entirely clueless about how to activate them. There were also rifles and machine guns, and Jin Yu estimated that should he need to produce them, he would spend a considerable amount of time searching for the safety mechanisms. In a real confrontation, they might serve merely to intimidate, buying him some precious time. Yet, Torres was indeed wealthy. Jin Yu observed a neatly stacked pile of U.S. dollars, nearly as high as a table for four, all in $500 bills. It appeared to amount to at least a couple of $100 million, which conveniently addressed his economic concerns in this world. Mirror, mirror. Can you now reveal the functionalities you possess? Jin Yu sat upon a sofa that had been shifted aside, while the two SHIELD agents, armed and vigilant, positioned themselves on either side on stools. Although their weapons were not aimed directly at him, their watchful gazes were laden with suspicion, disinterested in them. Jin Yu summoned the bronze mirror in his mind. Severely damaged, lacking spiritual energy, currently absorbing energy for recovery. At present, I can only utilize the excess energy produced to enhance the host's body. In the event the host faces life-threatening danger, I may release stored energy to heal injuries, albeit at the cost of diminishing my restoration speed. I urge the host to take care of their health and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Peace is paramount. The bronze mirror, having integrated the fragments, spoke with greater fluency, yet its tone remained cold and distant, reminiscent of a voice assistant from a bygone era. Why do I feel as though I've been lectured? So, you're enhancing my body with the waste energy from your own restoration, is that it? Jin Yu felt akin to being fed scraps. The host's body is too frail. It cannot withstand pure spiritual energy. Once the artifact spirit's restoration is further along, I shall perform intense enhancements on the host's body. Please do not be anxious. Artifact spirit? Indeed, it resembled the legendary treasures of ancient Chinese mythology, though its true level remained a mystery. Regarding the origin of this copper mirror, the spirit within it remains silent on why it has arrived at this location. It is not that it is unwilling to speak, but rather that it has suffered significant damage, resulting in the loss of most of its memories. According to Jin Yu's understanding, this spirit resembles an artificial intelligence, with only the core code remaining, having lost a vast amount of its database and peripherals. The good news, however, is that it can slowly absorb spiritual energy and gradually restore itself. So how long will it take for you to be fully restored? Jin Yu persistently inquired, as the timeline directly affects when he could attain greater power. At the current rate, and given the spiritual energy density of this world, the first phase of restoration will take 500 years. 500 years? Are you certain you didn't mean 500 days? Jin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. 500 years will pass swiftly. After all, my essence is exceedingly powerful for this realm. Do not worry, with me by your side. Time will have no bearing on you. 500 years will feel like a mere moment. Jin Yu rolled his eyes. Well, the good news seemed to be that he had gained a form of immortality, but the bad news was that if he wished to roam freely in this world, there was still a long journey ahead. What if we absorb some other forms of energy? Like the energy of that mage from before, the bald-headed Gu-E. Do you remember? I do recall. Previously, my essence was incomplete, rendering me incapable of independently absorbing spiritual energy. However, now I can absorb the spiritual energy of this world without relying on others. Yet, if you can locate innate treasures formed in this world, the absorption would significantly accelerate my restoration. Nevertheless, do not be overly ambitious. You are still quite weak. First, learn to protect yourself. We shall take our time. Hundreds, or even thousands of years will pass quickly. This conversation has become unbearable, Jin Yu grumbled, severing the mental dialogue. Nonetheless, the words of the copper mirror spirit provided him with valuable insights. The innate protections mentioned could possibly be interpreted as entities akin to the infinity stones, products birthed from the cosmos itself. It seemed plausible, yet reflecting on the spirit's words, he realized he was indeed still quite feeble. He would gradually seek the infinity stones, as he now considered himself somewhat of a seer. With time to spare, Jin Yu inquired further about Torres. Since the copper mirror acknowledged him as its master, why could Torres still utilize its functions with just a fragment? The mirror explained that the core of the spirit resides within the main body. The handle is merely a remnant devoid of independent consciousness. Torres had fortuitously fused his blood with the fragment, thereby gaining access to that space's capabilities. Jin Yu could only marvel at Torres's luck. For someone who danced on the edge of danger, this ability was undeniably akin to wielding a divine artifact, enough to thrive through smuggling alone. Unlike Jin Yu, had it not been for a fortuitous encounter with Gu-E and a powerful energy whip striking the bronze mirror, he would still be under the impression that it was merely an ordinary pendant. It had been a cherished memento since before his time travel. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to sell it for money upon his arrival. As Jin Yu contemplated these thoughts, The hidden door on the ground creaked open, revealing the Black Widow, who emerged with an air of authority. She cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals nearby before turning her attention to Jin Yu, initially wearing a smile. However, after taking a few steps closer, she abruptly drew a handgun from her thigh holster, aiming it directly at Jin Yu's forehead. "Who are you? Really?" Chapter 10. The Black Widow's Test. The Black Widow's sudden transition from cordiality to hostility was jarring. Had this been the old Jin Yu, the sight of a gun pointed at him would have caused either panic or immediate defensive action. In truth, his instinctual response was indeed to seize the weapon for self-preservation, even contemplating using the Black Widow as a hostage. Various strategies flashed through his mind, yet Jin Yu sensed a transformation within himself. Time around him seemed to slow, or rather, his cognitive faculties sharpened instantaneously. The moment the Black Widow raised her firearm, the world around him appeared to move in slow motion, reminiscent of the bullet time in the Matrix. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that while his mind raced, his body remained unaltered in speed. Concurrently, his heightened senses became acutely aware of every nuance. The expression on the Black Widow's face when she first laid eyes on him, the unspoken exchanges among those present, and her current countenance, marked by fury yet devoid of any emotional turmoil. Every detail, every shift in expression and gaze since the Black Widow's emergence from the concealed chamber unfolded in Jin Yu's mind like a film reel, with not a single nuance escaping his notice. In the realm of his consciousness, the bronze mirror floated suspended, radiating waves of energy akin to the sun. Jin Yu felt a surge of elation. This concealed ability was truly remarkable. Regrettably, his physical speed could not keep pace. Otherwise, he would possess an extraordinary capability akin to Quicksilver. However, one must not be greedy. For the time being, this power proved exceptionally useful. Observing the demeanor of the Black Widow and those surrounding her, it was evident that, despite their interrogation methods being unclear, they had gleaned no information regarding the fragments of the bronze mirror from Torres's lips. In other words, they merely sensed an underlying complexity to Jin Yu, one that belied his outward simplicity, yet lacked tangible evidence. They were bluffing. Jin Yu arrived at this conclusion, since they were engaged in a ruse. He resolved to play along and perform his part in this unfolding drama. It is indeed remarkable. As Jin Yu comprehended everything and resolved to take action, the velocity of thought in his mind instantaneously began to decelerate. This manifested in a peculiar manner. The world around him seemed to accelerate, returning to its normal rhythm. It felt as if a high-performance CPU had been seamlessly integrated into his very being. To elaborate, as Jin Yu's sensory perception restored itself to normalcy, the final syllable of the Black Widow's preceding statement had only just subsided. No sooner had the words faded than Jin Yu sprang from the sofa like a leopard, lunging towards the Black Widow. The distance between them was minimal, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before her, deftly evading the muzzle of her firearm. His right hand grasped her wrist while his left arm encircled her neck, reaching for her left shoulder. Should the Black Widow fail to respond in time, she would find herself entirely at Jin Yu's mercy, forcibly redirected, with her own weapon now aimed back at her. To hold Torres hostage even under the protection of 6 bodyguards at the Sailboat Hotel is no small feat, indicative of extraordinary abilities. Jin Yu had no intention of concealing his prowess. From the outset, he exhibited superhuman speed and reflexes. Indeed, his reactions and speed surpassed the Black Widow's expectations. Nonetheless, her extensive combat experience proved invaluable. She relinquished her handgun, allowing Jin Yu to seize it. Utilizing the momentum from his grip on her shoulder, she twisted her body, shifting her center of gravity, and executed an acrobatic maneuver that positioned her upside down, her legs encircling Jin Yu's neck, ultimately landing atop his shoulders. This position was undeniably awkward, and before Jin Yu could fully register the surprising elasticity of her form against his cheek, the Black Widow harnessed her remaining energy and core strength to execute a vigorous rotation. Jin Yu, compelled to alleviate the force, found himself following her twisting motion. In that fleeting moment, confusion enveloped him. According to cinematic lore, the Black Widow and Hawkeye, as original Avengers, were presumed to be among the weakest. Their physical attributes merely exceptional for ordinary humans, distinguished primarily by their superior combat awareness and skills. However, upon contact, Jin Yu quickly realized the fallacy of his assumptions. The Black Widow's strength was far beyond that of an average individual. Jin Yu's own power was measured in tons, and even a specially trained warrior, in a guarded scenario, would find it impossible to so much as shift his neck. The strength possessed by the Black Widow was certainly not characteristic of the ordinary populace. On the topic of power dynamics within the Marvel Universe, I shall digress briefly. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the issue of individual strength has always been somewhat nebulous, particularly in the earlier phases. For instance, Captain America was initially portrayed as the pinnacle of human potential, while Spider-Man's official parameters indicated that his strength could reach between 20 to 25 tons, even though the young Spider-Man had not fully matured at the time of his introduction. During the Civil War, Iron Man showcased a video online depicting the impact of a nearly 15-ton vehicle colliding at a speed of 40 miles per hour, approximately 60 miles per hour. The force generated by a 15-ton vehicle at such velocity is substantial, and yet the young Spider-Man effortlessly withstood it. Despite this, he remained unable to match Captain America in the Civil War, prompting reflection on the true extent of what is considered the human limit, particularly when Captain America, in Avengers: Infinity War, took a punch from Thanos barehanded without his shield, an indication of immense strength. Furthermore, Black Widow, wielding weapons in the films, can engage in a competitive exchange with the Black Order and even demonstrated superiority at times in Avengers: Infinity War. Although the film has downplayed the Black Order's prowess, the sheer strength differential is evident. A single encounter could result in a swift defeat. While films may blur certain elements, given the established premise of a realistic universe, it becomes essential to delineate the realms of power for clarity in future comparisons. Ordinary individuals, akin to the common people we encounter daily, stand in stark contrast to gifted warriors such as Hawkeye, Falcon, and Black Widow, who, through extensive training, possess capabilities that far exceed those of real-world combatants. One might interpret this as an indication that the Marvel Universe is suffused with a higher concentration of ambient energy, more conducive to human absorption. However, it is crucial to recognize that only through rigorous training can one's cells assimilate this energy, thereby reaching the zenith of human combat effectiveness. Next, we consider Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and the Black Panther, who wields the power of the heart-shaped herb. These characters epitomize the limits of human potential within this universe, showcasing physical strength, speed, reflexes, and recovery rates that greatly surpass those of ordinary humans, with explosive power reaching upwards of 10 to 20 tons. Following this, we encounter superhuman levels, individuals whose physicality may not surpass Captain America's, but possess unique abilities or energy manipulation, like Loki and the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Next, we ascend to the demigod level, represented by Thor, Hulk, and early iterations of Scarlet Witch and Vision. Finally, the godlike tier includes Odin, the Ancient One, Hela, a fully realized Scarlet Witch, and later iterations of Doctor Strange, as well as Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. It is important to note that the inherent powers of the gems themselves are not to be counted, as we must consider Thanos merely augmented by the stones, excluding their active abilities. With these classifications in mind, let us return to the main discourse. Upon witnessing Black Widow in action, Jin Yu quickly realized that relying on cinematic portrayals to gauge their strength was misguided. After all, films are merely a medium of storytelling, while this is a tangible world, necessitating adjustments for certain elements. The body spun twice under the force of the Black Widow's might. Once the pressure was released, Jin Yu, relying on instinct, bent down and struck directly at the coffee table. The solid wood table collapsed with a resounding crash, eliciting a muffled grunt from the widow. As her legs slightly relaxed, Jin Yu seized the opportunity to escape, pressing his left hand against her neck while still gripping the pistol he had wrested from her grasp, thwarting her attempt to rise. "I told you, I am merely an ordinary person. Are you attempting to silence me?" Jin Yu's face was a mask of fury. The gun's muzzle pressed firmly against the widow's forehead, as he kept a vigilant gaze on the agents surrounding them, who were rising and drawing their weapons. The widow fixed her intense gaze upon Jin Yu, as if seeking some flaw in his demeanor. After a moment, she let out a derisive laugh. "Now I believe you are just an ordinary person. By the way, this gun is devoid of bullets, and the safety is still engaged." Chapter 11. What is your mother's name? In that fleeting moment of their struggle, Jin Yu once again entered what was referred to as bullet time. The hidden CPU within his mind was exceptionally astute, activating automatically when his concentration peaked. To label it a CPU is somewhat misleading. It resembles more an exhilarating stimulant at the level of consciousness. As Jin Yu's mind raced, it emitted a unique energy that amplified his cognitive power and accelerated his processing speed. This phenomenon allowed him to capture every detail on the faces surrounding him, every subtle shift in their gaze. For instance, at the moment he toppled the Black Widow, he sensed her capacity for resistance. She had simply surrendered in that instant. Similarly, when he held her handgun to her head, although the agents immediately reached for their weapons, their expressions remained remarkably calm, devoid of any change, except for one man at the sailing hotel, whose eyes bore a lethal intent from the very beginning. Indeed, upon the widow's taunt about the safety of the gun, Jin Yu lowered his weapon, and the surrounding agents gradually retracted their arms. Yet that man did not relent. He kept his weapon aimed steadfastly at Jin Yu, striding purposefully toward him. "Hey, what do you intend to do, Langfellow? Put down the gun." The widow interposed herself between Jin Yu and the advancing man, while Jin Yu observed Langfellow with a cool demeanor, remaining silent. He was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. "We must subdue him first, and once our mission is accomplished, we can interrogate him thoroughly." Langfellow did not lower his weapon despite the Black Widow's presence. Instead, his gaze flickered menacingly towards Jin Yu behind her, a visage of brutality etched upon his face. "This is merely a coincidence, Langfellow. We have verified the facts. And you witnessed it yourself." He didn't even notice the absence of bullets in the gun or whether the safety was engaged. He has clearly not undergone any training in this regard, has he? A subtle displeasure flickered across Black Widow's face, while Jin Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was not solely due to Black Widow's protective stance, but rather because of his ignorance regarding the fact that the pistol was devoid of bullets and the safety was disengaged. Is it conceivable that an untrained individual could wrest a gun from your grasp? Can one hold Torres hostage under the watchful eyes of 6 bodyguards? Langfellow insisted relentlessly. "Hey, he is of Chinese descent, and the fight scenes in their action films have been studied extensively by the FBI. The Chicago Police Department even enlisted an 80-year-old gentleman from Chinatown as a combat instructor. Martial arts are renowned worldwide. There is nothing surprising about it. Lower your weapon. I am the commander in this operation." "That is an order, Langfellow." By the end of her declaration, Black Widow's tone had grown increasingly stern. Reluctantly, Langfellow lowered his weapon. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Jin Yu, burning with hostility and issuing a thinly veiled threat. "Consider yourself fortunate, kid. Had I known in Dubai, I would have ended your life then and there. You'd best tread carefully. I will be watching you closely. Should I discover any indiscretions, I will reduce your head to a pulp. I swear it, you wretched yellow-skinned monkey." Initially, Jin Yu had merely observed them with a grin, believing that once matters reached their conclusion, they would part ways amicably. As for Langfellow's apparent disdain towards him, Jin Yu found it inconsequential. From a different perspective, Langfellow was not entirely incorrect. Jin Yu indeed harbored ulterior motives, albeit ones that did not conflict with their interests. However, Langfellow's final remark altered Jin Yu's expression. "I will certainly be cautious, my friend. I shall earnestly advise those around me to refrain from engaging with women conducting business on the streets, lest they encounter your mother." What was her name again? Martha or Lisa? Jin Yu feigned humility, yet his words dripped with venom. Langfellow, already harboring a distaste for Jin Yu, felt the sting of implied racial slurs. Upon hearing this, he erupted in fury, raising his weapon once more and firing directly at Jin Yu. Jin Yu remained motionless, for Black Widow had already stepped forward, redirecting Langfellow's gun skyward just as he pulled the trigger. The suppressed submachine gun emitted a faint series of thuds, sending splinters flying from the cabin's ceiling. "Get away, you damned yellow-skinned monkey. He insulted my mother," Langfellow exclaimed, his lips twitching and white spittle flying, clearly incensed by Jin Yu's taunts. "In truth, my skin is not merely one shade. There is a part of me that boasts a spectrum of colors, precisely matching your mother's lipstick shade. Would you care to see?" Jin Yu flashed a mischievous grin, exposing his pearly whites and tugging at his trousers. "Shut your mouth, you wretch." The Black Widow turned and shouted at Jin Yu, while Langfellow immediately released his grip on the submachine gun and took a step towards Jin Yu. With no other choice, the Black Widow struck Langfellow sharply on the back of his head with the gun. A loud bang echoed, and Langfellow slumped to the ground. This fellow was undoubtedly a racist. Was there no restriction against such bias in the recruitment assessments? Jin Yu shrugged innocently, but several agents, who were close to Langfellow, glared at him with indignation, some even placing their hands lightly on their weapons. "Shut your mouth, or next time I won't intervene, and they'll turn you into a porcupine." The Black Widow, seeing Jin Yu take advantage of the situation, turned and said fiercely, "As you wish, madam." The Black Widow appeared genuinely enraged, prompting Jin Yu to wisely silence himself. Regarding Torres, Jin Yu refrained from asking too many questions. He likely possessed numerous valuable items, and from the snippets of conversation, it seemed he had been recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. Jin Yu was not particularly concerned about this. Although he had kept the matter of the fragments to himself, it had planted a seed for future complications. However, at present, Jin Yu cared little, as the restoration of the bronze mirror had granted him immense benefits. By the time Torres truly earned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trust and sought to create trouble for him, Jin Yu was confident he would be entirely capable of handling the situation. Overall, despite numerous unforeseen incidents during this trip to Dubai, he had successfully restored the bronze mirror, which served as his greatest reliance in this world. The ability to repair it was worth any cost, especially since Jin Yu realized that sooner or later, he would have to interact with superheroes and organizations like S.H. Engaging with them in advance was not necessarily a disadvantage. After a night of rest, Torres remained behind. He was indeed correct in stating that he was there to negotiate business with a powerful local figure. Taking him away from the UAE would be a significant burden for the Black Widow and her team, so he stayed, awaiting proper arrangements. Jin Yu, having made an appearance at the Sailboat Hotel, had also gained recognition in the UAE, leaving him no choice but to accompany the Black Widow and her team to the next mission location. She would later provide him with a new passport, enabling him to fly back to the United States directly from another country. Chapter 12. Declining the invitation as Jin Yu is not affiliated with SHIELD. The Black Widow and her team did not specifically summon him for their discussions. However, Jin Yu was generally self-aware, keeping his distance while observing their conversations without prying. When they mentioned taking him to another country, he assumed it would be to some Western European nation. To his surprise, the Black Widow and her companions used a small aircraft, the origin of which was unknown, to transport him to a small town in Ukraine. I had assumed we would visit countries like France or the Netherlands, seizing the opportunity for a bit of travel. To my astonishment, we ended up in Ukraine. Jin Yu surveyed the exotic scenery outside. It was a small village with underdeveloped infrastructure, where the pedestrians were predominantly elderly men and women. Is Ukraine not a fine place? It boasts low prices and an abundance of beautiful women. It is indeed a paradise for men. The Black Widow glanced at Jin Yu and remarked with a smile. I find it peculiar. Although you haven't explicitly stated it, I can discern that you are part of a certain intelligence organization from the United States. You must realize that this is the former Soviet territory, and here, Americans do not seem particularly welcome. This is likely another covert base of SHIELD. After arriving here, the Black Widow sent everyone else away, leaving just Jin Yu and herself. Throughout their journey, the two had grown more familiar with each other, their conversation becoming less restrained. This was not our decision. It was dictated by Torres. That man is an arms dealer who dabbles in human trafficking as well, dealing with former Soviet weapon experts and scientists who have fallen into obscurity. He sells them at high prices to various terrorist organizations or Middle Eastern governments. Our purpose here is to escort an arms expert he has temporarily placed in this location. He intends to sell the expert to individuals from the UAE. Our trip to Dubai is solely for this matter. The Black Widow, for reasons unknown, revealed their plan without reservation. Jin Yu was taken aback. Shouldn't this be classified information? You're just telling me like this? Damn, you're not planning to eliminate me later to silence me, are you? That idiot named Lang Pharaoh has long wanted to do away with me, Jin Yu exaggeratedly remarked, prompting the Black Widow to roll her eyes dismissively. I simply believe there is no need for further concealment. There is no one here who can fabricate a false passport for you. Once they have retrieved the expert, you must accompany us to Odessa. There, we will arrange for a passport for you, allowing you to fly to Kiev for a transfer. I'm informing you in advance to prevent you from overthinking during the journey. Rest assured, upon your return, someone will approach you to sign a confidentiality agreement. The Black Widow stated nonchalantly. She had just received a call. Due to Torres being under their control, his associates were cooperative and had handed over the arms expert. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and she felt a sense of relief. I am quite curious. In the event that I do not keep your secret, what would happen to someone from your organization? Jin Yu inquired with genuine interest. You would be thrown into the most notorious federal prison, filled with murderers and perverse individuals. A delicate young man like you would be a highly sought-after presence there. Despite knowing the Black Widow was deliberately trying to frighten him, Jin Yu couldn't help but imagine the scenario of numerous burly men leering at him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Have you considered joining us? Your skills are quite impressive. Even if you don't become a qualified agent, you could be a member of our operational team, and the remuneration is quite generous, the Black Widow enticed. Within the SHIELD, Nick Fury maintains a firm grip over his agents, yet the operational team often finds itself constrained by the Department of Defense. Frequently, members of the operational team do not directly obey their commands, as exemplified by Langford, who belonged to the operational team. Being aligned with Nick Fury's faction, the Black Widow naturally seeks to recruit more talent for her side. Jin Yu is quite remarkable, young, agile, and possessing admirable psychological resilience. Forget it. I'm just an ordinary person, uninterested in becoming an agent. Besides, I've grown accustomed to my freedom. This job isn't suitable for me. I'd rather go to Kiev and admire the beauties, Jin Yu declared, stretching languidly before the window. Ever since the restoration of the bronze mirror, he could feel it absorbing energy from the surroundings through his body, converting it and feeding a portion back to him, rendering him progressively stronger. This sensation was delightful. He still possessed a substantial sum within the bronze mirror, and intended to relish life, gradually becoming powerful before even contemplating stepping onto the grand stage. Even then, he would prefer not to join any organization that would impose constraints upon him. The endeavors we pursue will enhance the world. Do you not find that meaningful? The Black Widow attempted to persuade him from a different angle. Enough of this. Jin Yu boldly lit a cigarette and reclined on the sofa. Your thinking epitomizes the American mindset, saving the world and yearning for freedom. I do not pass judgment on right or wrong. But I will tell you this. The world's functioning relies on ordinary people like me, not on agents like you. In my view, the world would be a better place without agents who trample over rules, regardless of whether they claim to embody justice or villainy. Moreover, even if the world needs saving, it won't miss me, right? Instead of persuading me with lofty ideals, you might as well tell me your organization is filled with alluring women like yourself. That would be far more enticing. At that moment, a playful thought crossed Jin Yu's mind, and he lazily exhaled a puff of smoke towards the Black Widow. It must be said that during this period, the Black Widow was indeed at the pinnacle of her beauty, her face radiant with youthful collagen, rivaling that of any Eastern beauty. If you dare to blow smoke at me again, I will shatter your skull with a bullet. The Black Widow decisively dispelled the fleeting notions of flirtation that lingered in Jin Yu's mind. Perhaps it was the perspective from which he spoke, something she had never considered before, that prompted her cold threat. Afterward, she ceased to urge him to join, narrowing her eyes slightly. Lost in contemplation, the mission proceeded smoothly. Shortly after the sun dipped below the horizon, the Black Widow received a message from her partner. The two drove a rugged vehicle, converging with other members of S.H.I.E.L.D., and set off towards the port city of Odessa in Ukraine. In a small town not far from Odessa, merely over 100 kilometers away, there was no need for concealment after having spoken with Jin Yu. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. paved the way ahead, while Jin sat in the passenger seat of a rugged vehicle with an agent at the wheel. The Black Widow accompanied an elderly weapons expert in the back seat, and behind them trailed Langfero and several members of the action team. Silence enveloped the journey until, as they neared the coastal mountain road close to Odessa, a man with long hair and a mask abruptly appeared in the middle of the road ahead. In his grasp was a heavy rifle equipped with a grenade launcher, and most strikingly, his left arm glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Chapter 13. Winter Soldier. A thunderous explosion erupted, transforming the vehicle ahead into a fireball that soared into the sky, accompanied by a piercing screech of brakes. The occupants of the following vehicle were momentarily stunned. Instinctively, both drivers slammed on their brakes and veered sharply to the left. In that instant, Jin's perception shifted into a state akin to bullet time. He witnessed the flaming vehicle plummeting from the sky, rolling and narrowly grazing his own vehicle. He could even see the agents inside, grotesquely scorched, mouths agape in silent screams. It was not until their off-road vehicle tumbled down a cliff several dozen meters high, plunging into the sea below, that Jin turned to regard the man who had obstructed their path. With long hair, a mask, and a metallic left arm, the gun's grenade launcher continued to emit wisps of smoke, and the man's lifeless gaze infused the air with an ominous intensity. For context, the Black Widow was ambushed by the Winter Soldier near Odessa, which, according to the film timeline, should have occurred around 2009. However, for the sake of the narrative, this has been slightly advanced by 2 years. Dear readers, please bear with this adjustment. It was the Winter Soldier. Jin was astonished to encounter not only the Black Widow on this journey, but also another pivotal character, the Winter Soldier. Yet, it was evident that he was still under the influence of Hydra, a mere emotionless weapon. In this state of heightened awareness, Jin's thoughts raced with astonishing speed. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, it wasn't until he clearly discerned the figure ahead that the screech of the brakes continued to echo in his ears. With a resounding crash, the vehicle spun violently before finally colliding forcefully against the mountainside on the left. Before Jin and the others could recover from the impact, another collision occurred. The vehicle behind had failed to stop in time and crashed into the rear of Jin's car. The force of this impact was jarring, causing Jin's head to smash against the windshield, fracturing it into a spiderweb of cracks, rendering the outside world utterly obscured. Damn it! Jin Yu uttered a phrase of national essence, grateful that his physical resilience far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, that collision might have proven fatal. It is noteworthy that the windshield ahead was bulletproof. The driver beside him was preoccupied with unfastening his seatbelt, seemingly unscathed. At the moment of impact, Jin Yu felt a heavy jolt against the backrest of his seat and faintly heard a muffled groan, presumably from the weapons expert. Turning around, he saw that the Black Widow, as expected, appeared unharmed. She was now focused on checking the vital signs of the weapons expert. Sensing Jin Yu's gaze, She drew her firearm with one hand, not bothering to look up as she spoke. "Yes, fine, but we need to find a way out of here quickly. We don't know how many enemies are approaching." Jin Yu thought to himself that he couldn't care less about the man's fate. Yet being trapped in the vehicle was not a viable option, just as he contemplated finding an opportunity to slip out and assess the situation. A resounding gunshot echoed from outside. Simultaneously, he perceived the instant burst of crimson from the Black Widow's abdomen. The subsequent sound of shattering glass was quickly followed by two nearly simultaneous muffled groans. One from her, struck in the abdomen, and the other from the driver, whose body was pierced by a bullet that created a gaping wound the size of a fist. The driver's right hand lingered on the seatbelt buckle, blood bubbles forming at the corner of his mouth, signaling his imminent demise. What a powerful firearm. Had it not been for the driver, that shot might have claimed the Black Widow's life. Jin Yu momentarily froze, suddenly sensing an inexplicable throbbing pain at his temple. Instinctively, he leaned back, and in that instant, time seemed to slow. A golden bullet, adorned with spirals, whistled through the air, grazing his forehead before piercing through the gap between the front seats and accurately striking the weapon's expert in the forehead. The elderly man's head erupted in a spray of blood, splattering the injured Black Widow's face. As the convoy of 3 vehicles began to stabilize after the first was blown skyward, 2 shots rang out in quick succession, one that fatally struck the driver and another that severely wounded the most formidable agent among them, the Black Widow. The second bullet claimed the life of their protected target. Had it not been for Jin Yu's extraordinary sense of danger, it might have been his own head that had burst open first. The occupants of the third vehicle were undoubtedly doomed. This sequence of events allowed the Black Widow to swiftly ascertain the enemy's prowess and experience. The wound in her abdomen rendered her immobile. Glancing at the weapons expert's lifeless body, she turned to Jin Yu and uttered a single command: "Run. Head back. Their objective has been achieved. They want to pursue you relentlessly. Run." As the Black Widow spoke, the sharp report of 2 gunshots echoed, directed at the vehicle behind them. It was evident that the occupants of that car had reacted, preparing to exit and retaliate, but were swiftly silenced by the Winter Soldier's precise fire. Jin Yu quickly turned his gaze forward, and, indeed, there stood the Winter Soldier to his right, weapon in hand, maintaining his shooting stance while striding confidently toward them. His eyes fixed intently beyond Jin Yu's vehicle, focused on the rear. Jin Yu glanced at the lifeless body of the driver, ready to seize the handgun tucked beneath the driver's arm. However, it seemed the Winter Soldier had been keenly aware of his movements, for as Jin Yu stirred, the soldier's body inclined slightly, and with a swift twist of his firearm, he unleashed 2 shots aimed directly at Jin Yu. Forced into a defensive posture by the bullets, Jin Yu could not retrieve the weapon. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the car door, his right foot coiling with energy. He propelled himself against the door's hinge with all his might. With a decisive snap, the door gave way. Jin Yu, inspired by cinematic portrayals, wielded the door as a makeshift shield and charged toward the Winter Soldier. After his encounter with Black Widow, Jin Yu understood that such formidable characters were likely more powerful than their film portrayals suggested. This was true of Black Widow, and even more so for the Winter Soldier. Remaining in the vehicle would mean certain death. Exiting and running would expose his back to the Winter Soldier. Thus, he resolved to disembark and engage the Winter Soldier up close, hoping the SHIELD agents behind him might provide a glimmer of hope. After only a couple of strides, Jin Yu felt a heavy thud in his hand as 2 bullets struck the car door. Fortunately, the agents from SHIELD reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity while the Winter Soldier's focus was on Jin Yu. Gunfire erupted from behind, signaling their counterattack. Energized by this, Jin Yu stole a glance at the Winter Soldier, now merely 3 or 4 meters away. Raising the car door like a weapon, he hurled it with all his strength toward the Winter Soldier. At that moment, the chilling combat awareness of the Winter Soldier became apparent. Almost instantaneously as the door slipped from Jin Yu's grasp, the soldier aimed his weapon at the retreating agents and discharged a rapid succession of shots, forcing them to take cover behind their vehicle. Then, with a fluid motion, he pivoted, ducked beneath the door, and turned, using his body as a fulcrum, his left arm coiling back as he launched a powerful counterpunch toward Jin Yu. Just as Jin Yu's right arm retracted, he witnessed a metallic arm slicing through the air, hurtling toward his head with lethal intent. Chapter 14. Men on Men. The bullet time gifted to Jin Yu by the bronze mirror bestowed him with the precious seconds necessary to analyze the imminent threat posed by his adversary and to strategize his response, an advantage that compensated for the lack of combat experience typical of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, facing the Winter Soldier's fierce counteroffensive, Jin Yu could only manage to draw his arms back in a desperate attempt to shield his head. As the iron arm approached, Jin Yu felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding freight truck. An irresistible force surged through his arms, propelling him several meters into the air. When he finally crashed to the ground, he continued to slide a significant distance until he collided with the sheer cliffside bordering the mountain road, which ultimately dissipated the momentum of the blow. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Jin Yu was taken aback. His body, enhanced by the copper mirror, managed to absorb the impact. Yet the throbbing pain radiating from his arms informed him that under this strike, his forearm bones had developed faint cracks. The copper mirror in his mind emanated a unique energy, fervently rushing towards his arms, gradually mending the fissures in his bones. Were it not for the ongoing battle, he could have repaired such injuries within a couple of hours. However, the Winter Soldier clearly had no intention of granting Jin Yu such a respite. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Jin Yu. Ignoring the lingering soreness in his body, Jin Yu executed a roll on the ground, swiftly taking cover beside the off-road vehicle, effectively blocking the Winter Soldier's line of sight. The sound of gunfire erupted from behind, revealing that the occupants of the last vehicle had begun to retaliate, forcing the Winter Soldier to take cover at the front of the car, thus granting Jin Yu a moment to breathe. Stealing a glance back, he noticed that the vehicle was occupied by agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Longfellow had his quirks, this group was reliable in a firefight. All 4 members had disembarked, pairing up to secure both flanks with their firearms. Regardless of where the Winter Soldier chose to expose himself, he would be met with fierce, suppressive fire from behind, temporarily providing Jin Yu with a safe space. However, Jin Yu found himself at the center of the crossfire, with merely half a car separating him from the Winter Soldier, which was not a sustainable situation. Retreat. Remaining here was far too perilous. At that moment, a voice from inside the vehicle reached his ears. Looking up, Jin Yu noticed that the rear door had been opened slightly, and Black Widow was leaning over the seat in the back. After Jin Yu was injured, Black Widow had urged him to escape immediately, a course of action born of necessity. Yet, abandoning her now was not in Jin Yu's nature. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gently grasped her arm and whispered, "Let's move together." Black Widow was gravely injured, her wound located in the critical abdominal area, leaving her devoid of any strength. Jin Yu carefully and slowly maneuvered her from the vehicle. Observing Jin Yu's attempts to save his comrade, the others showed no hesitation in expending ammunition, unleashing a relentless hail of gunfire that suppressed the Winter Soldier, providing an opportune moment for their escape. "Let us go." With great effort, Jin Yu managed to get Black Widow out. Disregarding all notions of chivalry, he scooped her up in his arms and crouched low, prepared to retreat. Just then, a sharp crack echoed in his ear. Amidst the intermittent gunfire, a sound emerged, unmistakably heard not only by Jin Yu but also by the Black Widow, whose expression morphed dramatically. Clutching her wound with increasing urgency, she shouted towards the rear, "Grenade, move." Gratefully, her warning prompted the members of the action team, who were no novices, to instinctively scatter upon hearing her call. Simultaneously, the Winter Soldier, who had been lying in wait, suddenly rose. The grenade launcher beneath the muzzle of his rifle had inexplicably been reloaded, and he aimed it toward the rear, unleashing a devastating round. Boom. The explosive blast was intense. Jin Yu, though not well versed in firearms, recognized the formidable power of the Winter Soldier's grenade, which sent the modified Humvee soaring into the air. "Stop him, give them time, or we will all perish." The Black Widow, disregarding her abdominal injury, shouted at Jin Yu with urgency. Lacking combat experience, Jin Yu was no fool. He understood that the Winter Soldier's attack would cause chaos among their foes, and seizing this moment of disarray was vital. If the Winter Soldier eliminated their adversaries, he and the Black Widow would surely meet a grim fate. The road ahead was a cliff, and behind them stood a precipice. There was nowhere for Jin Yu to flee. He resolved to heed the Black Widow's advice, positioning himself to intercept the Winter Soldier, thereby granting their allies a chance to regroup and survive. Rapidly assessing the stakes in his mind, Jin Yu hesitated no longer. He gently lowered the Black Widow to the ground, seized her small handgun, and with a determined stride, leaped onto the hood of the Humvee, aiming the gun directly at the Winter Soldier's head. Bang, bang, bang. Jin Yu did not ponder the ammunition. He unleashed a flurry of shots at the Winter Soldier. The latter's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Having just aimed his rifle at their pursuers, he was unable to redirect in time. Instead, he thrust his left hand toward Jin Yu's gun, advancing rather than retreating, closing the distance in an instant. Jin Yu managed to fire 3 rounds, all of which were deflected by the Winter Soldier's left hand. As the 4th shot was discharged, Jin Yu felt the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm grip his right wrist, forcing the gun skyward. "I've waited for this moment." Jin Yu smiled faintly, leveraging himself against the hood of the vehicle. Ignoring the pain inflicted by the Winter Soldier's enhanced grip, he yanked his arm back with all his might. Channeling his energy, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick. Akin to a rabbit striking at an eagle, launching himself headfirst with all his strength, landing both feet squarely against the Winter Soldier's chin. This was perhaps the most formidable strike Jin Yu could muster at this stage. Despite the Winter Soldier's physical prowess exceeding Jin Yu's expectations, the unexpected nature of the blow sent him airborne, hurtling backward. It can be said that Jin Yu had indeed achieved his objective. The opportunity lay within a fleeting moment. As long as those behind could regain their composure, and the Winter Soldier broke free from the vehicle's cover, even he would have no choice but to retreat under the weight of firepower. After all, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were not without their own formidable weaponry. Initially, the presence of allies had tempered their response, and the others were uncertain whether the weapons expert had perished, thus hesitating to deploy heavy artillery. Jin Yu had anticipated this correctly and had executed his plan flawlessly. However, what he did not foresee was that, despite being kicked away by him, the Winter Soldier's left arm remained tightly grasping his right wrist, holding on with an unyielding grip. Goodness! This was the only thought that flashed through Jin Yu's mind as he was lifted off the ground and slammed down onto the asphalt by the Winter Soldier. The sound of impact echoed with a dull thud. Chapter 15, Ambushed from Behind. In a life-and-death struggle, they had inadvertently adopted the tropes of a melodrama. Fortunately, the Winter Soldier wore a mask. Otherwise, had their faces met, Jin Yu could have been the first to face the embarrassment of crossing over into the Marvel Universe. Jin Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness, but the Winter Soldier, a living weapon, remained unfazed. His left arm continued to grip Jin Yu's wrist tenaciously, while his right hand swiftly drew a dagger from the side of his combat trousers, twisting it back to slash at Jin Yu's neck. Jin Yu instinctively grasped the Winter Soldier's wrist, leveraging his position above to exert all his strength in an attempt to subdue the Winter Soldier's right hand. However, the latter's physical prowess was decidedly superhuman. Despite Jin Yu's utmost efforts, he could not prevent the dagger from inching closer to his body. What are they doing back there? Can't hold on any longer? Jin Yu exclaimed, his face flushed with exertion. To his surprise, after what felt like an eternity, instead of the anticipated support, he heard Black Widow's desperate cry, "No." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Jin Yu felt his entire body stiffen, every pore standing on end like a startled cat, as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, pushing him to his limits. Bang, 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 bang. In the midst of this heightened tension, Jin Yu felt his heart pounding like a hammer, threatening to burst from his chest. In contrast, the Winter Soldier's response was swifter. His arms released their grip almost simultaneously. With his legs slightly bent, he forcefully propelled Jin Yu's body upward while leveraging his left arm against the ground. Jin Yu was thrust more than a meter into the air, and at that moment, he heard the sharp whistling of a projectile slicing through the air. Boom! A small cannonball landed precisely where they had just been, exploding with a deafening roar. Jin Yu, still airborne, was engulfed by flames and shockwaves, unable to land before being hurled over the edge of a cliff. Before losing consciousness, Jin Yu managed to cast a fleeting glance at the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There stood Longfellow, wielding a rocket launcher with its barrel ominously directed towards him, while the Black Widow, supported by another, wore an expression of fury as she extended her hand towards Longfellow. If only I had eliminated that scoundrel yesterday. This thought lingered in Jin Yu's mind as darkness enveloped him, plunging him into complete oblivion. Simultaneously, the Black Widow, having lost considerable blood, succumbed to unconsciousness as well. 2 days later, a helicopter emblazoned with the insignia of a television station from western Ukraine descended upon the scene, discovering the disheveled Jin Yu at the base of a cliff several dozen meters down a mountain path. At that moment, Jin Yu's attire was in tatters, and his body was marred with dried blood, resembling a beggar who had fallen from grace. The helicopter circled above him before awkwardly landing on a relatively flat boulder. The Black Widow, still recovering from her injuries and supported by a soldier, disembarked from the helicopter. It was midday, and the sun blazed fiercely. Upon seeing Jin Yu's lifeless form in the distance, the Black Widow squinted against the sunlight, sighed deeply, and whispered an apology. Jin Yu had saved them. Yet he perished by her hand, while she had lain in a hospital for 2 days, grappling with the reality of her savior's corpse being exposed to the elements. The weight of guilt bore heavily upon her heart. At the Black Widow's gesture, 2 soldiers emerged from the helicopter, hastily leaping down the rocks to reach Jin Yu's side. As one soldier reached under Jin Yu's arm to lift him, he paused in disbelief. Tentatively, he extended 2 fingers to check for breath and a pulse. My God, he is alive. This is impossible. The Black Widow, lost in thought as she gazed at the sea, instinctively responded to the soldier's exclamation, her heart soaring with joy. With the assistance of the nearby soldiers, she made her way closer. The two soldiers murmured expressions of disbelief, exclaiming phrases like "this cannot be," and "God, no." The Black Widow gently placed her fingers on Jin Yu's neck and felt the strong, rhythmic pulse beneath her fingertips. No one understood the gravity of the situation better than she did. An enhanced RPG had detonated less than 2 meters away from him, sending him plummeting down a cliff of several dozen meters, and yet he had survived? It was well known that even the Winter Soldier, in a similar situation, would have instinctively prioritized his own safety far more effectively than Jin Yu had, and he had escaped with severe injuries. If not for their own substantial casualties, they might have captured this legendary assassin on the spot. Moreover, how could Jin Yu, having plummeted from a cliff several dozen meters high, emerge unscathed, let alone alive? Strangely, upon a cursory examination of Jin Yu's body, the Black Widow found almost no signs of injury. Logically, one would expect that such a fall would result in shattered bones. Yet this was not the case. As a top-tier operative, while the Black Widow may not claim to be a medical expert, her understanding of human anatomy far surpasses that of most doctors. As she meticulously explored Jin Yu's physique, she discerned that while there were numerous fissures within his bones, their overall integrity remained remarkably intact, devoid of any fractures. This peculiar observation left the Black Widow feeling profoundly unsettled. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the fact that he was unharmed was a relief. Given the peculiarities of Jin Yu's skeletal condition, she ordered a stretcher to be brought forth, carefully lifting him onto a helicopter. In a corner of the city of Odessa, there stood a building bearing the insignia of a large European foundation sponsoring a public welfare medical laboratory. In truth, it was a secret facility belonging to the J faction of M country, primarily focused on biological cells and genetic engineering. Due to the intricate connections between S, H, I, E, L, D, and the military of M country, this location also served as S, H, I, E, L, D's official office and liaison station in Ukraine. Following the incident with their convoy, the Black Widow had remained unconscious here for 2 days while receiving treatment, and now Jin Yu found himself in the same situation. He had been admitted to this facility for a week, during which he remained in a state of unconsciousness. The doctors were perplexed as Jin Yu's body was undergoing an unconventional self-repair process. All vital signs were normal, yet the reason for his continued unconsciousness remained a mystery. In their desperation, the doctors decided to send samples of his blood and genetic material to the laboratory in hopes of uncovering what had transpired within him. Absolutely stunning. "Have you seen this?" exclaimed a middle-aged man in a lab coat, excitedly manipulating a series of unfamiliar instruments. There exists within his body an extraordinary energy that facilitates rapid self-repair. It's unimaginable how this is accomplished. Adjacent to the laboratory building stood a modest 3-story structure, ostensibly an auxiliary facility for the laboratory. However, it was exclusively designated for S, H, I, E, L, DS operations. Positioned in the heart of Eastern Europe, a traditional stronghold of Russian influence, S, H, I, E, L, D had deployed a significant number of operatives here, primarily to track and rescue various scientists and engineers who had defected from the former Soviet Union, as well as to monitor the outflow of nuclear warheads. A dedicated logistics team from S, H, I, E, L, D was stationed here, utilizing basic infrastructure from the laboratory, including medical personnel and equipment, contingent upon S, H, I, E, L, D, providing extensive intelligence to the U.S. military. This situation is, in fact, a relic of history. Initially, the Strategic Scientific Corps was formed as a military alliance led by the United States after the conclusion of World War II, predominantly centered around the American military. However, as the post-war era unfolded, the confrontation between mainstream nations gradually shifted towards the management of terrorism and global crises, leading to the organization's gradual detachment from military control and its evolution into a subsidiary of the World Security Council. This transformation occurred after Nick Fury's experience with the extraordinary events of 1995 involving Captain Marvel. Nonetheless, a myriad of connections still persists between the organization and the U.S. military. After all, the former director, Alexander Pierce, remained the Secretary of Defense. At this juncture, the full designation of the agency still reads as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The fact that the action teams remain only partially under Nick Fury's control indicates this complexity. Excluding the Hydra infiltrators, it is evident that Fury has yet to achieve complete internal oversight of the agency. The situation is intricate. For instance, the building where Jin Yu is located typically does not receive visits from personnel at the laboratory, aside from a few shared basic facilities. Although both factions occupy the same compound, one comprises enigmatic agents while the other consists of scientific eccentrics, resulting in minimal interaction. However, today, upon Black Widow's return from outside, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Soldiers had inexplicably begun to stand guard outside the building. While the presence of military personnel is entirely justifiable in a laboratory under U.S. military jurisdiction, the sight of American soldiers stationed at this particular building felt decidedly abnormal. What has transpired? Clad in her sleek, form-fitting suit, Black Widow furrowed her brow, a visage of striking beauty marked by concern. I do not know, ma'am. We have been ordered to take control here. A soldier, a man of African descent, replied coldly. Ordered to take control? It seems the military is overstepping its bounds. Black Widow pondered the implications of this directive before falling silent for a moment. Ultimately, she chose not to react explosively and instead maintained a stoic demeanor as she proceeded inward. Yet, as she stepped forward, the soldier abruptly obstructed her path. Step aside. Black Widow twisted the soldier's arm with one hand, her firearm pressed firmly against his temple. We are merely following orders, ma'am. Another soldier raised his rifle, fully aware that military intervention in intelligence matters is a higher-level issue. A misstep could render them mere tools for the venting of someone else's anger, leading to a fate they might not even comprehend. Recognizing that the soldiers were seasoned operatives, Black Widow understood that even if she eliminated them, it would merely result in a futile exchange of words. Bound by her responsibilities, she reluctantly raised her weapon, her eyes betraying a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness. The observational prowess of the Black Widow was truly remarkable. A brief moment of surprise was enough for her to grasp the soldier's intentions, and the lethal glint in her eyes diminished slightly. Just as she was about to speak, the thunderous roar of engines erupted from outside. A convoy of over 10 off-road vehicles sped into the courtyard, arriving at the small building in mere breaths. With a jarring screech of brakes, the convoy came to a halt, and fully armed American soldiers swiftly disembarked from the vehicles. Dozens of soldiers quickly surrounded the area, their weapons pointed unwaveringly at the Black Widow at the center. The unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered rang out in unison, and the resolute, emotionless gazes of these soldiers revealed their seasoned experience in combat, a stark contrast to the troops stationed at the laboratory. The Black Widow's expression turned icy. Not out of fear of the soldiers, she was confident that no orders would be given to fire upon her, but the military presence hinted at something ominous. Indeed, as the soldiers established their formation, footsteps echoed, and the soldiers parted to create a path. Longfellow, clad in combat boots, slowly stepped forward, brandishing a Colt .45 caliber handgun as if toying with it, yet the muzzle intentionally drifted around the Black Widow's head. Longfellow, haven't you already reported back to headquarters? What brings you here with your men? Are you here to apprehend some terrorists? The Black Widow surmised, maintaining her gun trained on the black soldier while her smile radiated an unusual brightness. Longfellow felt a chill, as a quasi-colleague. He understood all too well what the name Black Widow represented. While her smile appeared sweet to others, he prudently holstered his weapon and replied earnestly, "There may be an imminent terrorist threat to this laboratory. I've been ordered to temporarily take command here." Longfellow presented a direct authorization from the Department of Defense. His words were met with skepticism. Why would he surround the S.H.I.E.L.D. office instead of protecting the adjacent laboratory building? However, given the overlapping interests of the Department of Defense and S.H.I.E.L.D., combined with the legitimacy of his orders, his claim of protecting the laboratory was accepted as such. The Black Widow's gaze shifted. She released the soldier and retracted her weapon, adopting a more official demeanor. "I must enter." Longfellow gestured for his soldiers to lower their weapons. "You are certainly welcome to enter, but from this moment on, no one is permitted to enter or exit freely." To underscore the gravity of his statement in front of the Black Widow, Longfellow waved to the surrounding soldiers. The elite soldiers from the action team swiftly formed into pairs, with some entering the small building while others spread out to establish perimeter security and patrol the area. The Black Widow cast a penetrating glance at Longfellow before hastily making her way into the small building. Chapter 17. The military's covetous gaze upon entering the building. The Black Widow paid little heed to the soldiers' movements. Instead, she swiftly veered into the adjacent stairwell. As she jogged, she retrieved her mobile phone, only to find the signal indicator at the top of the screen replaced by a diagonal slash, indicating that the signal in this area had been effectively jammed. The Black Widow felt no surprise at this. Her gaze swiftly fell to the screen, which displayed a text message interface containing an anonymous number. The message bore a single uppercase letter, S. With her seasoned instincts, the Black Widow had already sent a distress signal at the very moment she sensed something amiss. Once she confirmed the message had been successfully dispatched, she exhaled deeply, turned off her phone, and slowed her pace toward Jin Yu's hospital room. As she approached the door, a few meters away, she spotted two armed soldiers stationed at the entrance, while the sounds of several doctors engaged in animated discussion echoed from within. Agent Romanoff, good afternoon. Before the Black Widow could fully grasp the nature of their discourse, one soldier, upon noticing her, deliberately greeted her in a loud voice. As expected, the moment the words left his lips, the discussions inside ceased abruptly, replaced by the clattering of bottles and instruments. The Black Widow furrowed her brow and, taking a few strides forward, disregarded any potential entanglement with the soldiers, stepping directly into the hospital room. There, she encountered the leader of a project from the laboratory, a silver-haired scientist, flanked by several medical personnel stationed there. It appears that my friend is gravely injured. The doctors are at an impasse and require your expertise in cellular biology. In response to the Black Widow's insinuation, the specialist merely smiled noncommittally. Your friend's body is undergoing a remarkable self-healing process. This transcends the realm of conventional medicine. I am merely here to observe and offer some suggestions. The Black Widow had no retort, merely shrugging in resignation as she made way for them to pass. Once the group had departed, she swiftly shut the hospital room door and employed a device to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire room, ensuring that no surveillance equipment was present. Satisfied, she then approached Jin Yu's bedside. Lying there, Jin Yu appeared no different from an ordinary person, devoid of any visible injuries. Yet, the Black Widow knew that despite his seemingly stable condition upon arrival, his internal organs bore the scars of considerable damage. Over the past few days, his body had been engaged in a slow and arduous process of self-repair, which was precisely why the doctors were at a loss. This unprecedented situation left them hesitant to administer any medication, fearing it might disrupt Jin Yu's extraordinary ability to heal himself. It is entirely my fault. You saved us, and I should not have brought you to this place. When I discovered you were still alive, I did not consider the implications. I should have realized sooner that being blasted away and falling from such a height without succumbing to death meant you were no ordinary person. It appears the military has taken an interest in you. I am unable to contact our people to rescue you. We cannot confront the military directly, at least not for your sake or mine. I can only reach out to my friends, hoping that one of them can arrive in time. However, my friend, you must awaken quickly. I lack the confidence to carry you in your unconscious state, even with the assistance of an exceptional archer outside. Black Widow offered a faint smile of bitterness. Jin Yu also smiled wryly, but it was within the confines of his own consciousness, facing the suspended bronze mirror. His awareness had just begun to awaken, and only after conversing with the mirror did he comprehend what had transpired with his body. He smiled ruefully, realizing he had been somewhat unfortunate. The Winter Soldier, if the heroes of the Marvel Cinematic Universe were categorized by their combat prowess, would place Hawkeye and Black Widow firmly at the bottom tier, akin to bronze. In contrast, individuals like the Winter Soldier and Captain America, having been enhanced by the Super Soldier program, would merely rank at silver tier. Well, Captain America does not count. At least, not the later version of him, though he may not be on par with the shield's capabilities. He can momentarily suppress even Thanos with his combined hammer and shield strikes. In summary, Jin Yu felt quite disheartened. As a traveler with an advantage, he had been thoroughly bested by a silver-tier adversary and was unexpectedly ambushed by his own allies, leaving his body shattered. Were it not for the bronze mirror's prompt use of its stored energy to initially mend his injuries, they would have had nothing but a pile of broken remains to retrieve from the cliff's bottom a week ago. You repaired me, but why not do so thoroughly? Why leave me in a half-mended state, uncertain of how long I must remain bedridden? Insufficient energy, the mirror replied. Repairing oneself consumes a significant amount of energy. You are currently too weak. I am now one with you. The faster I restore myself, the stronger you will become. To preserve your life this time, I have already expended half of my stored energy. The remainder will be used for gradual healing through daily energy absorption. Perhaps it was the nature of their communication within the realm of consciousness, but the mirror's voice, in this enclosed space, resonated with a sense of antiquity and weight. Lacking the mechanical tone it usually bore, it possessed the essence of a mystical artifact, as it continuously absorbed external energy through Jin Yu's body. A fact he was aware of. Most of this energy was utilized for the mirror's own restoration, with a small portion allocated to slowly transform his body. However, today he discovered that the mirror had been quite prudent and had even stored some energy. I admire your resourcefulness, but isn't this the very moment to utilize the stored energy? I am gravely injured. What purpose does saving half serve? To prevent unforeseen circumstances. The mirror succinctly replied. What unforeseen circumstances could possibly arise? I have already been reduced to a broken doll. Jin Yu harbored a hint of skepticism. Just see for yourself. As the words of the copper mirror resonated, the entire mirror began to whirl within the realm of consciousness, emanating white energy that burst forth in all directions. Jin Yu's spiritual essence was swept out of his own consciousness space and returned to his corporeal form. In the hospital room, the Black Widow was uneasy about leaving the unconscious Jin Yu behind. She remained by his side throughout the night. However, to her dismay, the anticipated rescue did not arrive. Just after dawn, Lang Faloa appeared, accompanied by a fully armed squad of soldiers who immediately aimed their weapons at the Black Widow beside the hospital bed. Chapter 18. The Arrest. Lang Faloa, what are your intentions? The Black Widow squinted her eyes, a glimmer of danger flashing within them. By order of the Department of Defense, we must take him elsewhere for treatment. I hope you will cooperate, Agent Romanoff. Lang Faloa commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting several soldiers to advance, seemingly intent on seizing Jin Yu. Stop. The Black Widow rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on Lang Faloa. Damn it, he saved all our lives. You shouldn't treat him this way. I have stated that this is an order from the Department of Defense, and he is of great importance to us. We will not harm him, and you must understand, it is all for the sake of national interests. Lang Faloa gestured for the soldiers to proceed. But before him stood the infamous Black Widow. With a powerful shove, she pushed a chair backward, using the momentum to slide and incapacitate one soldier near the bed. Then, with a single hand supporting her weight, she kicked away the firearm of another soldier. Before anyone could react, she lunged forward, seizing a rifle from one of the soldiers and aiming it at the back of his head. Gradually, she retreated to a corner, using the bewildered soldier as a shield against the others. I know what you're thinking, Lang Faloa. Keeping him locked away in a laboratory to conduct experiments on his blood cells. Don't you see that as a form of harm? Hearing her words, Lang Faloa burst into laughter. Are you seriously discussing human rights with me? How many undisclosed secrets lie within your strategic homeland defense and logistics agency? You, the world's most renowned spy, are lecturing me on human rights? I advise you to lower your weapon. Any grievances can be addressed through your superiors, but do not obstruct my mission. Otherwise, Lang Faloa's tone turned grave, and before he could finish, the surrounding soldiers expressionlessly raised their weapons, disregarding the fact that one of their own was at the mercy of the Black Widow. Her expression grew serious as she covertly glanced out the window. Several squads of fully armed soldiers stood below. In such a precarious situation, it was uncertain whether she could escape unscathed, especially with an unconscious patient in tow. Most critically, that individual should have received her message. Why had he not yet arrived? Lang Faloa possesses a certain level of capability. He stands beside the Black Widow's hospital bed, affording him a partial view of her face. Through her expressions, he surmises her thoughts with relative accuracy. It's futile. You will receive no assistance. The message you sent yesterday was intercepted by us. You wretched scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the Black Widow could not suppress her expletives, forcefully pressing the barrel of her gun against the soldier's nape. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. Under normal circumstances, Lang Faloa would prefer to avoid direct conflict with the infamous Black Widow, as it could lead to a myriad of troublesome consequences. Moreover, should the notorious Black Widow unleash her fury, despite his thorough preparations, catastrophic casualties would be inevitable. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, his demeanor remained resolute. After uttering those words, Lang Faloa drew his handgun. 10, 9, 5. As the countdown progressed, Lang Faloa's pace slowed. The Black Widow understood that he was desperately attempting to avert confrontation. Yet she was equally aware that the military higher-ups behind the scenes would stop at nothing to secure their objective. Even if it meant ending her life on the spot, nothing would change the outcome. Could she bear to watch Jin Yu being taken away? That was inconceivable. Once he was taken, who could predict where the military would conceal him? Retrieving him would become an arduous task. Additionally, she had vaguely heard whispers of a clandestine military experiment yielding uncontrollable green monstrosities, and she had no desire to witness Jin Yu succumb to such a fate. Her escape from the Red Room was made possible through Hawkeye's trust and perseverance, allowing her to join the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau to pursue what she deemed right. Now, asking her to abandon her savior and comrade, compelling her to make a decision against her own convictions, was equally unthinkable. However, stubborn resistance would only ensnare both of them in peril, leaving no viable solution to their predicament. 3, 2. The countdown continued, beads of sweat forming on the Black Widow's brow. Lang Faloa tightened his grip on the handgun, inhaling deeply. If cooperation was not forthcoming, he would have no choice but to eliminate the Black Widow and forcibly take Jin Yu. As for the ensuing bureaucratic wrangling between the military and the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, it should not implicate a minor player like him. Just as both parties found themselves in a stalemate, Jin Yu on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. However, his condition bore no resemblance to that of a patient just roused from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, any hint of confusion vanished in less than a second, replaced by a piercing intensity, tinged with a hint of ferocity. At last, you have awakened. Quickly, take him away. The voices of Black Widow and Langfaro resonated almost simultaneously. Black Widow's tone was one of surprise. If Jin Yu's body had sufficiently recovered, she was confident that together they could subdue Langfaro and break through. Langfaro, on the other hand, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, especially when Jin Yu opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon him. It was a disconcerting reminder that Jin Yu, in the heat of battle, had once been the target of a rocket propelled by him, sending him plummeting off a cliff. While one could rationalize that act as a desperate measure against an overwhelmingly powerful foe, after Jin Yu's return, Langfaro had promptly reported Jin Yu's inexplicably potent regenerative abilities to the military, seeking to claim credit for himself, a decidedly ignoble maneuver. Their words had barely left their lips when Jin Yu gently raised his hands. Without apparent exertion, he lightly struck the bed on which he lay. With a thunderous crash, the bed, constructed of exceptionally strong plastic, collapsed to the ground. Clad in a patient gown, Jin Yu effortlessly stood upright, propelled by the force of that single strike. You treacherous wretch, having blasted me from behind, and now you dare to attempt to seize me? Chapter 19. The anomalous Jin Yu's statement was clearly not a question. He had no need for Langfaro's response. Almost instantaneously, he appeared before Langfaro, extending his right hand to seize Langfaro's throat. Despite Langfaro's towering stature of over 6 feet, Jin Yu lifted him effortlessly, as if he were merely a small cat or dog, his feet dangling in midair. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a child playing with a pet. But Langfaro's frantic attempts to pry Jin Yu's fingers from his throat, his face flushed with exertion, indicated that Jin Yu's grip was anything but gentle. Jin, please, Black Widow. Fearing that Jin Yu might inadvertently strangle Langfaro, attempted to intervene, but her words remained unspoken. Surrounding soldiers swiftly trained their weapons on Jin Yu, fingers poised on triggers, ready to fire. Boom. Amidst the imminent threat of gunfire, Jin Yu's perception of time seemed to alter, propelling him into a speed far beyond what he had previously exhibited. With a casual flick, he hurled Langfaro to the ground, transforming into a whirlwind of motion. The sounds of screams and grunts filled the air as chaos erupted. In mere moments, the soldiers in the ward found themselves utterly outmatched. It could not be said that they had no means to retaliate, but rather they could not even catch a glimpse of Jin Yu's shadow. With the exception of Black Widow, all others lay incapacitated on the floor, their cries echoing through the room. At that moment, the door burst open again. Soldiers stationed outside, alarmed by the commotion within, rushed in with weapons drawn. Jin Yu, upon hearing the sound, did not turn his head but swiftly reached out to grasp the soldier in front of Black Widow. With a deft flick of his wrist, a human-shaped projectile flew forth, striking the 2 clumsy soldiers who had rushed in from outside with precision, resulting in a muffled thud as all 3 collapsed into unconsciousness. The display of power, speed, and reflexes exhibited by Jin Yu at this moment surpassed that of his earlier confrontation with the Winter Soldier by leaps and bounds. Had he possessed such combat prowess previously, the Winter Soldier might not have stood a chance against him. Logically, given Jin Yu's current state of injury, his fighting ability should have diminished. Thus, the scene before Black Widow was somewhat beyond her comprehension. In response to her unvoiced questions, Jin Yu merely waved his hand dismissively and bypassed the hospital bed. Earlier, when he had struck Langfaro, he had employed a measure of finesse. The forceful blow had left Langfaro dazed, but had not inflicted severe damage. After a brief moment, Langfaro had nearly regained his composure, though he had yet to react. Jin Yu had already crossed over the bed, delivering a swift stomp to Langfaro's right wrist. While this blow did not unleash his full strength, it was by no means gentle. The sound of a sickening crack echoed as Langfaro's wrist was crushed, reducing it to a bloody pulp. Now a mere thin patty adhered to the floor. Langfaro, a man of considerable grit, refrained from screaming in agony. Instead, he let out a low, beastly roar, beads of sweat erupting from his brow. "This is for that explosion you orchestrated behind my back," Jin Yu uttered, his gaze void of any compassion, speaking softly as he lowered his head. "And this is for saving you, only for you to conspire to hand me over to the military?" As he spoke, Jin Yu delivered another vicious stomp, this time with his left foot. With both hands now reduced to mere pulp, Langfaro could no longer endure the agony. letting out a chilling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Oh, so you're still conscious?" Jin Yu, now seemingly transformed into another person, reflected a stark departure from his usual demeanor. While revenge was inevitable, he would typically refrain from such brutal violence. Yet, the Jin Yu of the present, observing Lang Pharaoh's anguished cries, merely expressed a curious admiration before lifting his foot once more, this time aiming for Lang Pharaoh's right knee. Jin Yu. Just as he was about to deliver the blow, Black Widow's voice, tinged with reproach, interjected. Jin Yu halted, turning to face her, only to see that she had somehow replaced her weapon with his handgun, now pointed squarely at him. Confusion and a hint of anger flickered in his eyes as he questioned, "You dare to aim a gun at me?" You may have no objections to his demise. Yet there is no need to subject him to undue torment. Do not allow your wrath to govern your emotions, especially considering we still require his assistance to escape. The Black Widow observed the noticeably disturbed Jin Yu, tilting her head to glance out the window. The anguished cries of Longfellow had already attracted the attention of the soldiers outside, who were now rushing towards the small building. Jin Yu looked at the Black Widow, then cast his gaze down at the writhing Longfellow on the ground, the fervent ferocity in his eyes gradually diminishing. He nodded slightly, bent down, and hoisted Longfellow up. However, Longfellow continued to scream loudly, prompting Jin Yu to furrow his brow. Grasping his hair, he forcefully directed his head towards the wall. And with a resounding thud, Longfellow's neck twisted, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In this laboratory, Longfellow was temporarily the highest authority. After Jin Yu and the Black Widow had taken him hostage, the soldiers complied with her orders, promptly bringing a vehicle and gathering all the available cars in the vicinity, allowing the Black Widow to orchestrate a grand explosion. Hundreds of soldiers could only watch helplessly as their commander was taken away. However, after the vehicle had traveled about 100 meters, it came to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. The doors swung open, and Longfellow was unceremoniously discarded from the car, akin to refuse being tossed aside, landing heavily on the roadside. The soldiers rushed over, but upon seeing Longfellow's condition, even those seasoned in battle gasped in horror. His hands were incapacitated, and they could see that not only were his arms broken, but his knees had also been violently shattered, and several ribs were fractured. He lay limply on the ground, visibly struggling for breath. In the driver's seat, the Black Widow, having confirmed the absence of pursuers, furrowed her brow and glanced at Jin Yu in the rearview mirror, questioning, "You might as well have killed him outright. There was no need for such torment." Just then, Jin Yu began to utter a response, but suddenly, a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth, and with a tilt of his head, he fainted. Chapter 20. The Escape. When Jin Yu opened his eyes once more, the first sight that greeted him was a vividly colored ceiling. Though he did not fully comprehend the significance of these hues, it was evident that the patterns bore a striking Islamic influence. As he surveyed the room, the carpets, cabinets, and even the floral designs beside the bed all echoed the same stylistic theme. The once surging power within him had dissipated entirely. The remaining energy from the copper mirror had provided him with a temporary boost. Yet, why was it merely temporary? As Jin Yu's body continues to undergo a gradual strengthening, it is unwise to abruptly increase the exertion of power. Moreover, the injuries he sustained have yet to fully heal. As his strength wanes, the previously recovering wounds have begun to fluctuate once more. However, there is no significant cause for concern, yet this time, it is evident that a period of recuperation is essential. Jin Yu rose from his bed to assess his physical condition. He found that rising and walking posed no issues. Yet, upon exerting even the slightest effort, a tingling sensation coursed through his bones, indicating that he must indeed assume the role of a patient for the time being. "Mirror," he inquired, "how long must I endure this condition? How long until your energy can completely restore my body?" The series of recent misfortunes had left Jin Yu feeling somewhat insecure. "At least 2 months. Your previous strength was far too ferocious for you. The muscles, meridians, and bones in your body are riddled with fractures. It is crucial that you focus on rest, or you risk falling apart." "What? 2 months? Aren't you capable of absorbing and converting energy daily to aid in my recovery?" Jin Yu exclaimed in frustration, feeling that 2 months was an excessively long duration. 2 months is a conservative estimate. In reality, it should be a bit quicker. My stored energy has been depleted, and in this forthcoming period, I must reabsorb and store energy to expedite your recovery. We are currently far too weak to defend ourselves against any dangers. We must hasten the process. The words of the bronze mirror held a profound truth. Had it not been for its foresight in storing energy, Jin Yu would have never managed to navigate this crisis. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the mirror's implication of lacking self-defense capabilities and their vulnerability. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the validity of its observations. Setting aside the formidable superheroes and villains that lay ahead, even a single Winter Soldier had nearly cornered him into a retreat. If Jin Yu wished to thrive in the Marvel Universe, it was indeed imperative that he cultivate a stronger power. With this thought, Jin Yu refrained from further dialogue with the bronze mirror, allowing it to fall into slumber and concentrating on absorbing energy to mend himself. He wandered slowly to the window, gazing outside. Before him stood a crimson, old-fashioned residential building, similar to the surrounding structures. A road with scant traffic sprawled before it, and across the street lay an endless expanse of ocean. Nestled by the sea, the scenery was picturesque, devoid of any towering skyscrapers or conspicuous landmarks, suggesting it was not a large city. Jin Yu pondered where Black Widow had transported him. Nonetheless, it appeared quite pleasant. Facing the sea with a temperate climate, an excellent place for convalescence. Just as Jin Yu contemplated exploring the various rooms to familiarize himself with the house, the door creaked open. Black Widow entered, clad in a pink hoodie layered beneath a jacket, her auburn hair casually tied into a ponytail and topped with a baseball cap, exuding a relaxed aura. It seemed as though her entire demeanor radiated youthfulness and playfulness. Calculating the time, within the cinematic universe, the Black Widow was born in 1984, making her merely 23 or 24 years old at this moment. It must be said that the Black Widow, in her prime, is truly remarkable, her complexion radiant and luminous. Brimming with collagen, Jin Yu found herself momentarily taken aback. The youthful Scarlett Johansson is undeniably stunning, and for those who believe the Scarlet, which is more beautiful, I suggest comparing photos of both during the same period. Personally, I only find the Scarlet which breathtaking in the American version of Old Boy. Those who understand, understand. Wow. Jin Yu exaggerated her expression, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. She then let out a resounding whistle before laughing and saying, "So, we are preparing for a vacation, are we? What are the plans? A student trip or a honeymoon for newlyweds? I personally recommend the latter, as we are not exactly young anymore. Portraying a married couple would suit us much better. When I first met you, you seemed like a student, but after your injury, you awakened as a bloodthirsty beast. What kind of persona have you assumed this time? A roguish street urchin? As an exceptional agent, the Black Widow possesses remarkably acute senses. Although she only uttered a single phrase upon entering, she discerned that the bloodthirsty and violent aura surrounding Jin Yu had vanished. Thus, she made a jest of moderate wit. The first time we met, we were still strangers. Regarding the events that transpired before, I employed a method to temporarily enhance my physical strength, albeit with the side effect of stimulating the brain and exacerbating my injuries. Jin Yu shrugged with a hint of resignation. His subsequent words were indeed truthful. The temporary surge in strength granted by the copper mirror certainly provoked a certain mental stimulation, rendering one irritable, volatile, and bloodthirsty. It is akin to a type of stimulant? The Black Widow inquired, turning to place a leather bag on the coffee table in the living room. Precisely. It resembles a stimulant, albeit with a more potent effect. Jin Yu nodded, stepping out to glimpse the contents of the bag: bread, milk, fruits, everything one might need, suggesting they would remain in this place for a while. The house was modest, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room. The restroom was located to the left upon entry, while the right housed an open kitchen, accompanied by a square dining table. Ahead, to the left and right, were the bedrooms, leading into a living room with a balcony. The square abode exuded warmth. The Black Widow stood at the kitchen table, arranging items in the refrigerator, while Jin Yu plopped down onto the sofa, asking, "What is this place? A safe house?" "Sort of. This place was purchased under a forged identity, known solely to myself. You see, my profession necessitates constant vigilance, hence my acquisition of this residence. When I have the opportunity, I come here to experience the life of an ordinary person. Welcome to Batumi, Georgia, a charming seaside town." Once the Black Widow had organized her belongings, she joined Jin Yu on the sofa, her words tinged with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 21. Georgia in his previous life. Jin Yu was an avid admirer of Marvel films, possessing a profound understanding of Black Widow's character. From a tender age, she was thrust into the Red Room, enduring torturous training, ultimately transforming into a human weapon. It was not until her encounter with Hawkeye that she managed to extricate herself from the clutches of the Red Room and join S.H.I.E.L.D. The allure of S.H.I.E.L.D. for her stemmed from Nick Fury's ideology of safeguarding the world, serving as a means for Black Widow to bid farewell to her past and seek atonement for her transgressions. This was evident in the film Avengers: Endgame. 5 years post the Thanos incident, while Hawkeye remained ensnared by his hatred, the others embarked on their lives anew. Only Black Widow lingered in the desolate base, apprehensive of any looming cataclysms on Earth. Deep within her, however, lay an intense yearning for an ordinary life replete with family, though she believed herself unworthy of such a reality. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in this tangible world, Jin Yu discovered facets of Black Widow's life that remained largely concealed. While he empathized with the solitude she felt, he found it challenging to express it directly, opting instead to shift the conversation's focus. "A house unknown to anyone, then," he remarked. "So, this act of saving me is indeed your personal endeavor, is it not? We are isolated and vulnerable, and you, for my sake, have betrayed your superior in the government. Oh my, how utterly moving. My irresistible charm." Black Widow's attention was successfully captured by Jin Yu, who playfully delivered a punch to his chest, exclaiming, "How did I not notice before that you possess such a silver tongue? However, you are mistaken. I have not betrayed my superior. I trust him completely. Yet, one must acknowledge that government agencies are rife with chaos and complications. I believe he will resolve this matter, though it may take some time. For now, let us consider it a vacation. As for saving you, it is because you rescued me, and we have fought together. You are my comrade, my partner, my savior. I could never abandon you. I understand you harbor secrets, but as long as you refrain from causing harm to others, it is your prerogative, and no one has the right to interfere. Regarding your charm, you are quite decent looking, though not to my taste. Perhaps you are a tad too self-assured, mysterious martial arts prodigy from Huaxia." With a raised eyebrow, she concluded with a teasing provocation. "Very well," Jin Yu replied, collapsing onto the sofa with a nonchalant spread of his arms. "I comprehend. You are a secret agent, a super spy. The kind of person who appears incredibly cool in films, and it's undoubtedly difficult for you to admit that. No worries. You can secretly slip a love letter into my socks while I slumber. I shall play along and feign ignorance of your authorship. You know, expressing love is essential, even in an anonymous manner. Otherwise, harboring it within can disrupt your pituitary gland, ultimately leading to hormonal imbalances and acne. Are you not concerned?" Jin Yu's words caused Black Widow to collapse onto the sofa, laughing with a sound reminiscent of a goose's honk. In a long-abandoned underground shelter in Washington, a remnant from the Second World War, the world had changed dramatically since the war concluded. The United States emerged as the primary victor, and the city's development surged at an unprecedented pace, paralleled by extensive underground sewer systems. By the late 1990s, as the global movement for environmental protection gained momentum, the capital of the world's most developed nation naturally took the lead. Consequently, the existing sewer systems underwent a comprehensive renovation, with some new lines being established while others were permanently decommissioned, coupled with the disused subway routes. This led to Washington boasting one of the most intricate labyrinths of underground passages in the world, where no one could ascertain whether a given passage would lead to the sea or an abandoned subway station. Without specialized means, searching for a World War II shelter underground would be a fool's errand. This very uniqueness rendered this particular shelter one of the safest places in Washington, if not the entire globe. This compact refuge had been transformed into a modest safe house, one of Nick Fury's secret bases, known to no more than 5 individuals worldwide. Today, however, most of them had gathered here. "Damn it. You have no idea how much trouble Natasha has caused me. The military has long harbored grievances against us, and now they seize this opportunity. I spent the entire night explaining to those hypocritical politicians. A rectangular dining table surrounded by Fury's most trusted subordinates, Hawkeye, Agent Hill, and the earnest Coulson, was occupied as Fury stood before them, vociferously voicing his frustrations. I am your leader. I should bear the brunt of the troubles you create. Yet, I have canceled all my appointments today to come to this godforsaken place merely to discuss how we might resolve this issue. And you, Hawkeye? Want to even tell me where Natasha is?" Fury exclaimed, thumping the table in anger. Faced with his boss's thunderous outburst, Hawkeye could only roll his eyes in exasperation. "I genuinely don't know, boss. You know how it is in our line of work. Everyone has their own top-secret safe house. How could I possibly know? She merely sent me an email asking me to relay everything to you." After speaking, Hawkeye, feeling somewhat awkward under Fury's piercing gaze, turned to Agent Hill and Coulson. "Moreover, this isn't Natasha's fault. That young man saved them, including the team. Yet, those military bastards want to take him back for human experimentation. If I were in his position, I'd have reacted the same way." "Silence. I am not here to debate right or wrong. My intention is to express that the Romanoff agent should have returned at the earliest opportunity, allowing me to assist in addressing this matter, rather than hiding away and leaving me to clean up the mess." Nick Fury's finger was nearly poking at Hawkeye's head when, ultimately, it was the honest Coulson who could no longer bear the situation and interjected. "I believe Natasha merely wished to avoid causing us trouble, and given the circumstances at the time, her successful escape was commendable. To return from halfway across the globe would have presented countless unforeseen challenges. Indeed, life is invariably filled with unpredictable troubles, much like that wretched Eastern fellow. What was his name? Jin Yu. That's right, Jin Yu. After breaking free from military control, they turned Ferranro into a deflated doll, and before any rescue could be undertaken, he perished. I care not for that scoundrel's life, but this has brought me immense trouble. Damn it, I despise such uncontrollable complications. Nick Fury's fury shifted towards Coulson, while Agent Hill, who had intended to speak, wisely fell silent upon witnessing Fury's reddened eye. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. After a prolonged moment, as he regained his composure, Nick Fury coldly declared, "This matter cannot be brushed aside. Let Natasha inform that fellow that he owes me a favor." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. The fallout between Black Widow and the military was not of great concern. The crux lay with Jin Yu, who was the military's primary target, and with casualties involved, they would not relent easily. However, Fury's words indicated that he possessed the confidence to resolve the situation. As for that so-called favor, it was rumored that Jin Yu possessed extraordinary physical attributes, suggesting that Nick Fury had taken a keen interest, particularly since he was overseeing a superhuman initiative. Chapter 22. The vacation life of the two 1.5 months later, Batumi, Georgia. Dinner time. With Jin Yu's exclamation, Black Widow, who had been enjoying the sea breeze on the balcony while watching the sunset, sprang to her feet. Over the past month, she had truly opened her eyes. She had long heard that the culinary delights of China were unparalleled, and while there were several Chinese restaurants in the United States offering hot pot and dim sum, she had never anticipated that the gastronomy of a single nation could be so richly diverse. In nearly 50 days, she had experienced a myriad of different flavors. Over 100 classic dishes from various cuisines, immersing the super spy in a veritable ocean of culinary indulgence. 3 years spent in the kitchen have not been in vain for Jin Yu. While it may be somewhat exaggerated to claim he has mastered over 100 dishes, the essence of cooking lies in the principle that once you grasp one method, you can master them all. With ample time on his hands, he spends each day perusing recipes online and contemplating what to prepare. After 3 years as an apprentice, Jin Yu has developed a solid foundation in culinary skills. Although some of his dishes may not reach the standards of renowned chefs, he is more than capable of impressing the likes of Black Widow. In a few swift steps, Jin Yu approached the dining table, where he had prepared a seafood sauce featuring shrimp and shellfish. This delightful concoction was crafted using a medley of ingredients including lemon, green and red chilies, soy sauce, salt, sugar, fish sauce, and pepper, all blended with water to create a sumptuous sauce. The boiled shrimp and shellfish were then immersed in this mixture and refrigerated for an hour, resulting in a refreshing dish infused with a hint of chili aroma that would surely tantalize Black Widow's taste buds. Additionally, he had sautéed some vegetable hearts procured from a fellow countryman at the Chinese supermarket, tossing them with minced garlic until they gleamed vibrantly, their lush green hue promising a delectable experience. Nevertheless, 2 dishes would hardly suffice, and the table also featured a large bowl of ingredients unfamiliar to Black Widow, including bean sprouts, beef, chilies, minced garlic, and cilantro, creating a chaotic appearance that lacked discernible fragrance. "What is this dish? It looks rather unappetizing," Black Widow remarked, observing Jin Yu's diligent preparations. Though his culinary prowess had long since won her over, today's offering seemed less than appealing. "Do you know what the finest virtue of humanity is? It is patience. The most exquisite things often reveal themselves in due time. As a secret agent, you ought to remain composed, should you not?" Jin Yu turned to her, noticing the urgency in her expression as she gripped a pair of chopsticks and awaited the outcome. "Allow me to perform a little magic for you," he declared. With that, he swiftly poured hot oil from a pot over the chaotic medley in the bowl. The sizzling oil infused life into the ingredients, beef, chilies, garlic, and cilantro, awakening their flavors in an instant and releasing an irresistible aroma that wafted through the air. "My heavens! This is astonishing," Black Widow exclaimed, her mouth agape. Jin Yu was indeed right. It felt as though magic was unfolding before her eyes. This remarkable Chinese culinary art transcended mere cooking. It was artistry. Were she in a restaurant, she would gladly pay for the experience of watching the chef's performance without even tasting the dish. Despite her verbal reservations, Black Widow wasted no time. With chopsticks in hand, she deftly retrieved a piece of tender beef from the bowl, disregarding the still bubbling oil, and popped it into her mouth. As she chewed, her enchanting eyes narrowed into crescent moons, revealing her surrender to the dish's allure even before she had savored it fully. "Absolutely splendid. I find it difficult to articulate. Yet undeniably, it is delightful." Without a moment's pause to regard Jin Yu, I promptly lowered my head and launched a relentless assault on the array of dishes before me. Jin Yu chuckled and shook her head. Fortunately, the Black Widow engages in various forms of exercise every day without fail. Otherwise, given her voracious appetite, she would surely become quite portly. After thoroughly relishing the meal, the two tidied up and, just as dusk began to settle, embarked on their daily ritual of walking. This habit had unknowingly developed between them, and neither could recall who initiated it. Each morning, they would rise early for a run, followed by breakfast. Then a brief midday respite. In the afternoons, they would each indulge in their personal interests, basking in the sun. The Black Widow would brew a pot of coffee, while Jin Yu typically prepared a delicate tea ceremony with his small tea set, allowing them both to enjoy a moment of reading. After dinner, they would venture out for a stroll along the seaside. Over the course of the past month, their familiarity and rapport deepened, their daily routines became comfortably monotonous, and their conversations grew increasingly casual, interspersed with playful banter. They resembled close friends sharing a flat, living together as equals, albeit as a man and a woman, which inevitably led to occasional awkward or ambiguous moments. Yet, as if prearranged, they instinctively shifted the topic whenever such instances arose. During their walks, they strolled side by side, maintaining a distance of about a foot, speaking in hushed tones that were audible, yet ensuring their hands never brushed against one another. While it was termed a stroll, their excursion was merely to visit a supermarket situated a considerable distance from the seaside square to procure fruits. This establishment, discovered by Jin Yu, was run by a Chinese proprietor and boasted an impressive selection of fruits and vegetables, as well as a variety of seasonings from across China. Since uncovering this gem, Jin Yu had made it a nightly routine to wander there, stocking up on ingredients for the following day's meals. The seaside square itself is a renowned locale in Batumi, primarily distinguished by a pair of towering steel sculptures, known as Ali and Nino. These figures, each 8 meters high and crafted from steel rings, represent the protagonists of a poignant love story. Each sculpture is composed of interspaced steel rings, with fixed steel rods on one side of their bodies and movable bases beneath them. Every evening at 7, these sculptures move toward one another, using the varying heights of the rings to allow 90% of their forms to intertwine and exchange positions. This act is said to symbolize the journey of two lovers as they draw near, embrace, and eventually drift apart, echoing the tragic narrative of the novel, wherein Ali sacrifices his life on the battlefield to protect his homeland, leaving the couple unable to grow old together. The steel sculptures are renowned not only locally, but throughout Eastern Europe. Jin Yu and Black Widow pass by this location daily, and have certainly heard the tale. Recently, the pedestal of the steel sculpture happened to be in disrepair, rendering it immobile, as it was reportedly undergoing maintenance. However, it appears that today, the repairs have been completed. Just as Jin Yu and his companion were passing near the sculptures, a sudden crack echoed, and the lights surrounding the square illuminated, including the colorful LED strips along the seaside railings. With the sound of engines igniting, the enormous steel statues began to move, slowly approaching one another. The statues, Ali and Nino, were completed in 2010, while Jin Yu finds himself in the year 2007. For the sake of the narrative, let us consider this a romantic memory for the Black Widow and him. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Romance. Wow, we are truly fortunate. The last time I visited, these statues were still under repair, and now I thought I wouldn't see them again. It seems our luck is holding. The sentimentality of a woman often surpasses that of a man, especially when it comes to tales of love. Thus, Black Widow pulled Jin Yu to sit on a long bench by the sea. Did you know? This is a tragic yet romantic love story. Ali and Nino could have loved each other for a lifetime and built their own family, but war claimed Ali's life. The locals erected these statues to commemorate their love. Jin Yu had heard this story before. As a seasoned internet enthusiast in his past life, he had encountered countless melodramatic love tales. He remained non-committal but observed Black Widow, whose face was alight with emotion, and merely shrugged in acknowledgement. As a seasoned operative, Black Widow was adept at reading emotions. Noticing Jin Yu's dismissive demeanor, she playfully kicked him and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you find this story lacking in emotion? Or do you think such love is utterly insignificant in your eyes?" Jin Yu chuckled at her playful reprimand. "You can be moved all you want, but must you insist that others share in your sentiment? However, since you've asked, I shan't shatter your illusions." He shot her a sideways glance, ostentatiously lit a cigarette, and leisurely spoke. Such stories abound. In the hearts of people, it is often the unattainable love that is deemed the most beautiful. Ali and Nino, Romeo and Juliet, and in our culture, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. A doctor and a snake. No, I mean, by Nyangzi and Su Xian. The lovers in these tales are deeply in love, yet remain apart due to societal status, systems, family, war, and other constraints. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that numerous instances abound in contemporary society where couples are separated due to factors such as financial constraints, geographical distance, and differing lifestyles. Their experiences mirror the essence of romantic tales, as external circumstances disrupt their love. Such narratives unfold daily, surrounding us. Yet we seldom witness tears of poignancy from those affected. As for the statue, it serves not as a tribute to the couple's love, but rather as a means for individuals to evoke their own emotions or to nurture a belief in love and beauty. For instance, Jin Yu casually gestured towards an elderly couple in the distance, where the man leaned on a cane, trembling, while the woman, with a mix of exasperation and concern, held onto his arm. Observe this, for it exemplifies the truest form of love, unlike the figures represented by the statue, who did not reach their journey's end. Consider, if war had not intervened, Ali and Nino might have found themselves embroiled in trivial disputes years later, or perhaps arguing over financial matters and child-rearing issues, leading to daily frustrations. It is entirely plausible that, after many years, they would have lost their emotional connection, each straying into infidelity, with their lives in disarray and harboring mutual disdain. Stop. Enough. By Cupid's arrow, you should be struck down, you despicable wretch. For you have tarnished this narrative. Black Widow felt a twinge of frustration for engaging in this discourse with Jin Yu. Jin Yu laughed heartily. You see, with just a few casual remarks, I have shattered your idealistic reverie of this tale. Human nature is such, much like this sculpture. It is not a memorial for anyone's romance. Rather, it reflects the busy lives of individuals who lack the time to discover and nurture the beauty around them, yet still wish to proclaim the splendor within their hearts. Thus, we have these two statues, a manifestation of hypocrisy, as we say, wanting to be virtuous while engaging in vice. If one desires to lose weight, let them run. If one seeks wealth, let them take action. And if one wishes for a beautiful love, they must cherish those around them, seizing each day and nurturing their current relationships. The future will undoubtedly be bright. There is no need to gaze upon a statue and lament love, only to forget one's own spouse's birthday. This mirrors certain acquaintances who, on Mother's Day or Father's Day, proclaim grandiose sentiments online, extolling the virtues of parental love, yet fail to return home for a simple meal with their parents. I never realized you harbored such youthful indignation, Black Widow remarked as she observed Jin Yu growing increasingly animated. I wouldn't say that. Rather, I have simply encountered too many hypocritical individuals. Jin Yu's words were heartfelt, drawing from a lifetime filled with such encounters. Every Father's Day, he would see people extolling paternal greatness, while their fathers might not even be familiar with the WeChat application. Typically, during such times, Jin Yu would leave a comment. Thank you, my child. I have received your blessings. The Black Widow gazed blankly at Jin Yu. After over a month of acquaintance, Jin Yu's demeanor struck her as entirely different from that of outsiders. Her past experiences and environment had left her surrounded by individuals devoid of normalcy, where daily discussions revolved around murder, rescue, or intelligence gathering. Yet, Jin Yu, with earnestness, would engage her in conversations about what to eat the following day, the ideal quantity of milk and sugar to enhance the flavor of coffee, and which flavor of chips would complement their movie night. This sensation was peculiar. For the Black Widow, such matters seemed trivial, inconsequential, and not worthy of contemplation. However, witnessing Jin Yu's sincere engagement in these seemingly mundane activities evoked a profound sense of comfort and tranquility within her. Indeed, tranquility it was. Observing Jin Yu's earnest deliberation over their meals and his passionate discourse regarding love and familial bonds imbued her with a delightful sense of life's essence. His earlier remarks, in the vernacular of her past life, could be deemed as the musings of the underprivileged. Successful individuals would not concern themselves with such trivialities. Yet, it was precisely this down-to-earth charm that captivated the Black Widow the most. Perhaps you are right. Believing in the beauty of life and seizing the present moment makes me suddenly feel that this moment is indeed beautiful. Would you care to seize it? As Jin Yu concluded, the Black Widow unexpectedly spoke softly. The glimmer in her eyes conveyed a depth akin to a serene autumn lake, imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Her lips, adorned with a hue unknown to Jin Yu, appeared particularly full and dewy, creating an unforeseen romantic atmosphere that enveloped them like a pink whirlpool, drawing Jin Yu in. At that moment, both minds were blank, free from the need to consciously manipulate their bodies. They drew closer like the statues of Ollie and Nino, inching nearer and nearer. Chapter 24. The disappearance of Tony Stark. The ambience here is splendid, truly an ideal setting for a kiss. As a rendezvous spot, it is undoubtedly a fine choice. Out of nowhere, a voice shattered their intimate atmosphere, halting them at the brink of contact. Damn it, Nick, Jin Yu exclaimed, turning to glare at the source of the interruption. Clad in a long black coat, bald, and sporting an eye patch, it was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jean, this is my boss, Nick Fury, the Black Widow explained to Jin Yu, her tone tinged with exasperation. It seems our vacation has come to an end. That damned Hawkeye has ruined my retreat. This has nothing to do with Clint. It was I who instructed Agent Hill to locate you. You two have been gallivanting about, jogging, shopping at the supermarket, oblivious to the cameras. It was not difficult to find you. This aspect was indeed overlooked by Black Widow. Ever since Hawkeye informed her that Nick Fury was entangled in bureaucratic disputes with the military and that no action was being taken on their part, she did not take special measures to conceal their whereabouts, particularly that of Jin Yu. She simply did not anticipate that Nick Fury would come directly to them. After explaining to Black Widow, Nick Fury turned his gaze toward Jin Yu. Young man, you have abducted my most formidable agent and caused me a considerable dilemma. For the past month, I have been cleaning up after you, and now that I stand before you, instead of welcoming me with open arms, you dare to call me a bastard? Jin Yu rolled his eyes toward the sky, initially addressing Black Widow with an air of seriousness. I wager $10 that your boss certainly has no wife, and is, in fact, a bastard who has never known a woman in his life. After muttering this under his breath, he turned his attention back to Nick Fury. You ought to understand that I am merely an ordinary tourist. It was your people who dragged me into your affairs, and when faced with danger, I intervened to save your agents. And guess what? During the skirmish, I was blasted to the bottom of a cliff by one of my own with a rocket launcher, only to be taken for experimentation afterward. As I lay on the hospital bed, severely injured, the only person protecting me was Natasha, with dozens of guns aimed at her head. And there were just the two of us, both wounded and unarmed. For God's sake, there was no support whatsoever, none. The chaos stemmed from your actions. I merely acted in self-defense. You helping us is merely your obligation, understand, Mr. Boss? Jin Yu was genuinely enraged, on the brink of confrontation. At that moment, Nick Fury interjected with his unwarranted remarks, interrupting them. Such an occurrence should have been met with divine retribution. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly poking Nick Fury in the face with his finger. Nick Fury, a man of high standing, had not been spoken to in such a manner for a long time. After a moment of shock, he was not willing to be outdone, and his prominent forehead nearly pressed against Jin Yu's. Listen, young man. It is true that we became entangled in your situation, but after you escaped, you proceeded to kill that military official in front of hundreds of soldiers. Then you abducted my best agent, my finest. By all accounts, you have come out ahead. Had I not shown up just now, would I have had to grant Natasha a month-long honeymoon? Also, when you whisper insults about others being bastards, please do so more quietly. I may not have a wife, but I have many women, quite a few in fact. Do you understand? Especially those divorced ladies. They are quite fond of tall, well-built men like myself. Do you comprehend? As Nick Fury emphasized the last point, he lowered his gaze to scrutinize Jin Yu's lower abdomen, which made Jin Yu feel his male dignity was being undermined. Is being black so impressive? Let us compare right here, you bastard. Just as Jin Yu was about to leap up and spar with Nick Fury, the increasingly agitated Black Widow stood up to mediate. Enough. Stop arguing. Regardless of who is right or wrong, the matter has passed. What is important is that it has been resolved, hasn't it? Let us get to the point, Nick. You wouldn't come all this way for no reason. What is it? While speaking, she cast an admonishing glance at Jin Yu, her sparkling eyes extinguishing much of his ire, prompting him to mutter a few choice words before he plopped back down. Tony Stark, Nick Fury declared, returning Jin Yu's gesture with a middle finger before continuing. The owner of Stark Industries, a genius scientist and a world-renowned weapons expert, Tony Stark has gone missing following an attack on his convoy in Afghanistan. It's almost certain he has been kidnapped by Afghan terrorists. Do you comprehend the implications? Securing Stark means possessing the largest arsenal in the world, which poses a grave threat. The military is on full alert, and our team is diligently searching for him. It has been 3 days, 3 entire days, without a single lead. We can't keep this under wraps for much longer. Within 2 days, the media will uncover it. With no one around, Nick Fury spoke without lowering his voice. Jin Yu listened intently, and a realization dawned upon him. It seemed the saga of Iron Man was about to unfold. However, Nick Fury's specific summoning of Black Widow suggested he sought her assistance in locating the future Iron Man. This particular subplot did not appear in the films, leaving Jin Yu to ponder whether his presence had altered the course of events. As soon as Nick Fury finished speaking, Black Widow grasped the gravity of the situation. The complexities of the scenario in Afghanistan were dire. Should Tony Stark fall into the hands of terrorists, they could exploit him to manufacture the most advanced and terrifying weapons, potentially shifting the global balance of power and igniting a super war that could devastate countless innocents. This was a fate Black Widow, devoted to atoning for her past, was determined to avert. With this thought, Black Widow regained her super agent composure. She first cast a heartfelt glance at Jin Yu before turning to Nick Fury. I am ready to depart for Afghanistan at any moment to locate Stark's place of captivity. Nick Fury nodded in approval. Compared to Coulson or Hawkeye, Black Widow was undoubtedly more suited for this mission. In the tumultuous Middle East, a red-haired woman from a country would certainly be better positioned to gather intelligence than a bespectacled, suited man from M country. We can set off tomorrow. But not just you, it will be you all, Nick Fury said with a smile. What? Me? Jin Yu exclaimed, springing to his feet, bewildered. Chapter 25. Kandahar. Not only Jin Yu, but even Black Widow looked at Nick Fury in confusion. Jin Yu is not one of their own. Do not be so astonished. He is of Chinese descent, and in Afghanistan, he will not attract undue attention. This can aid in concealing your identity, and he possesses remarkable skills, ensuring your safety together. Does it not? Nick Fury's words ring true. However, Jin Yu does not belong to their ranks and has no intention of joining SHIELD or serving any faction. He has toiled for years after crossing over, finally acquiring his own unique advantages, and unexpectedly amassed a significant fortune. His future aspirations revolve around enhancing his abilities while savoring life to the fullest. He does not wish to impose any constraints upon himself. It seems you have overlooked a crucial matter, Mr. Bastard. I am not your subordinate. Jin Yu reclined back into his seat, crossing his legs, and spoke languidly. You must go. You owe me a favor. I am not referring to the scoundrel you eliminated. I am speaking of you. Your physique possesses extraordinary strength, agility, and regenerative capabilities. I am indifferent to your secrets, as I am already privy to enough. However, the military's perspective is quite different. Langfellow's demise is merely a pretext. Their primary interest lies in you. Human experimentation, super soldiers, bio-warriors. You are the material they have long coveted. Do you comprehend? I understand your inclination to discuss human rights. But they have set their sights on you, the military of the United States. You cannot withstand them alone. I have helped to resolve this predicament for you. And it is not solely the military I am concerned about. Should your anomalies become public knowledge, I assure you, you will soon be pursued by numerous international factions. Can you fend off the ceaseless attempts on your life from those who wish to harm you? The troubles I have alleviated for you surpass your imagination, my friend. Besides, you have also abducted my finest agent. Assist me with this task, and consider it a favor. You shall not be at a loss. Nick Fury's words reminded Jin Yu of what Black Widow had said to Dr. Banner in the first Avengers film. The reason he could remain so at ease and unnoticed was due to SHIELD's covert protection against those who coveted him. While it may seem a simple statement, it is far from an easy undertaking. Jin Yu had not contemplated this deeply before, but now that he had learned of it from Nick Fury, he could not disregard this favor. Firstly, I shall not join your department. Secondly, I am not a spy. I will fully cooperate with Natasha to accomplish the mission, yet I cannot guarantee that I will find that playboy. Thirdly, this is a one-time arrangement. After this, we shall owe each other nothing. Agreed. Nick Fury solemnly shook Jin Yu's hand. In his mind, this was not merely a task of repaying a favor. It was a trial, a selection of a potential candidate, akin to what was done with Dr. Banner and Tony Stark, preparing for his future Avengers initiative. In the southern region of Afghanistan, Kandahar province stands as a territory beyond the control of the Afghan government, nestled near the desert and bordering Pakistan. It is regarded as one of the most chaotic provinces in Afghanistan. Unlike the Earth of Jin Yu's previous life, the Afghanistan depicted in the Marvel Cinematic Universe does not merely reflect a confrontation between the military and a local armed force. Rather, it is a confluence of numerous disordered factions, including various terrorists, anti-military groups, intelligence traffickers, arms dealers, and more, essentially, a realm of utter disorder. Curiously, despite the overall tumult in Kandahar province, the capital city of Kandahar emerges as the second most prosperous city in Afghanistan, second only to the capital itself. Here, there are no police or government officials, yet the city has achieved a delicate equilibrium amid the competing powers. Even the most brutal terrorists, who might engage in pillaging and slaughter in the countryside, adhere to a semblance of lawfulness within the city. Even if intoxicated and seeking the company of women, they dare not shortchange anyone, and any disputes must be resolved outside the city limits. Should one dare to open fire and take a life within the city, congratulations. Within minutes, various factions will unite to dispatch the city's patrol team. Regardless of the justification, the assailant would be executed on the spot, with their heads severed and displayed on a nearby lamppost as a grim deterrent to others. This is not a manifestation of a culture that venerates peace. Rather, it underscores the necessity for a stable and tranquil environment for commerce, rest, and entertainment. In the midst of chaos, this locale paradoxically ranks among the safest places in the world, in stark contrast to the so-called might of the United States, even in the opulence of Manhattan. One risks encountering a gun pressed against their temple in the dead of night, only to be dragged into a shadowy alley and stripped of everything but their undergarments, an undeniable irony. Safety is a consideration that Jin Yu does not dwell upon excessively, particularly as he and Black Widow cannot be classified as ordinary individuals. Moreover, his injuries have fully healed, and the copper mirror has replenished its stored energy, even showing a slight increase in the pace of repairs compared to before. Jin Yu has calculated this improvement based on the daily transformation energy the copper mirror allocates to him, with efficiency rising by approximately 1/3. From a purely physical standpoint, he estimates a daily increase of around 5 kilograms in strength. While 5 kilograms daily may seem substantial, it amounts to less than 2 tons over the course of a year. Nevertheless, the gradual accumulation of strength is noteworthy, and the copper mirror continually undergoes slow self-repair, leading Jin Yu to believe that this rate will only accelerate. Currently, while Jin Yu's prowess does not yet rival that of super soldiers like the Winter Soldier, his physical condition surpasses that of ordinary humans like Black Widow, coupled with Jin Yu's ability to manipulate time during combat. Should he encounter an opponent akin to the Winter Soldier again, making a hasty retreat would undoubtedly be within his capabilities. In the quest to locate Tony Stark, the mission necessitates intelligence rather than a futile search through the desert. After all, the military has deployed a satellite, and numerous aircraft continuously patrol the skies. A mere search proves to be of little significance. Thus, Jin Yu and Black Widow arrived in Kandahar, a place rife with intelligence. Unlike their leisurely escapade in Georgia, this time the duo faced considerable hardship, taking on the roles of bartenders in a bar owned by a former Soviet. Ostensibly a local intelligence broker, he is, in truth, a loyal agent of SHIELD, functioning as a peripheral member under Coulson's command. His daily routine involves sifting through valuable information to report back to Coulson. For the Black Widow and Jin Yu, there is no more suitable venue than this bar for gathering the intelligence they desperately need. Transforming their identities, the Widow presents herself as the owner's niece, seeking refuge from a war-torn region, while Jin Yu adopts the guise of a mere passerby, a young man trying his luck in Kandahar. Given the intricate power dynamics at play, the presence of a Chinese youth is hardly remarkable. In fact, masquerading as a couple would have been implausible for Jin Yu, who possesses no knowledge of English or any nearby languages, rendering such a ruse unconvincing. The clarity of their distinct roles has, in fact, facilitated their operations significantly. Chapter 26. My shallow understanding. Initially, Jin Yu believed he possessed foresight, aware of the collusion between certain individuals and Tony Stark's associates. Armed with a plethora of Stark Industries weaponry, he was certain that it would not be long before he found them. In his eagerness to see the playboy Tony Stark evolve into Iron Man, he even resolved to feign a gradual discovery of clues. However, after spending some time in Kandahar, Jin Yu realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Many events depicted in films are glossed over, yet upon immersing oneself in such a world, one discovers complexities far beyond imagination. For instance, numerous factions masquerading as freedom fighters under the banner of the Ten Rings exist, with 4 or 5 groups claiming allegiance. Regarding weaponry, almost all armed factions thriving in the area possess substantial quantities of Stark Industries arms, and within the city of Kandahar, Stark's weapons can be traded as hard currency. In his previous life, Jin Yu encountered various articles online suggesting that prolonged conflicts in certain regions often have the backing of multinational arms conglomerates. He once regarded such claims as exaggerated. However, the reality is invariably darker and more terrifying than one can perceive. Nearly 2 months into his stay, he has amassed a plethora of both valuable and trivial information. Yet news about Tony Stark remains elusive. Nevertheless, the starkly different environment has significantly enriched his experiences. In the past 2 months, Stark Industries stock has plummeted, leading numerous media outlets to speculate whether Tony Stark has met his demise. However, anyone with a modicum of sense understands that whoever possesses such a valuable asset as Tony Stark would never willingly extinguish his life. In reality, a multitude of intelligence operatives are acutely aware that after 2 months without news, locating him again would prove exceedingly difficult. They now await the emergence of any unidentified new weaponry on the market or a significant quantity of arms traceable to Tony Stark, which would allow them to follow the trail and eventually uncover his whereabouts. SHIELD shares this sentiment. Black Widow and Jin Yu are currently engaged in similar pursuits, though Jin Yu knows full well that in a hidden cave somewhere within the desert, Tony Stark is crafting miracles from mere scraps, relying on his own ingenuity to escape his predicament. Having emerged from the hotel in the afternoon, Jin Yu exchanged a mix of genuine and fabricated information with a group of impeccably dressed intelligence brokers. After partaking in dinner, he ventured to the bar where Black Widow was located. The bar, modest in size and bluntly named one drink, had few patrons when Jin Yu entered. Black Widow stood behind the bar, skillfully mixing drinks, while across from her, a burly Middle Eastern man, adorned with a thick beard, boasted animatedly about his prowess in the desert. Black Widow responded with a casual air, engaging him only half-heartedly. Upon seeing Jin Yu enter, Black Widow's expression brightened. Her professional smile transformed into a captivatingly sweet grin, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Her angelic visage glowed under the lights, causing the man across from her to become entranced, spilling a considerable amount of beer onto his beard in his distraction. Damn, I do not believe in God. But you must be an angel. I have never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Come away with me. I will pay any price for just one night with you. Nearby, a table erupted in laughter. Old Chekhov, someone is flirting with your niece again. Are you not going to throw him out? Chekhov, the bar's proprietor, has managed to gather intelligence for Coulson over an extended period, undoubtedly possessing his own means of survival. He maintains favorable relations with various factions in the city, and the patrols are generally lenient towards this establishment, ensuring that disturbances are rare. Regular patrons are aware that Chekhov has a stunningly beautiful niece who recently arrived, drawing a steady stream of admirers. However, the clumsy giant's direct inquiry about prices clearly marked him as a novice. Chekhov was busy in the kitchen, oblivious to the commotion outside, while the burly man remained wholly absorbed in his infatuation with Black Widow, failing to notice when Jin Yu sat beside him. It was only after a prolonged silence following his statement that Black Widow maintained her alluring smile, her gaze fixed on the space beside him, prompting him to finally realize that a slender East Asian young man had taken a seat next to him. His physique and appearance often irked him, particularly the delicate features of men like Jin Yu. After casting a glance at Jin Yu, he had no intention of engaging him. However, upon noticing the Black Widow's unwavering gaze fixed upon Jin Yu, the burly man could no longer remain composed. He forcefully slammed his massive fist down in front of Jin Yu, causing several empty glasses on the bar to rattle. Kid, you are not welcome here. Get lost. In Kandahar, gunfire would lead to immediate execution, but brawling was less stringently policed, for it was inevitable that conflicts would arise among people. As long as one did not cause fatal injuries or permanent harm, even if discovered by the patrols, the matter could be resolved with a fine, depending on the severity of the situation. Get lost. A peculiar smile crept onto Jin Yu's lips. Where should I go? To find your mother waiting on the street 3 blocks away? Perhaps to have her lipstick adorn my... Having lingered in this locale for some time, Jin Yu had adopted a rough-edged style reminiscent of the desert's rugged men. His words elicited hearty laughter from several patrons in the bar, even the Black Widow, who chuckled merrily with her cocktail shaker, oblivious to the fact that the burly man's face had turned a shade of deep crimson. He turned to confront Jin Yu. Ready to strike. You damned. But before he could finish, Jin Yu swiftly seized a bottle and smashed it onto the ground. If it was to be a fight, why waste breath on idle chatter? Jin Yu leisurely discarded the remaining piece of the bottle, wiping the liquor from his hands onto his shirt. And as the burly man attempted to rise, Jin Yu deftly kicked towards his ribcage. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. That kick had surely shattered at least 3 of the man's ribs. Close your mouth, stop your shouting, and don't breathe too hard, or those ribs might puncture your lung. Get yourself to a doctor if you wish to seek revenge. I'll be right here every night. The burly man lay on the ground for several minutes before he staggered to his feet and stumbled towards the exit. Bloody Mary, quite fitting for you today. Why the heavy hand? After he departed, the Black Widow placed a cocktail before Jin Yu, smiling as if feigning ignorance. He is unfilial. Jin Yu took a small sip of the drink, his brow slightly furrowing, as he continued his absurd tirade. His mother is several blocks away, working hard to earn a living, while he squanders money on other women. I couldn't stand by and watch. Oh, was it truly not because he offended me? The Black Widow leaned forward, resting against the bar, her face almost inches from Jin Yu's, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath distinctly. Jin Yu, renowned for her eloquence, found herself somewhat intimidated when it came to action, her cheeks flushing slightly as she relented. All right, I admit it. I am jealous. Upon hearing Jin Yu's admission, the Black Widow's smile broadened. I envy that wild boar. I have even seated myself beside him, yet his gaze is solely fixed upon you. Despite my undeniable charm, He doesn't spare me a glance. How infuriating. Is my allure not universally appealing? He dares to claim he would forsake his life for a mere night with you. Alas, a man whose eyes are clouded with desire for women is no different from a lustful wild boar. Does he not comprehend that love transcends gender and age? How shallow, how base. The Black Widow, both exasperated and amused, laughed heartily for quite some time before finally catching her breath to retort to Jin Yu. And what about you? Surely your love is not constrained by gender or age. No, it is. Jin Yu replied with unyielding conviction. I am particularly shallow. Chapter 27. The widow's analysis. In the early hours, after the bar had closed, the sky began to brighten slightly, and the streets were devoid of life. Once the door was secured, the three of them settled into the booth at the center of the bar. Chekhov emerged from behind the bar with a bottle of his private vodka, pouring each of them a glass. A personal reserve, it's beneficial for sleep, he declared before downing a full glass himself, refilling it to the brim. Jin Yu lifted her glass to her lips, taking a delicate sip. The fiery spice exploded in her mouth, followed by a burning sensation as it coursed down her esophagus to her stomach. Could it be as potent as 60 degrees? Setting down her glass, she gave Chekhov a thumbs up before speaking first. I've met a local. He lives in a small village on the edge of the desert. He told me his cousin has joined a newly emerging armed group. They are a fresh force, also under the banner of the Ten Commandments gang, claiming to be freedom fighters. They only emerged 6 months ago, armed with the best equipment from Stark Industries. They do not engage the U.S. military nor seek to seize territory. Instead, they pillage and massacre certain villages. However, they do not seem particularly interested in material goods. What they crave most are women and children. Their actions do not resemble those of terrorists or warlords, but rather resemble those of the brigands of old. Bang! As soon as Jin Yu finished speaking, Chekhov slammed his empty glass down on the table, having just downed another full glass of potent vodka. They are mercenaries, here to sow chaos, to make this region even more tumultuous and to incite greater activity among the various armed factions. Chekhov pondered for a while before settling on this descriptor. To maintain prolonged warfare and disorder in a region, the best method is to employ a band of mercenaries to stir trouble, masquerading as members of other factions to ambush their enemies. Over the past 6 months, several armed groups in the desert have engaged in minor skirmishes, each blaming the other for initiating hostilities. It appears this gang is at play. This is the stratagem employed by arms dealers. Where there is conflict, there arises a demand for weaponry, ensuring a relentless stream of orders. They have previously engaged in such practices in Africa, exchanging outdated equipment for vast quantities of diamonds and oil from the local populace. Do you suspect their involvement? Indeed. Jin Yu, emulating Chekhov's boldness, felt his face flush instantly. Ahem. It is true. Although the entire Kandahar province is rife with chaos, only a select few possess the capability and audacity to launch attacks against U.S. forces. If it were indeed them who captured individuals, with their numbers within the city, it would be implausible for there to be no whispers of their actions. Someone would inevitably let something slip in some setting. Thus, the most probable culprits are indeed they, powerful, equipped with advanced technology, and able to operate without entering the city, much like phantoms in the desert. That makes sense. Chekhov nodded, directing his gaze toward the Black Widow. Let us meticulously unravel this from the beginning. A newly ascendant force, seeking to invigorate the region, backed by financial patrons providing arms and resources. The abduction of individuals is aimed at long-term development. This theory holds water. Now, let us consider the benefactors. The largest orders are undoubtedly placed by the military of Country M, making it most likely that the arms companies with long-standing ties to the Ministry of Defense are involved. This can be readily verified, though the Black Widow appeared somewhat hesitant. What is it? Jin Yu inquired. The primary company collaborating with the Defense Department is Stark Industries, followed by Hammer Industries, Stark's chief competitor. However, if all this holds true, why would they kidnap Tony Stark? The Black Widow expressed her confusion. If Stark Industries were their patron, then why abduct their own employer? Yet, if it were Justin Hammer, why would they possess so many Stark Industries weapons? It is plausible that Justin Hammer orchestrated the kidnapping. The Defense Department's orders to Stark Industries would certainly diminish, making Hammer Industries the primary beneficiary. As for the weapons from Stark Industries, they could serve merely to mislead everyone, facilitating the concealment of their true identity. Chekhov articulated his analysis. That perspective is valid, yet we have overlooked 2 critical factors. First, if indeed that group was responsible for Tony Stark's abduction, then their benefactor could very well be other factions within Stark Industries itself. Such a large corporation invariably harbors internal rivalry. Second, regardless of who is responsible, one fact remains. Eliminating Tony Stark would be the optimal choice. Not only must he be killed, but it should be made known to the entire world immediately, aligning perfectly with their greatest interests. Why resort to kidnapping? The Black Widow mused quietly, while the two others fell into a contemplative silence. Chekhov believed that Black Widow made a valid point. If it were individuals from Hammer Industries, they would need to eliminate Tony Stark at the earliest opportunity to plunge Stark Industries into turmoil, thus allowing themselves to rise. Conversely, if the threat originated from within Stark's own ranks, only by swiftly disposing of Stark could they seize control and consume everything Tony Stark had built within the company. Yet, Jin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Black Widow's analysis was so astute that he could hardly reveal that the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries was indeed Obadiah Stane, that infamous bald figure. Instead, he merely furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. However, there remained one other possibility. Black Widow exclaimed with a smile while tapping the table. This possibility suggested that those individuals had slipped from control. To those behind the scenes, Tony Stark was a hot potato. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk. Yet, for the armed factions, he represented a veritable gold mine. What did these armed groups lack the most? Money. They could steal personnel, but weapons were a different matter entirely. Quality armaments were invariably in the hands of powerful militaries. To attempt to seize them outright would be tantamount to courting death. They could only pitifully purchase outdated weaponry from arms dealers at exorbitant prices. Thus, for armed factions worldwide, arms dealers were the ones tightening the noose around their necks. According to Black Widow, Tony Stark's adversaries had invested in a cadre of mercenaries or armed militants to further destabilize the situation in Afghanistan. However, Stark's journey to Afghanistan provided him an opportunity, the chance to eliminate his rivals. Yet, those mercenaries hesitated upon seeing Stark. They realized that as long as he remained, they would be free from any checks or balances. No longer would they need to bow to a superior dictating their actions. After all, they prided themselves on being freedom fighters. Chapter 28. Finding the right path. The primary objective of Jin Yu's involvement in this operation was to locate Tony Stark. The identity of those who had kidnapped or intended to assassinate him was not the crux of the matter. The key lay in the fact that whether from Hammer Industries or Stark Group shareholders, they all occupied positions at the pinnacle of the pyramid, intricately linked to the military and even the government of M. To monitor them was a task beyond even the authority of SHIELD. Nevertheless, with a basic scope now established, matters became considerably more manageable. The local youth Jin Yu had identified became a crucial entry point. His familial bond with the so-called cousin paled in comparison to the allure of Jin Yu's financial incentives, particularly after presenting thick stacks of US dollars and utilizing SHIELD's connections to provide each family member with an American passport. The young man named Ghani completely betrayed his cousin. Larry Village, a small settlement on the edge of the desert, once thrived predominantly on the livelihoods provided by factories of the former Soviet Union. However, following the dissolution of the USSR, the villagers were left to rely solely on the barren land beneath their feet. Many young souls fled, while those who remained faced dire fates. Some were forcibly conscripted by local militias, while others willingly joined extremist factions, driven by the basic need for sustenance. Among them was Ashraf, the cousin of Ghani, who had voluntarily enlisted. Orphaned at a tender age, he was raised by his grandmother and had seldom known a full meal throughout his youth. To Ashraf, the most terrifying prospect was not death itself, but the gnawing pangs of hunger. In such a harsh environment, Ashraf displayed remarkable valor the moment he first grasped a firearm, never flinching in battle. He believed that if it meant securing a meal, taking a life was inconsequential. Extremist groups were particularly fond of young men like him. His fearlessness allowed him to ascend rapidly within the ranks, becoming a trusted lieutenant in a mere 6 months. With the backing of a powerful organization, they were well-equipped and had recently captured a figure like Tony Stark. Their leader harbored grand ambitions of dominating the Kandahar province within a few years, aspiring to establish themselves as the preeminent armed force in southern Afghanistan and even challenging the government troops. However, they faced a significant shortcoming: a lack of personnel. Over the past 6 months, they had plundered numerous villages and abducted many children to bolster their ranks. Yet these youngsters were years away from becoming competent fighters. The conscripts taken from the villages harbored deep resentment towards their captors. Only a rare few, like Ashraf, were indifferent to morality, solely focused on filling their empty stomachs. This predicament prompted Ashraf's superior to suggest recruiting friends or relatives from the area, assuring him that once trained, these individuals would be placed under Ashraf's command. During his last visit home, he casually mentioned this to Ghani, enticing him with promises of no more hunger, regular meals, and even monthly stipends in dollars, all while encouraging him to join his cousin in seizing a new destiny. Unexpectedly, Ghani's fate did indeed transform through his cousin's influence. With the passport and funds provided by Jin Yu, they became citizens of M country, contingent upon Jin Yu's willingness to assist in locating their cousin. As for how Jin Yu would treat Ashraf, that remained uncertain and depended on his cooperation. This marked Ashraf's third return to Larry village in 6 months. The previous 2 visits were to deliver supplies to his grandmother and to scout for young men willing to join their cause. He had already gathered interest from several villagers who had observed him bringing in provisions. This time, however, upon stepping into his home, he was met with the cold, menacing barrel of a dark firearm pressed against his temple. Aslatha's reaction was swift. Upon sensing something amiss, he did not immediately surrender, but instead pulled the bolt of his AK. However, after Jin Yu effortlessly bent the barrel of his weapon with his bare hands, Aslath chose to abandon his resistance. He was not afraid of death, but he was not foolish either. "Who are you?" Aslath inquired, observing the peculiar assembly before him. A red-haired beauty, seemingly of a nationality, held a pistol to his head, while a slender man, resembling an East Asian, had just demonstrated his formidable strength by bending the gun barrel. "Can you understand English?" Jin Yu casually tossed the AK to the ground and asked. "Yes, I can speak a little," Aslath replied, his accent somewhat peculiar, yet comprehensible. "From now on, we shall probably disregard language barriers, as back-and-forth explanations would be too cumbersome and might raise suspicions of verbosity, except in the case of Grout's appearance." "Excellent. Come in slowly and take a seat. Cooperate a bit, and we won't harm you." Jin Yu and the Black Widow, both audacious and skilled, showed no fear of potential resistance. The Black Widow lowered her pistol and closed the door behind them. "Who are you? Where's my grandmother?" Aslath scanned the room, his eyes filled with apprehension. "We administered a mild sedative to your grandmother. Rest assured, it poses no health risks. She is currently upstairs sleeping, accompanied by Ghani." Jin Yu replied nonchalantly as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Ghani, he brought you here." Aslath, displaying remarkable composure, showed no signs of panic. "Indeed. Now, I will ask you questions, and you will respond. If you lie, both you and your grandmother will perish. Do you understand? Go ahead and ask. Did your organization capture an individual 2 months ago, an American named Tony Stark?" "I do not know." Aslath responded decisively. "It appears you still do not grasp your current predicament," the Black Widow interjected, drawing her firearm once more, this time with less gentleness, pressing the barrel against Aslath's head, causing it to tilt to the side. "I am acutely aware of my situation. Should I refuse to answer, I will die. If I answer, I can only escape with my grandmother. We have no place to go, no money, and will ultimately perish in the desert. It would be far more merciful to be shot by you," Aslath said honestly, glancing at Jin Yu. "Huh." Jin Yu chuckled. "Then let us simplify our dialogue. There is no need for threats or inducements. We can speak straightforwardly about terms." He reached out, pushing the Black Widow's gun aside, and without further ado, produced a set of passports he had prepared in advance, slamming them down before Aslath with a decisive thud. "Here are 2 American passports. One for you and one for your grandmother. We will provide airline tickets, accommodation, and even $100,000. We can also assist in securing a job for you, as long as you cooperate with us." 2 American passports, in the eyes of the farmers in Kandahar, were akin to a ladder leading to paradise, especially when accompanied by promises of money, housing, and employment. Yet, Ashraf remained unfazed, casting a fleeting glance at Jin Yu and declaring, "I do not believe you." Jin Yu, somewhat exasperated, scratched his head and gestured towards the staircase, saying, "Ghani, it's your turn now. Show your cousin." Ghani, who had been eavesdropping at the top of the stairs, felt a rush of exhilaration at the prospect of betrayal, but as he brought people to Ashraf's home, a sense of unease crept in. Initially, he had feared that Jin Yu would kill Ashraf, leaving him with a pang of guilt. However, upon learning that there was indeed a way out for him, even bringing along his grandmother, Ghani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Descending the stairs with several strides, Ghani's face radiated excitement. "Ashraf, it's true. I have verified our passports. They are legitimate, and we can go to M country together." In response, Ashraf rose and delivered a powerful punch. "This is the price of your betrayal. My grandfather is your grandfather's brother, and you sold me out for an M country passport. Remember, it is because of your treachery that you have become an M citizen. You owe me a favor." Ashraf pointed an accusing finger at Ghani, who lay on the ground, clutching his cheek, before turning to Jin Yu and asking, "Do you wish to save that M citizen, the one who can make missiles?" Jin Yu and the Black Widow exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy, although they had suspected it from the outset. Ashraf's confirmation made it clear that this was indeed about Tony Stark. "Indeed, as long as you cooperate with us, the passports and dollars will be yours. You can start a new life in M country with your grandmother, and yes, your cousin as well." Your entire family can embark on a new beginning. I can agree to your terms, but I have a few conditions, Ashraf stated, glancing at the still cowering Ghani. First, send Ghani's family and my grandmother away. Second, prepare the $100,000 and the housing up front. Once you fulfill these conditions, I will assist you in rescuing the individual you seek. Ashraf's demands were succinct yet resolute. We have already provided the passports and can offer the dollars immediately. We have paid our price. Why do you think we would acquiesce to your demands? We could take you to your base right now to rescue the person we wish to save, the Black Widow countered, not immediately conceding, but posing a subtly threatening query. You will not. Your objective is to save, not to kill. You will not take risks without clarity. He is a significant figure, is he not? I may not know precisely who he is, but I am certain he is someone of great importance, worthy of your efforts, is he not? Ashraf responded with unwavering conviction. I admire this young man. I believe he possesses the qualities of an agent. Certainly, we can agree to that. We too require a little time to devise a plan. Black Widow remarked with a smile as she holstered her weapon. Very well. Jin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. You heard it. We have consented. A week hence, I shall return to this very place, and you may await my arrival here, fulfilling my conditions, while I cooperate with you in the endeavor to rescue the individual in question. Upon uttering these words, Ashraf turned once more towards Ghani, who wore an expression of trepidation. Ashraf extended his hand towards Ghani, who lay on the ground. Take good care of my grandmother. As for your betrayal, let us consider it settled. Otherwise, I shall personally consign you to the depths of hell. Do you comprehend? Understood. Ghani nodded submissively. Jin Yu couldn't help but reflect on how terrified Ghani was of his cousin, considering how readily he had betrayed him at the outset. I am somewhat perplexed. Since Ghani betrayed you, why did you believe him when he asserted that the passport was genuine? Jin Yu finally voiced his inquiry. He has never dared to lie to me since childhood. Whenever he attempted falsehood, he would blink fervently, and I always saw through him. Though I never disclosed this to him, Ashraf revealed, a faint smile gracing his features. Did I really? Ghani muttered to himself in disbelief. Chapter 29. Do you still remember Torres? Though Ashraf's words were highly trustworthy, Black Widow could not afford to be unprepared. Initially, she intended to discreetly implant a tracking device on Ashraf, but reconsidered, aware that the opposing side might possess advanced equipment that could expose such a ruse, resulting in dire consequences. Fortunately, prior arrangements had been made, and after Ashraf departed, SHIELD operatives took over the pursuit. Regrettably, when they tracked him to the vicinity of the Pakistan border, they encountered numerous signs of vehicles patrolling the desert and dared not venture further. I circled the area extensively and can ascertain that they are concealed within this vicinity. The efficiency of SHIELD operatives was remarkable. By the following day, when the tracking agent returned, a makeshift action team had already assembled at the bar. Black Widow produced a high-definition map of the desert from an unknown source, and the tracking agent swiftly circled a location on it. Once the approximate position was confirmed, Black Widow's subsequent words revealed the audacity of these intelligence agencies. Request the headquarters to deploy a satellite. I require detailed photographic documentation of this area, capturing even the finest hairs on a caterpillar on the ground. The rest of you, I need a comprehensive rescue plan and an evacuation strategy, immediately. With her command, everyone except Jin Yu and his companion dispersed in a flurry. Black Widow, having just transitioned from her work mentality, noticed Jin Yu staring at her in bewilderment and cast him a questioning glance. Ahem. It's nothing. I was merely curious. Do caterpillars exist in the desert? In the dead of night, while the others were meticulously strategizing to gain every possible piece of information about the area, Natasha opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a modest amount as she sat across from Jin Yu. It has been ages since I savored your cooking. Once this operation concludes, you must prepare a grand feast for me. Upon uttering these words, Natasha noticed Jin Yu's momentary surprise. It struck her how their relationship had grown remarkably intimate over time. Though they had never been officially together, their bond was undeniably closer than that of mere acquaintances. Absolutely. No problem at all. Jin Yu responded with unwavering certainty. Do you remember Torres? Natasha abruptly shifted the conversation. Jin Yu certainly recalled, as the fragments of the bronze mirror had come from him, not only restoring the mirror, but also leading to the acquisition of billions of dollars worth of assets and an assortment of weaponry from the internal space. This connection with Natasha had sparked a series of consequential events. Yes, what about him? Jin Yu inquired, sensing the seriousness etched on Natasha's face. After he was taken, he allied himself with the military. He possesses an extensive network in the Middle East and the former Soviet territories, capable of providing the military with numerous biological and physical scientists. They have even established an intelligence unit specifically for him, of which he is the head. Lately, he has been discreetly inquiring about you. Jin Yu was taken aback, though not entirely surprised. He was well aware that Torres would seek him out. However, Natasha's questioning left him momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he pondered how best to respond, Natasha suddenly broke into a playful laugh. You needn't trouble yourself with thoughts of deception. You may choose not to divulge the details, but do not mislead me. On the day you clashed with Torres, I observed you both from the hotel above. While others were oblivious, I noticed the pendants around your necks. After we descended, both of your pendants had vanished. Initially, I dismissed it, but now, considering his fervent pursuit of you, I suspect it is not merely a case of misplaced anger towards you. With that revelation, Jin Yu was left utterly stunned. Despite being acutely aware of his relatively modest capabilities in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he had harbored a sense of superiority when engaging with these cinematic figures, often perceiving them as mere NPCs in his grand narrative. While that notion may have seemed exaggerated, he certainly felt a sense of cognitive elevation. Yet, Jin Yu had overlooked the fact that this was a tangible world, devoid of the narrative conveniences of film. The so-called NPCs he faced were, in truth, luminaries within their respective fields. In stark contrast, Jin Yu from his previous life was merely a passerby. With this realization, Jin Yu sighed inwardly, reminding himself that this was a real world and that he must relinquish any sense of superiority, especially when confronting those formidable superheroes or villains. I indeed harbor my own secrets. I apologize for my inability to divulge them, but trust me, Natasha, I bear no ill intentions. Now that we have broached the subject, it would be rather petty to keep things hidden. Jin Yu boldly acknowledged the truth. I believe in you. What I wish to convey is that you have drawn attention to yourself. Aside from Torres, the military seeks to utilize your blood cells for experimentation. You are aware, are you not? Although Nick claims to have resolved this matter, the internal dynamics of the military are quite intricate. Not everyone will acquiesce to Nick's influence. Sooner or later, someone will come seeking you. Do you understand? I comprehend. So what is your suggestion? Jin Yu recognized that the Black Widow would not mention this without reason. You must execute the plan, rescue Tony Stark, and earn his gratitude. The Stark family's influence within the military and the entire government of M-Nation is unparalleled. With Nick and him on your side, unless you undertake a monumental act of government subversion, trouble will inevitably find you. Jin Yu initially thought the Black Widow was about to reveal something significant. This was, after all, an endeavor Jin Yu had already intended to pursue. Having been here for over 2 months, Tony Stark must have undergone substantial evolution. Seizing an opportunity to approach him was something Jin Yu was eager to undertake. Not merely for his wealth, but for 2 reasons. First, Jin Yu's admiration for Iron Man during movie viewings. Second, well, what young man could resist the allure of a suit of armor? Observing Jin Yu's somewhat unconcerned expression, the Black Widow felt a twinge of worry. I know we have fought side by side, but this situation is different. We need you to infiltrate and gather intelligence, ascertaining Tony Stark's condition. If you are discovered and find yourself unsupported in a short span, facing a fully armed base of terrorists alone is perilous. The Black Widow articulated this slowly and earnestly, her face etched with concern. Jin Yu felt a warmth in his heart as he witnessed her worry, responding with a smile. Do not be so anxious. Allow me to perform a magic trick and witness a miraculous moment. Chapter 30. Infiltrating the enemy's lair. A week later. 10 kilometers from the Pakistan border in the Kandahar Desert, a dilapidated off-road vehicle was precariously traversing a sand dune, driven by Ashraf, with a young Middle Eastern man sporting a full beard seated beside him, appearing to be in his early 20s. Ashraf conversed with the young man while driving, who nodded earnestly, diligently absorbing Ashraf's words. Afghanistan is a peculiar land. Although not particularly vast, its terrain is remarkably diverse, encompassing hills, plains, and deserts. The Kandahar Desert, in contrast to other deserts, is a unique blend of pure sand and semi-arid land. Here, sand dunes abound, and just a few kilometers away, one might encounter cracked, semi-arid terrain, interspersed with various sized yellowish hills. A slough's base was nestled within a modest hillside, where several caves had been excavated, providing a remarkably comfortable abode, warm in winter and cool in summer. Surrounding the caves, the various slopes formed a small basin, akin to a naturally occurring courtyard. A canvas, camouflaged to blend with the hues of the surrounding terrain, draped over the area, rendering it nearly invisible from aerial reconnaissance unless one specifically targeted the region. This place was indeed splendid. Your leader has an exceptional knack for locating such spots. Seated in the passenger seat was Jin Yu, transformed by the Black Widow using specialized materials to resemble a Middle Easterner. Upon beholding the nearly identical base as depicted in films, Jin Yu exclaimed, "Silence! Damn it! Do not forget that you are currently a mute. You cannot speak or hear others, understand? You would do well to remember this so as not to implicate me." A slav chided, turning his gaze back to Jin Yu, unable to suppress his admiration. He had witnessed Jin Yu's remarkable transformation into another person right before his eyes, which he found utterly fascinating. "Understood. I shall remain silent," Jin Yu replied, rolling his eyes in resignation. It appeared that a slav was quite well integrated within the base. During their approach through the basin, Jin Yu spotted no fewer than 3 sentinels, yet they did not impede or question a slav, suggesting that his standing within this armed faction was commendable. As they ventured deeper into the small basin, a slav led Jin Yu toward a cave, only to be halted by a pair of heavily armed soldiers. "Intruder, who are you?" one inquired. "This is Zai, my distant cousin whom I have brought to join us as a freedom fighter," a slav responded. However, the soldiers showed no deference to a slav's words, instead addressing Jin Yu with a grave expression. "We are speaking to you, stranger. Speak." "He is mute, deaf and mute," a slav gestured and spoke, seemingly answering the inquiry while simultaneously informing his mute cousin of the situation. "Deaf and mute?" The lead soldier mumbled in confusion but refrained from further comment. He conducted a thorough search of Jin Yu before stepping aside to allow them entry. The cave was expansive. After passing through the narrow entrance, they walked for several meters before emerging into a broad space, where the previously constricted passage transformed into a wide corridor spanning 4 to 5 meters. Along the walls, various rooms of differing sizes had been carved out, each fitted with weathered iron doors. A slav guided Jin Yu through a series of twists and turns, ultimately arriving at a room. Just before entering, a slav cast a cautious glance at Jin Yu, signaling him to be vigilant, before reaching out to open the door. Within a modest room of approximately 20 to 30 square meters, a haphazard arrangement of simple wooden stools lined the walls, accommodating around 7 or 8 individuals. Among them, a portly man with a bushy beard sat at a makeshift table constructed from several planks, upon which rested several antiquated monitors. Jin Yu cast a fleeting glance and was instantaneously elated. On the surveillance screen, 2 men busied themselves around a similarly crafted wooden console within a cave. One of them was none other than his target, Tony Stark. Compared to his cinematic portrayal, this version of Stark appeared slightly younger, resembling him by over 80%. The world-renowned playboy was clad in tattered garments, his entire being enshrouded in grime, yet he exuded an undeniable vitality. Most striking was the blue glow emanating from his chest through the fabric, the emblem of Iron Man, a miniature arc reactor, often referred to as the Heart of Iron. Jin Yu, having observed this scene, averted his gaze to avoid raising suspicion, feigning a look of bewilderment and uncertainty. Ashraf strode confidently toward the bearded man, leaning in to whisper a few words, then beckoned Jin Yu with fervor. Jin Yu approached, slightly bowing, offering a shy yet ingratiating smile reminiscent of a novice encountering a superior. "Ha! Your cousin appears quite promising, Zai, is it? A fine name indeed, though regrettably a mute. Nevertheless, mutes are advantageous. They do not chatter incessantly or speak out of turn. Let him stay." The bearded man chuckled. Ashraf eagerly gestured and spoke to Jin Yu, who pretended to grasp the situation with newfound excitement, nodding eagerly at the bearded man. The man waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Jin Yu need not be overly formal, then turned to Ashraf, stating, "You wish for your cousin to wait at the entrance while I converse with you for a moment, after which you may settle him in." Ashraf nodded vigorously, and following another round of gesturing, Jin Yu turned to leave. Just as Jin Yu pivoted, the once smiling bearded man's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly drew a pistol from his waistband, aiming it towards Jin Yu. Ashraf's countenance paled, and he opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a warning glance from the bearded man. The gun's muzzle, initially aimed at the back of Jin Yu's head, suddenly descended. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, striking the ground near Jin Yu's heels, sending shards of stone flying. Yet, Jin Yu remained oblivious, continuing his stride and even closing the door behind him. Ha! Ashraf, he truly is a mute. Mutes are splendid. They fear not what they cannot hear. As long as one dares to fire, they are inherently brave warriors. Ashraf, quickly teach him how to shoot and kill. The bearded man's demeanor returned to its previous joviality, while Ashraf nodded in agreement, beads of sweat trickling down his temple. Chapter 31. The first encounter with Iron Man. Outside the door, Jin Yu stood motionless, his mind filled with curses. The instant the bearded man drew his gun, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air, prompting Jin Yu to instinctively activate his bullet time. It was precisely this acute ability to sense danger that allowed him to resist the urge to turn back. For the fleeting moment of bullet time dissipated in barely a second. Trusting in the power bestowed upon him by the bronze mirror, he remained steadfast and did not glance back. Nevertheless, when the first gunshot rang out, Jin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had received a prior warning, which had fortified his mental defenses. Otherwise, the sudden sound of gunfire would have compelled him to instinctively turn and evade, thereby revealing his true identity. Disguising himself as a mute was a necessity, as the local dialects were numerous: language, Pashto, Arabic, Persian, and many others, none of which Jin Yu could speak. Without disguise, blending in was simply impossible. Standing at the entrance, he heard the bearded man's boisterous laughter emanating from within, which eased his apprehension. It seemed his cover was secure. Who would have imagined that one of the leaders of an armed organization would possess such cunning? One moment, he was smiling and conversing amiably, and the next, he was drawing his weapon from behind. Moreover, Jin Yu could sense the bearded man's considerable trust in Ashraf. Yet, even with this trust, the bearded man's relatives still felt the need to test the waters, illustrating the extreme caution that characterized this group. It was no wonder that the military intelligence of M country had mobilized completely, yet had failed to locate them in the desert for over 2 months. After enduring the bearded man's probing, Ashraf finally settled Jin Yu in the hideout. In the ensuing days, Ashraf arranged for individuals to train Jin Yu in marksmanship. Fortunately, Jin Yu had never truly learned, sparing him the burden of feigned competence. He merely had to lift his arms slightly while pretending to be affected by the recoil when firing. After approximately 3 to 4 days of practice, Jin Yu was finally afforded the opportunity to meet Tony Stark. Ashraf, accompanied by several individuals, was transporting supplies into the cave when they casually spotted Jin Yu and invited him to assist. The boxes contained miniature missiles, and due to a scarcity of materials, they needed to dismantle these small missiles to extract the requisite components and elements for Stark's latest creation, the Jericho missile. While the intention was noble, the terrorists were utterly inept when it came to high-end projects like missile manufacturing. Ultimately, they monitored Stark for 3 months without comprehending that he had quietly crafted the Mark I armor right under their noses. Returning to the subject of the missile boxes, although these missiles were small, they were not light enough for a single individual to carry. A group of terrorists worked in pairs, hauling 4 or 5 boxes into the cave. In comparison to the previous cave, this one is notably smaller. The elongated passage stretches for at least 20 meters, culminating in a circular chamber exceeding 100 square meters. Only a single entrance remains, firmly secured by a fortified iron door, flanked by 2 armed guards. Upon witnessing the group carrying boxes inside, these soldiers made no effort to assist, merely using a key to unlock the door while keeping their hands firmly on their weapons, taking positions to guard the entrance. Their vigilance appeared formidable. However, given that Jin Yu had already infiltrated the interior, the presence of 20 guards outside would be rendered futile. As Jin Yu followed the crowd inside, one of the men assisting with the boxes, perhaps feeling a bit unwell, stumbled sideways and collided with a makeshift workbench, causing a clatter as various small tools and blueprints tumbled to the ground. By chance, the blueprints landed right in front of Jin Yu. He instinctively picked them up and began to organize them in his hands. At that moment, Tony Stark, who was observing the unloading alongside Ethan, suddenly shouted, "Don't touch my tools. Just set the missiles over there." Jin Yu, undeterred, feigned ignorance, though he felt a flicker of surprise. It suddenly dawned on him that arranging the blueprints in the correct sequence resembled the design of the Mark I. Just as he leaned down to examine the blueprints more closely, Tony Stark strode over. Coincidentally, the man had finished gathering the scattered tools, and Stark, with a look of urgency, snatched the blueprints from Jin Yu's hands. Upon inspection, he found that the order did not fortuitously align with that of the Mark I, which prompted a sigh of relief. Jin Yu found the situation amusing. When exiting, he had deliberately lagged behind, aided by Ashraf, directing others to proceed ahead while he remained at the rear, creating a significant distance between himself and the group. He then approached Tony Stark again, lowered his voice, and murmured, "The drawings are impressive. When combined, they resemble Transformers." At this remark, Stark's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could respond, Jin Yu quickly added, "Do not speak. I prefer not to be exposed as a mute. I am here to assist you, and I will return to find you." Without waiting for Stark's reply, he hurried towards Ashraf's direction. In truth, Stark was also reluctant to inquire further, as there were individuals present who would not remain silent. And with surveillance cameras monitoring the area 24 hours a day, he could only harbor his astonishment and unease within. This encounter was a spontaneous decision for Jin Yu, triggered by the sight of the blueprints. While it might have startled Stark, it ultimately served as a means to gain his trust. At the very least, there was no need for extensive explanations. uncovering a secret without betraying him stood as the best testament to his intentions. Aslaf is a person known for his meticulousness. After a few days had passed, once Jin Yu had blended into the base and no longer stood out, he began to assign Jin Yu the task of delivering supplies to the cave. It is worth mentioning that aside from the guards at the entrance, this cave, where Tony Stark was detained, was under the supervision of the burly man. Not only was he responsible for monitoring progress, but he also had to provide everything necessary for missile production. This is why Aslaf was in charge of transporting items. He was the burly man's right-hand man. It must be said that Jin Yu's casual choice of an acquaintance turned out to be quite fortuitous. Initially, Jin Yu had hoped that by delivering supplies, he could engage Tony Stark in conversation. However, the guard at the entrance, noticing Jin Yu arriving alone, kept a watchful eye on him as he brought the items inside. Just as Jin Yu placed the items down, the guard waved him to leave quickly. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jin Yu was fortunate to have prepared in advance. As he was about to exit, he cleverly obstructed the guard's line of sight with his body, taking advantage of the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Just before leaving, he let a small note slip down the outside of his pants leg. Chapter 32. The unexpected cooperation of the burly man. Are you certain you are capable? Nick was anxious, having yet to inform the military out of concern that a strong assault might lead to unforeseen consequences. We need a flawless plan. If anything goes awry, the military will lay the blame at our feet. Over the satellite phone, Black Widow was conveying Nick Fury's pressure to Jin Yu. Rest assured, it will be resolved in the next few days. Don't forget, I am a magician. Jin Yu replied with a hint of arrogance. Just as he was about to hang up, Black Widow's voice came through again. Jin Yu, if anything unexpected occurs, your priority should be to ensure your own safety. Forget about any rescue plans. Remember, you still owe me a grand meal. Don't worry, if danger arises, I will protect myself first. Please, he is just a playboy, not a cover model from a magazine. I'm quite shallow, remember? Jin Yu chuckled as he ended the call. Counting the days, it seemed that only a few remained. It should be nearly time. Sitting in his small cave, Jin Yu scratched his head, recalling that in the movie, Tony Stark had mentioned spending 3 months in a cave. Now, it was almost 3 months, so it should be close. However, he still hadn't found the opportunity to truly connect with him, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. Just as he pondered how to create an opportunity proactively, a loud knock resounded against the small iron door of his cave, causing dust to tumble down from the walls nearby. Jin Yu rose and opened the door, finding Aslaf standing outside. After glancing at the empty corridor, Jin Yu lowered his voice and said, "Why knock so forcefully when no one is around?" Aslaf, with a stern expression, remained silent as he stepped into the cave, closing the door behind him before quietly addressing Jin Yu. "I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances. My grandmother is still waiting for me in M country. Your opportunity has arrived. My boss is exceedingly dissatisfied with the progress. I know him well, and he will surely seek a chance to show that M country man a lesson shortly. You must accompany me." Jin Yu, eager for this very moment, promptly rose and made his way outside. However, just before reaching the door, Aslaf seized Jin Yu by the arm. "You promised to ensure my safety. It is often said that the barefoot fear not the shod." Aslaf was on the brink of a new life, no longer the reckless youth unafraid of death. "Rest assured." Jin Yu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, pausing at the threshold to add, "Before we commence, I will notify you. Find an excuse to leave early." Jin Yu's words were sincere, not born out of a desire to be overly kind, but simply because keeping Aslaf around held little utility. Aslaf was indeed well acquainted with the temperament of the bearded man. Just as they approached the monitoring room, they witnessed the bearded man storming out, cursing, accompanied by a group heading aggressively towards the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Beside him stood a menacing bald giant. Jin Yu recognized him from the films as the true leader of this armed organization, the one who had been negotiating with Obadiah Stane. It seemed he had been silenced by Stane, and Jin Yu had almost forgotten about his presence after several days in this location. A throng of angry men rushed into the adjacent cave, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, the bearded man waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to seize Tony Stark and Ethan, forcefully pinning them to the table. "I am furious. Extremely furious. We reached an agreement. I would not kill you. In return, you are to manufacture Jericho missiles for me. You need tools. I will provide them. You require materials. I shall supply them all. Yet now, it has been nearly 3 months since you arrived, and I have yet to lay eyes on even the casing of a missile. Tony Stark, it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. This is Afghanistan, not your laboratory in M country. Here, I am in charge." The bearded man bellowed angrily at Tony Stark, the dark muzzles of guns aimed squarely at Stark's head. "You are correct. This is not a laboratory, merely these rudimentary tools. My assistant is a doctor. This is Jericho missile technology, not the second-rate materials strewn about here. I require time. As you can see, I have been diligently working. Such is the plight of those ignorant of technology. Faced with Stark's defense, the bearded man could only respond with the rapid rise and fall of his chest, unable to articulate anything of substance. Meanwhile, the bald man, having observed the commotion for some time, pulled out a handgun and pressed it against Ethan's temple upon hearing Stark's words. Tony Stark, you must have watched a considerable number of films from the M country, believing yourself to be a hero, correct? 3 days. I grant you, but a mere 3 days. Impossible. 3 days is far too brief, utterly unfeasible. Tony Stark's armor is yet to be calibrated, and he must labor in secrecy each day. 3 days is simply insufficient for him. I am not negotiating with you, Mr. Stark. The bald man wasted no words, immediately disengaging the safety on his firearm, his finger poised on the trigger. Very well. I concede to your demands. Damn it. I agree. 3 days. Tony Stark exclaimed in frustration. Excellent. The bald man, satisfied, holstered his weapon, while his subordinates relaxed their grips. 3 days is indeed a hurried time frame. I require additional personnel. Tony Stark addressed the bald leader. The leader remained silent, his gaze penetrating as if attempting to discern whether Stark was employing any trickery. I genuinely need more hands. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly not see the missile within 3 days, even if you were to eliminate us both. Stark inhaled deeply. His voice strained as he insisted. Fine. As you wish, Stark. You may select your own assistants. With that, the bald man turned and departed, leaving the bearded man to assist in the selection of personnel. I require someone with a steady hand, capable of maintaining focus. You wouldn't want to accidentally blow this place to smithereens, would you? Stark articulated his requirements to the bearded man. Steady hands? Focused? The bearded man surveyed the surroundings, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Jin Yu. I have an individual here who is absolutely focused, although communication may pose a challenge, if you can overcome that. He is the ideal candidate. Jin Yu had initially prepared alternative measures alongside Tony Stark, feigning a selection process, ultimately intending to remain. However, it was an unexpected delight when the bearded man directly pointed out Jin Yu. Communication is not an issue. I can guide him step by step. Let us see if his hands are indeed steady. Chapter 33. The eve of escape. Who exactly are you? After the crowd had dispersed, Tony Stark pulled Jin Yu to the workbench, lifting a miniature missile from the ground, demonstrating as if instructing Jin Yu, while quietly inquiring. Rest assured, they cannot hear us. Just avoid facing the camera directly. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have been tasked by a certain intelligence agency head to locate and assist in your rescue. Listen, I am aware that you have your own plans. We must collaborate. An intelligence agency? Tony Stark expressed surprise, reasoning that it should typically involve military personnel, the CIA, or the FBI. Jin Yu rolled his eyes, as if upon mentioning intelligence agencies. Those two were the first that sprang to mind. Neither. It is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistical Support. The territorial conflict has been set aside. These matters are indeed trivial. Let us now delve into the intricacies of my plan. Tony Stark's strategy is rather straightforward and audacious: to don his armored suit and charge into battle. However, with the inclusion of Jin Yu and the assurance of external support, the overall scheme has gained considerable depth. At the very least, the weapon systems integrated into his armor have become less paramount. His primary concern is ensuring his own safety during the fray. Yet, Tony Stark is not one to remain idle. Given the luxury of time, he diligently strives to refine his armor. Thus, over the next 2 days, the trio busied themselves fervently before the camera, instilling a great sense of confidence in the mustachioed gentleman regarding their impending deadline. 2 days later, at dinner time, the three of them sat in a blind spot of the camera, enjoying their meal. Jin Yu urged Tony Stark to keep an eye on the guards outside, while he, with a flourish reminiscent of magic, conjured a satellite phone seemingly from thin air to notify Black Widow that they would commence their operation the following morning. This maneuver left both Ethan and Tony Stark utterly astonished. After all, they had spent the past 2 days in close quarters, and Jin Yu's attire left little to the imagination. There were no pockets to conceal such a device. Where could he possibly have hidden the phone? Is it so strange to carry a phone? Everyone possesses one. Do you not have mobile phones? Jin Yu casually remarked, nibbling on a piece of bread. Good grief. Tony Stark nearly choked on Jin Yu's flippant words. Did you know? Before I met you, I could scarcely fathom the existence of anyone more insufferable than myself. Congratulations. You have claimed that title. Now, could you kindly disclose where you have stashed the phone? I need to make a call. Absolutely not. It is unsafe. I cannot fathom whom you wish to contact, but as a friend who has shared a cave for the past 2 days, I offer you this friendly caution. Your abduction was no mere coincidence. You ought to reflect on who might be aware of your route. Jin Yu's words struck a chord within Tony Stark, a realization he had previously avoided, as he lacked both the willingness and the time to contemplate it. For months, he had been tirelessly working on his armor, eager to escape this damned cave. Initially, he had intended to call his military friend, Rhodes. But considering that Jin Yu had already laid the groundwork for their operation, making a call now seemed imprudent. Furthermore, the guards were peering inside every minute or two, making discreet communication undeniably perilous. Zai, since you have chosen to be called by that name here, we shall soon embark on our mission. I am curious about your true name. What do you go by? Ethan interjected, observing the silence between the two, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. After uttering these words, Tony Stark turned his gaze towards Jin Yu, curious to learn the name of this audacious individual who had spoken so brazenly. My name? I am Robert Downey. Jin Yu exclaimed, delight radiating from him like a fox that had just pilfered a hen. Robert Downey? Ethan responded with incredulity, while Tony Stark regarded Jin Yu with a look of perplexity. What's the matter? Is there something peculiar about this name? Jin Yu inquired, perceiving that he might have revealed too much. Not at all. It is merely that you are of Middle Eastern descent, and this name does not seem to align with that heritage. Oh, is that the reason? Ethan's words enlightened Jin Yu, as he realized that he had employed special materials for his disguise, and this was not his true appearance. Remarkable makeup techniques. Ethan marveled, engaging in casual conversation. The three of them nibbled on bread. They had intended to discuss further details for the following day, but the hurried sound of footsteps interrupted them. The bald man and the bearded one arrived to check on the progress, perhaps due to the satisfactory work observed in recent days. The duo had not brought a multitude of henchmen, but instead had brought Ashraf and another armed associate, totaling 4 individuals who entered the room. I hope you can remember this, Stark. You have only 1 day left. The bearded man scanned the room and, noticing the scattered parts on the floor, expressed his dissatisfaction. All the components are ready. We will begin assembly tonight, and it will definitely be completed by noon tomorrow. Good. Good. Well done. It seems I have found a capable assistant for you, Stark. The bearded man's face lit up with satisfaction, relieved after months of tension. They had not succeeded in eliminating Tony Stark, resulting in a fallout with their backers, causing a loss of supplies and ammunition. Failure in this endeavor would mean that their efforts had been in vain. Jai's craftsmanship is commendable. It is a shame to waste his talent on guns. You should encourage him to pursue mechanical engineering. Tony Stark shrugged, seemingly jesting about the impending completion of their work, while subtly stepping forward to block the bald leader's line of sight. The leader had been fixated on the pile of parts on the ground. It was crucial that, for the escape plan set for the next morning, all components were nearly ready for immediate use. Any discovery at this stage would render their efforts futile. Stark's step forward appeared casual, ostensibly merely a maneuver to converse with the bearded man. The bald leader said nothing further, retracting his gaze and glancing at Stark and Jin Yu, before finally speaking in a low tone. Very well. I hope to see your results by tomorrow morning, otherwise. You know the consequences, Stark. He then turned and left. As he departed, Jin Yu discreetly signaled to Ashraf, who nodded slightly in response, slowly parting his lips to utter a silent message. Observing the subtle movement of his lips, Jin Yu discerned that the reserved young man was uttering the word thank you. Watching Ashraf turn away, Jin Yu mused that this fellow, even upon reaching M country, must be faring quite well. That individual named Ghani had a cousin residing in M country, which lent credence to his situation. This time, his betrayal could be seen as a twist of fate. In truth, not only was Jin Yu pondering this, but Ashraf was also engaged in similar thoughts. He recalled the day he brought Jin Yu over, during which his grandmother excitedly showcased their new home via video call. The residence, situated in a quaint town in the southern region of M country, boasted 2 stories, a garden and a lawn, with even the furniture and appliances being brand new. It was evident that this group had not merely arranged for their convenience, but had genuinely invested effort into it, leaving Ashraf quite satisfied. Upon returning to the monitoring room, the bald leader convened a meeting with his key members, merely to discuss an impending lucrative deal, urging everyone to conserve their energy and prepare. In the past, such announcements would have thrilled Ashraf, as it signified an opportunity for increased shares of money and resources. However, today his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of departing from this place, the desert, this country, to embark on a new chapter of his life, rendering him somewhat absent-minded. His belongings were meticulously prepared, his new passport carefully sewn into his trousers. In the days leading up to this moment, he had taken significant precautions, even burying a few articles of clothing and some cash near a neighboring village, in case of unforeseen circumstances. With thoughts solely focused on his escape plan for that night, Ashraf, usually composed and indifferent, exhibited signs of agitation. As the meeting concluded, he was the first to rise and head for the exit, eager to embrace his new life awaiting him just beyond the iron gate. Unfortunately, just as his right hand grasped the handle, the bald leader's voice echoed from behind. Ashraf, hold on a moment. I have something to inquire. Ashraf paused, internally cursing under his breath. He turned with a faint smile plastered on his face. At your service, boss. After uttering this, he anxiously gauged the leader's reaction, fearing that he might impose an unexpected task that would jeopardize his escape plan. To his surprise, the bald leader remained silent, merely observing him with a bemused expression. Ashraf felt a wave of unease wash over him, hesitant to inquire further. It was not until all others had vacated the room, leaving only the bearded man and two armed guards on duty, that the bald leader finally rose and approached Ashraf with a smile. You seem a bit unusual today. My brother, you are typically the last to leave. Is something troubling you? The leader wrapped his arm around Ashraf's shoulder as they walked further inside. Ashraf felt a chill run down his spine, silently reprimanding himself for letting his guard down. Yet, he furrowed his brow, feigning discomfort as he replied. I apologize. My esteemed leader, I am feeling rather unwell today. My stomach has been in pain since the meeting, and I have endured it until now, which has caused me some distress. I sincerely apologize, my leader. Ashraf, though his spirit is taut with tension, is striving to maintain a facade of composure, preventing the bald man from detecting any signs of his turmoil. Do not worry, do not worry. If you are truly unwell, you may consult a physician. We have our own doctor, Ethan, who is quite competent. Speaking of that doctor, I must express my gratitude towards your cousin. He performed admirably, collaborating with Stark and the others to complete the task. What is his name? I believe Stark referred to him as Zai. Is that correct? The mere mention of the name Zai caused Ashraf's body to stiffen involuntarily, for Zai is a mute, and he wondered how Stark could so readily pronounce his name. This sudden stiffness was of little consequence, as the bald leader's arm remained draped over his shoulder. Sensing Ashraf's change in demeanor, the leader's gaze sharpened. In Chapter 34, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, one might typically find such issues easily explicable, particularly for someone as composed as Ashraf. However, this evening, he was intent on fleeing and was already feeling somewhat guilty, far from being in the right mindset. Furthermore, he had always felt a twinge of apprehension around the bald leader, who was markedly different from the boisterous individual who directly managed him. The bald leader's perpetual stoicism left Ashraf in the dark regarding his thoughts, and now, his facade had crumbled. The bald leader, too, had not anticipated this. He merely sensed something was amiss, an unsettling feeling he could not articulate. It was only upon observing Ashraf's unusual demeanor during the meeting that he felt compelled to probe further, unwittingly striking gold. The bald leader, astute as he was, quickly reacted. His arm, once comfortably resting on Ashraf's shoulder, now gripped him tightly, akin to an iron band constricting around his neck. That Zai is not a mute. Nor is he your cousin. You are planning to escape, are you not? The bald leader's voice thundered, prompting the burly man and two armed associates to spring to their feet. The ever-trustworthy burly man approached, seizing Ashraf's clothing and demanding answers with an accusatory tone. What he says is true. Have you betrayed us? I have not. I merely have a stomach ache. I have not betrayed you. Ashraf stammered. His face flushed and his words labored. His initial reaction betrayed him. He was indeed in trouble. Take him away. Let us see how long he can maintain his defiance. We shall consult Stark and uncover what schemes they are concocting. The bald leader exerted a slight pressure until Ashraf was on the brink of losing consciousness, then released him, pushing him towards the two armed men, before making his way with the burly man towards the nearby cave to gather more personnel. Ashraf, propelled by the bald-headed leader, staggered and collided with another individual, bowing his head and clutching his throat as he gasped for air. Yet his gaze drifted towards the grenade affixed to the waist of the armed man. At that moment, the bald leader and the bearded man had just reached the doorway, while another armed figure behind Ashraf placed a hand on his shoulder, twisting his arm to subdue him. Unexpectedly, the seemingly breathless Ashraf let out a loud cry, twisted away, and upon rising, he brandished a gleaming grenade, its safety pin already removed. Jin Yu, you owe me a favor, Ashraf shouted. In that instant of being uncovered, he realized his fate was sealed. Pleading on his knees would be futile. Thus, he resolved to create a commotion, leaving Jin Yu and the others escape to chance. Damn it! The bald leader and the bearded man turned back, nearly losing their wits, and bolted out the door, one to the left and the other to the right. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the nearby caves and sending a cascade of dust and small debris tumbling down. What on earth is happening? Jin Yu and Tony Stark exchanged horrified glances. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a frantic voice crackled through the guard's intercom outside. Something's gone wrong. They're going to kill us both and take Stark. Ethan, understanding the urgency in the intercom's words, anxiously addressed the others. Tony Stark, quick to react, dashed to the workstation, seizing a massive wrench and charging towards the iron door. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The iron door had already been flung open from the outside, and 2 guards stormed in, rifles at the ready. The first guard instinctively aimed his weapon at the first person he saw, freezing momentarily upon recognizing Tony Stark, then shouted, "Drop your weapon." The second guard, without hesitation, raised his gun directly at Ethan. As the imminent gunfire loomed, Ethan felt a sense of hopelessness wash over him, his eyes closing in resignation. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and both guards collapsed to the ground. The gunfire emanated from Jin Yu's right hand, wielding a Python revolver, one of the most powerful handguns in the world, loaded with 357 Magnum rounds. The guards' heads exploded like ripe melons, creating a gruesome scene. I'm not particularly well versed in firearms. I shall opt for a gentler one in the future, Jin Yu innocently declared, hands raised in feigned innocence before the astonished Tony Stark and Ethan. Damn it, what on earth is happening? I must don my armor immediately. Donnie, secure the door and take up 2 rifles to guard it. We need to hold them off for a few minutes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony Stark swiftly assessed the current predicament and assigned tasks to a few individuals. Although the specifics of the situation eluded them, they were isolated and vulnerable. Relying on just 3 people was insufficient to break free. The only option left was to suit up and charge out for a decisive confrontation. He hurried to the corner where the armor was stored. Fortunately, preparations for an operation were slated for tomorrow, and they had intended to complete additional work tonight. After the bald leader had departed with his men, they had assembled the armor in the corner, ensuring it would be ready for rapid deployment in the morning. The area designated for parts was now occupied by a pile of dismantled missile casings. In this dimly lit environment, particularly at night, there was little chance of inspection, and as fate would have it, it proved fortuitously useful. Do you recall our discussion on how to activate the armor systems? We must expedite our actions. I hope this iron door can hold them off a little longer. What the hell are you doing, Donnie? Close that damn door. They are almost upon us. Tony Stark's words faltered as he cast a glance at Jin Yu, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. He intended for Jin Yu to close the iron door, buying precious time until he could don the armor and then charge out to confront the attackers, while Jin Yu and Ethan could pick up the rifles on the ground to provide backup. To his dismay, he found Jin Yu not only failing to close the door, but also neglecting to retrieve the rifles. Instead, he stood brazenly at the entrance with a revolver in hand, acting like a living target. What infuriated Tony further was Jin Yu's innocent retort in response to his furious outburst. No worries, just put on your armor. I have a gun. I am not jesting. Close that damn door immediately. Are you planning to fend off those damn terrorists outside with that revolver? Tony Stark, frantic to the point of veins bulging in his neck, had already experienced Jin Yu's erratic behavior over the past few days. He was not overly concerned about Jin Yu's lack of seriousness. After all, he himself had a penchant for banter. However, it was disheartening to see such nonchalance in a critical moment. What intelligence agency would recruit such a character for assistance? The very name of the Department of Homeland Security seemed as unreliable as the man before him. Tony was on the brink of despair. He had already donned his chest armor, only to peel it off again in frustration. Just as he took a step forward, he halted. Indeed, you make a valid point. A single revolver lacks sufficient firepower. As Jin Yu spoke, he deftly flipped his right hand, causing the revolver to vanish as if by magic. In its place, a formidable M134 minigun, with its massive body and 6 dark barrels, appeared, commonly known as the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Tony Stark, taken aback, found himself rooted to the spot, speechless and nearly choking on his own astonishment. Tony, perhaps we should forego the armor and simply charge out with Donnie, Ethan muttered, his expression one of dazed disbelief as he gazed at the Gatling gun in Jin Yu's hands. Chapter 35. Is there an armory inside? When the bald leader chose this base, he was drawn to the thick natural stone walls of the cave, which provided ample protection. As long as supplies were sufficient, they could hide within the cave, and unless their exact location was known, even an extensive bombing run by the M forces would pose no threat. Little did he anticipate that the very cave he selected would ultimately serve as a natural barrier for his enemies. They had barely ventured a few meters inside when they were met with an unimaginable barrage of heavy fire. Of the more than 10 individuals who entered, 5 or 6 fell to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, the passage leading out of the cave where Tony Stark was held was not a straight corridor. A natural stone pillar created a circular hall, allowing them a momentary refuge. Without this sanctuary, they would likely have faced total annihilation. However, The predicament lay in the fact that both the entrance and exit were straight corridors. The recent onslaught still haunted them, and several dim lights along the corridor had been shattered, leaving them in darkness. How could they proceed? Crouched against the corridor wall for over half a minute, the bald leader grew anxious. He signaled to one of his subordinates, who understood the cue and squeezed into the passageway. From his tactical belt, he retrieved a grenade, removed the safety pin, and held it for 2 seconds before preparing to execute a low throw along the ground. Just as he extended his arm, the staccato of the Gatling gun erupted once more. The unfortunate terrorist, having ventured too far, had his arm and half of his shoulder and chest shredded by the merciless hail of bullets, leaving him lifeless. Fortunately, his grenade slipped from his hand, averting a catastrophic friendly fire incident. Boom. Another deafening explosion resonated, silencing the gunfire momentarily. The bald leader's face lit up. Had they struck a target? Just as he prepared to peek out, the gunfire resumed, peppering the wall he hid behind with shards of stone. A fragment even grazed his forehead, leaving a small trail of blood. Damn it! Damn it! He exclaimed, scrambling back over a meter in retreat. Having been absent for merely a few days, the leader's frustration boiled over as he confronted the bearded man. How could he allow a traitor to bring outsiders into their midst, and worse yet, how could he let a Gatling gun slip right under his nose? The bald leader, grappling with his inability to devise a solution, unleashed his fury upon the bearded man. We did not permit them to carry weapons inside. We do not possess such heavy artillery in our base. The bearded man's voice dwindled into a whisper, for he had diligently monitored the surveillance feeds, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Even their own personnel underwent thorough checks, leaving him baffled as to how the weapon had been smuggled in. The grim reality was undeniable. He had failed in his duty. With a heavy sigh, the bald leader recognized that this was not the time for blame. He pondered briefly before seizing the walkie-talkie to contact his men outside. Just as the gunfire erupted, he heard footsteps approaching, presumably his subordinates coming to provide assistance. Yet, before they could enter, the sound of gunfire intensified, accompanied by the cries of the wounded, eventually fading into an eerie silence. Do not rush in directly. Bring more men. Form groups of 3, advancing side by side, firing simultaneously while taking positions. Rotate through the groups and suppress their fire before gradually moving in. The bald leader felt cornered. The first 2 groups were likely to be rendered ineffective, and the loss of his soldiers weighed heavily on his heart. However, there was no alternative. The narrow corridor was indeed a bottleneck under the onslaught of the Gatling gun. What compounded the situation was the leader's reluctance to deploy heavy artillery. Launching a few mini-missiles could easily decimate their own ranks within the cave. Nonetheless, his immediate subordinates responded admirably to his command. The cacophony of footsteps soon filled the air but quieted swiftly thereafter. Moments later, gunfire erupted both from within and outside almost in unison, accompanied by the harrowing cries of the injured. The external gunfire persisted, growing increasingly proximate. His men did not disappoint. They were sacrificing their lives to bridge the gap. These were his finest warriors, and the thought caused a pang of anguish in his heart. He turned to the bearded man, casting a glare that suggested dire consequences. The bearded man's head ducked, mumbling incoherently as he seemed to shrink into himself. In a fleeting span of mere seconds, the toll of lives lost remained unknown. Suddenly, the gunfire from within ceased, and the bald leader could faintly hear the sound of empty gun barrels spinning. They are out of ammunition. Charge in, charge in. Upon hearing his command, the gunfire outside abruptly halted, and the pace of footsteps quickened. A group of soldiers, maintaining their firing stances, rushed inside. The leader at the forefront felt a surge of hope upon spotting the bald leader, ready to speak, but was met with a swift gesture from him, urging them to advance without delay. With over a dozen men clearing the path, the bald leader and the bearded man swiftly rose to follow in the wake of the soldiers. As soon as he stepped outside, a loud voice rang out from within, "Steamed buns, hot." This exclamation was uttered in Mandarin, a language none of those present could comprehend. However, they witnessed a shadow darting through the only illuminated doorway at the end of the corridor, followed by a flurry of small dark objects cascading forth. It was a grenade. Uncertain who had yelled, a group of valiant soldiers promptly turned and fled. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously. Fortunately, the bald leader had several comrades shielding him. His instinctive response to the first grenade was to grasp tightly onto the soldier in front of him, positioning him as a barrier. Even so, the force of the blast sent the bald leader hurtling several meters away. His ears rang painfully from the explosion. The soldier beneath him was tragically deceased. Yet the bald leader was fortunate. He was thrown sideways, landing back where he had initially stood, a place that, for now, remained relatively safe. He pushed aside the lifeless body and, in a daze, propped himself up. He began to suspect that the cave concealed an arsenal. Surely, one could not hurl a dozen grenades without fearing the debris would bring about their demise. Chapter 36. Markite back inside the cave. Jin Yu's actions today were nothing short of extraordinary, prompting Tony Stark to question whether he had been abducted. As if this were a reality show orchestrated by a television network. Not only did he unleash a torrent of fire from a Gatling gun directed at the outside, but he also paused intermittently, once halting after firing a few rounds, only to be interrupted by the sound of an explosion. Clearly, someone outside had attempted to throw a grenade, only to be thwarted. How could he achieve such precision in the darkness with a Gatling gun? In a particularly absurd turn of events, while he was firing, reinforcements arrived outside, resulting in a cacophony of gunfire as bullets rained down like a tempest, reducing the workbench behind him to splinters. Yet, the individual named Donnie stood his ground, engaging in a firefight. Suddenly, he withdrew, and Tony Stark observed closely. Mere moments after retreating, small craters appeared where he had stood, debris flying in every direction. However, Donnie had already reached a safe distance, even managing to wave at Tony amidst the chaos. Shortly thereafter, the gunfire ceased, and footsteps echoed ominously, causing Stark and Ethan to tense, as the activation sequence of their armor was still uploading, rendering it inoperative. But in the next moment, Jin Yu demonstrated yet another astonishing feat seated against the wall. He seemingly absent-mindedly grasped at the mountainside. Tony Stark would swear on the memory of his deceased parents that he had indeed grasped the rock face, from which an entire crate of high-explosive grenades emerged. Lifting the box to test its weight, Jin Yu felt it might be excessive. He removed his tattered coat and stuffed approximately 8 or 9 grenades into it. After a moment of contemplation, feeling uneasy, he added 2 more. Grasping 2 grenades in one hand, he swiftly bit off the safety pins and tossed them outside with a flourish. Tony, what did you mean by that shout earlier? Bozy, what does Nada mean? Jin Yu paused, momentarily startled to realize someone was addressing him. He waved dismissively and replied, nothing significant, just shouting nonsense. After casting a glance at the two, he spoke again. No, seriously, what have you two been doing? I'm exerting every ounce of strength to hold off so many enemies. It's exhausting and perilous. Can you pick up the pace a little? Stark, I'm talking to you. Don't zone out. We still need you to lead us out and wreak havoc, to bring us home. Get your act together. Who the hell are you to tell me that? Tony Stark nearly blurted out a curse. What danger are you in? You're wielding a Gatling gun and even took a moment to smoke a cigarette during the firefight. Don't think I didn't notice. With your performance. Are you sure you need saving? Frustration mounted within Stark. He felt devoid of any sense of accomplishment from the armor he had painstakingly forged over 3 months. An impulse surged within him to strip off the cumbersome suit and follow Jin Yu outside, but the activation was in its final stages. Completion was imminent. He resigned himself to directing Ethan on his laptop. In truth, Jin Yu wasn't as formidable as it seemed. The favorable outcome of the battle was largely due to advantageous positioning. He was laden with various items, and after modifications from the copper mirror, his night vision was exceptional. Coupled with his heightened perception of danger, it created an illusion of invincibility. If he were to step into an open area, with dozens of foes firing from all directions, even with bullet time, he would be disoriented. Inside the passageway, the bearded man lay dead, a shard of shrapnel embedded in his forehead. Apart from the bald leader, only 3 individuals remained in the cave, 2 of whom were injured. However, the critical issue was not merely casualties but the mentality at play. The bald leader, despite having weathered numerous gunfights, was now paralyzed with fear, terrified of what might emerge from the cave. Even if a mortar were to be fired directly, he wouldn't be surprised. After approximately 2 minutes, footsteps echoed from outside once more. A dozen or so terrorists armed with various weapons stormed in, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene in the passage, they visibly panicked, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Calm down. Gather here. There is not much ammunition left for the enemy. Let us assemble first, and then we'll charge in. The bald leader felt a profound sense of frustration as the performance of his subordinates evoked memories of his once elite team, most of whom now lay lifeless on the ground. Perhaps sensing that he must maintain his authority in front of his men, he forced himself to muster some semblance of vigor, seizing a rocket launcher from a terrorist's grasp. Gather around me. I will be the first to venture out. Once the explosion commences, you are to charge in immediately. Do you understand? After briefly organizing his ranks, the bald leader took a deep breath, stood up, and leaped into the middle of the passage, positioning himself to aim the rocket launcher at the cavern within. Boom, boom. The sound of heavy machinery echoed from inside. And before he could comprehend what was making the noise, a dark silhouette flashed past. A colossal steel robot emerged from the depths. What in the world is this? although the previous display of skill by Jin Yu had prepared him to remain unfazed even if a tank emerged. The sight of a towering robot standing before him momentarily shattered his composure. However, the glowing circle on the robot's chest triggered a realization. Tony Stark, have you created a suit of armor? The bald leader's heart surged with tumultuous waves as Tony Stark once again redefined his understanding of genius. Yet, astonishment aside, there was little else to be said at this juncture. In a battle of narrow paths, it was the brave who would triumph. Gritting his teeth, the bald leader pulled the trigger. Although the Mark I was cumbersome, Tony Stark's innate ability to control machinery enabled him to deftly maneuver the suit. With a swift turn, he not only evaded the direct impact of the rocket launcher, but also shielded Jin Yu and Ethan from the shockwave and shrapnel. As the leader took action, his subordinates raised their weapons, firing at the massive robot. The combined firepower of over a dozen rifles forced the heavy armor to retreat. Tony Stark, piloting the Mark I, shielded his visor with one hand while raising the other towards the enemy, launching a modified micromissile that soared forth with a deafening roar. Its power eclipsed that of the previous handheld rocket launcher by many folds, scattering a dozen adversaries, most of whom were hurled to the ground, wailing in agony. A few lightly injured ones barely had the chance to lift their weapons again when Jin Yu and Ethan emerged from behind the suit. Armed with rifles they had scavenged from the ground, and methodically dispatched them at close range. What of Osroff? Where is he? The bald leader, reeling from the blast and lying on the ground, was pulled up by Jin Yu. Ah, you seem quite concerned for him. Alas, he is dead. He need not have perished. It was you who exposed him. I had him detained to ensure his safety, but he seized a grenade and detonated it himself. I suspect he intended to convey a message to you, did he not? Before his demise, he uttered, Jin Yu, you owe me a favor. Surely, he was referring to you. Alas, this is a debt you shall never repay. Ha ha ha. If the bald leader's words were intended to instill a sense of guilt in Jin Yu, he succeeded, for Jin Yu mercilessly reduced him to a pulp. In truth, Jin Yu understood that they were not friends. Their relationship was merely transactional. Asraful, believing his death was imminent, sought to imbue his passing with some semblance of value, hoping that Jin Yu would look after his family in the future. It was nothing more than a desperate attempt to make the best of a tragic situation. However, Jin Yu could not allow himself to think this way. Once a life is extinguished, it is gone forever, irrespective of the circumstances. The grenade he pulled was for his own survival, and he was the one who chose his fate, a young man in his 20s. On the brink of embarking on a beautiful new life, finally poised to make his existence normal. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Jin Yu gazed at the bald leader's lifeless body, still feeling unsatisfied, and unleashed a flurry of heavy punches upon his forehead. Donnie, Jin Yu? Whatever, just stop. Calm down. He is already dead and nearly turned to mush. Ethan held Jin Yu tightly. Though I share your anger, we must leave at once. There are enemies outside. We cannot remain hidden in this cave forever. Regardless of what you call him, you mentioned me earlier. Pull yourself together, my friend. Tony Stark lifted the visor of Mark I and sighed. I spent over 2 months in Kandahar searching for where you were held captive. He was a villager nearby, driven to join the terrorist organization due to hunger. I secured him a new passport and arranged for his family to relocate to M country. I even promised to ensure his safety, you know? He was only in his 20s, on the cusp of a new life. A friend of mine spoke highly of him. I had intended to become friends with him in the future. Jin Yu sank to the ground, despondent. The notion that someone died because of him was profoundly unsettling. I will compensate his family. I recognize that such statements may seem callous, but it is the only course of action we can take. Tony Stark sighed once more. Your abduction was no coincidence. Those involved cannot escape the repercussions. I will not let this matter rest. Neither will I. He died for me. After uttering this, Tony donned his mask and strode ahead of Jin Yu towards the cave's exit. Chapter 37. Will you transform into a parachute? In a past life, it was said that within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man, a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. This cave in Afghanistan marked the crucible where he transformed from a man into a superhero, bestowing Tony Stark, the notorious playboy, with his unique iron heart. If that is the case, then Ethan's death in this cave became the sacrificial offering for Tony Stark's metamorphosis into Iron Man. However, due to the arrival of Jin Yu, Ethan survived in the cave, and the sacrificial victim shifted from Ethan to the young man Osroff, with the target of the sacrifice changing from Tony Stark to both Jin Yu and himself. Both individuals felt an inescapable sense of responsibility for the young man's demise, and with stern expressions, they strode out of the cave. Jin Yu had initially anticipated that, upon exiting the cave, they would face an onslaught from the terrorists, much more formidable than what they endured within. Yet, reality proved to be entirely different from expectation. Outside, There were indeed a few individuals still resisting, but the majority, having witnessed the invulnerability of the Mark I, turned and fled in disarray, an outcome Jin Yu had not foreseen. In the film, the bald man was severely injured in the cave, with numerous elite warriors outside, and a bearded commander overseeing the operation. Here, however, the bearded man had perished inside, and the elite forces had nearly all been wiped out. The remaining scattered troops lacked the courage to confront this formidable armored adversary, and after a few feeble attempts at resistance, they all retreated in panic. Their battle, though seemingly successful, left Jin Yu and Tony Stark brimming with suppressed fury. As the sporadic gunfire ceased, the Mark I turned its attention to the heaps of munitions covered by canvas in the basin, each crate inscribed with the Stark surname. Initially, Stark believed that weapon manufacturing served the cause of peace, only to find his creations wielded as instruments of terror by these extremists. What infuriated him most was that his own weapons had been used to ambush the military convoy, forcing him to endure 3 months of agony in that cave. The more Stark pondered, the angrier he became. The mechanical arms of the Mark I lifted, unleashing twin streams of searing flames upon the amassed munitions, commencing their physical annihilation. While he reveled in the destruction, Jin Yu and Ethan were nearly paralyzed with fear. Stark, Tony Stark, cease this at once. We lack your formidable armor. Do you wish to obliterate this entire mountain? Jin Yu's furious shout momentarily quelled Stark's rage, yet as he surveyed the surroundings, the roaring flames had already ignited, and it was only a matter of time before the munitions erupted. Without a moment for regret, Stark hastily maneuvered the mechanical arms of the Mark I, grasping Jin Yu and Ethan by the waist. You'd best hold on to these arms. If you fall, I cannot save you. What did you say? Ethan barely comprehended before the Mark I's feet erupted with intense flames, and with a whoosh, the armor, carrying the two, soared skyward, diagonally heading towards the desert ahead. Fortunately, their ascent was timely. Behind them, the entire basin erupted in a massive inferno, resembling an ignited warehouse of fireworks from above, crackling and popping in a lively display. Perhaps due to the presence of two individuals, the Mark I did not ascend to the heights depicted in the film. However, Tony Stark, being exceptionally astute, maneuvered it at an angle, ensuring a safer descent amidst the vast expanse of sand dunes ahead. As a magician, I have witnessed you conjure a phone, a Gatling gun, and grenades. I must inquire, can you conjure a parachute? Stark bellowed from midair after escaping the explosion zone. Hell no. Jin Yu, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, suddenly recalled scenes from the movie and felt a surge of panic. You better have purchased insurance. No sooner had he spoken than the light on the Mark I's chest flickered ominously, and after 2 intermittent jets of flame, its powerful thrust extinguished, causing the Mark I to shift from a diagonal flight to a plummeting descent. With a resounding thud, the back of the Mark I crashed heavily onto a sand dune. Just before impact, Stark valiantly raised the machine's mechanical arms high, but after a violent collision, the connected tracks snapped, sending Jin Yu and Ethan hurtling away in opposite directions while Stark rolled down the dune with the Mark I. It was a bitter irony to escape with one's life only to nearly fall to one's demise from the heavens. The worst fate befell Jin Yu. Stark, though disoriented from the tumble, remained encased in armor, sustaining minimal injuries. Ethan, having fainted from fright before landing, also fell near the dune. As for Jin Yu, he rolled down the dune, colliding with a partially sanded boulder. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, and Jin Yu's head tilted awkwardly as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, Jin Yu found himself in a lavishly decorated hotel room, yet the familiar presence of the Black Widow graced his side. Awake, are we? Her ever-sweet smile, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, brought a sense of tranquility to Jin Yu. If every time I fainted I could awaken to this sight, I would gladly allow myself to be knocked out daily. Haha, that would require quite a hefty stick, considering you shattered that boulder. The Black Widow laughed heartily, clearly enjoying Jin Yu's playful remarks. By the way, I believe I collided with a rock. I cursed Stark to father children with 2 little appendages. And what of those 2? Jin Yu recalled the events leading to his fainting spell, seething with frustration over Stark's reckless antics with the armaments he had intended to confiscate. As the Black Widow recounted the events, Jin Yu realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring that area for some time. The moment gunfire and explosions erupted that fateful night, her instinct was to respond swiftly. She hurriedly assembled a team and rushed to the scene, only to arrive just in time for a massive explosion. In the chaos, she began searching the vicinity, and the first person she discovered was Tony Stark, who lay unconscious amidst a heap of mangled metal. While Tony Stark was certainly to be handed over to the military, Black Widow felt uneasy about entrusting Jin Yu to their care. After examining Jin Yu and determining that he merely suffered a mild concussion, she opted to take him back with her, leaving the other unfortunate souls for the military to collect. You bumped your head, and I wanted you to rest well. So I administered a sedative to ensure you could sleep soundly. Then, I secured a Quinjet to bring us back. How do you feel? Is your head still aching? The Black Widow gently caressed Jin Yu's forehead with a touch of concern. What? Back? I slept and suddenly found myself from Afghanistan to the United States? Jin Yu exclaimed as he sat upright in bed. Indeed, we are at the Nomad Hotel in Los Angeles. Black Widow confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this affirmation, Jin Yu instinctively touched his face, realizing that his disguise had vanished. He pulled back the covers, his cheeks flushing as he asked, Did you give me a bath? Is there a problem with that? She replied nonchalantly, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as if a thought had crossed her mind. Well, it's quite the surprise. Damn it. This is the first time in my life a girl has bathed me, and I have no memory of it. No sense of the experience. Why didn't you wake me? Jin Yu lamented, feeling as though he had lost a fortune. If you want the experience, come here, Black Widow teased, beckoning him with her finger. For some inexplicable reason, this gesture reminded Jin Yu of a famous line. Come here. He quickly shook his head, dispelling those thoughts, and stared at her in bewilderment. You brought me back from Afghanistan, sedated me, and now I awaken here, completely naked in a hotel bed. Did you take advantage of my unconscious state? He accused, incredulity in his tone. Crazy. I did not. She vehemently denied. You didn't, T? You bathed me and had the opportunity to indulge in my perfectly sculpted physique, yet refrained? I feel utterly insulted. Please leave. I need some solitude. Huh. Ha. Chapter 38. Farewell, Tony Stark. After Black Widow departed, having recounted the events in detail, Jin Yu was left alone in the empty hotel suite, muttering, Ugh. What a heartless woman. In order to reassure Black Widow, Jin Yu had previously performed a magic trick at a bar in Kandahar, producing various weapons from thin air. This spectacle contributed to Black Widow's confidence in Jin Yu's ability to venture alone into perilous situations. However, she conveniently omitted this detail in her report to SHIELD. After her departure, Jin Yu reclined on his bed, lost in contemplation. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, it was apparent that Black Widow intended for him to establish rapport with Tony Stark. This arrangement was fortuitous for Jin Yu, who found himself effectively homeless and unperturbed by his surroundings. Being in close proximity to Stark might even afford him the opportunity to acquire a suit of armor, a prospect he deemed advantageous. Having spent nearly half a year traversing the Middle East since his departure from Dubai, Jin Yu felt a peculiar disconnection upon his return. He decided to indulge in a few days of rest at what was reputed to be one of the finest hotels in Los Angeles. For a full fortnight, he remained within the hotel's confines, engaging in a simple routine of eating and sleeping, occasionally enjoying the hotel's massage services, purely legitimate, of course. However, it was somewhat disappointing that Black Widow had not sought him out during this time. After ample rest, Jin Yu donned a newly purchased casual outfit, contemplating the acquisition of a vehicle. Given that he might reside in Los Angeles for an extended period, lacking a car would be quite inconvenient. Initially inclined to purchase a used car, he reconsidered, realizing he was now quite affluent, with billions in cash within his dimensional space. Why not indulge himself a little? Thus, he resolved to acquire a new car. Upon further reflection, he recognized he was preparing to visit Tony Stark, an avaricious capitalist whose mansion was as vast as a football field. Arriving in a modest vehicle would undoubtedly undermine his confidence before Stark's South opulent estate. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of making a grand impression, Jin Yu opted for a Bentley Continental, a luxury vehicle adorned with wings. Jin Yu was uncertain of Stark's exact residence, but he knew it was located in Malibu, renowned for its lavish beachfront properties. He drove along the highway adjacent to Malibu Beach, taking in the sight of the picturesque seaside villas. It was evident why this locale claimed the title of Los Angeles' luxury home hub. The scenery was exquisite and the ocean's hues captivating. However, the thought of residing alone in a villa felt somewhat desolate to him, and he was averse to the idea of having a housekeeper intrude upon his privacy. This sentiment resonated with Tony Stark as well, despite their outwardly boisterous personas. Both men shared a fundamental reluctance to engage with strangers in everyday life. As I journeyed along the road, I traversed several neighborhoods, each with its own distinctive architectural style, until I found myself enveloped by an expanse of untamed woodland. It was then that I began to wonder if I had perhaps taken a wrong turn. When in the distance, perched atop a prominent cliff, I beheld a magnificent white mansion. It dominated the landscape amidst several kilometers of desolation, starkly contrasting with the lavish neighborhoods I had previously passed. Indeed, the wealthy are stratified, and as I gradually brought my vehicle to a halt at the entrance, I pondered whether my entire fortune could suffice to purchase such an estate. While I had always perceived it as a grand mansion in the film, standing before it now rendered me awestruck by its sheer size. No wonder Tony Stark often secluded himself in his garage. A residence of such magnitude certainly instills a sense of vulnerability. Before I could even reach for the doorbell, a voice emanated from beside it. Mr. Stark declines all interviews. Thank you. This marked my first encounter with Jarvis's voice in person, devoid of any electronic modulation. One might easily mistake it for that of a living being. I am not a reporter. Thank you. No sales pitches are necessary. My expression darkened at the AI's lack of discernment. Did I truly appear to be a salesperson? Within the subterranean garage, Tony Stark was on the verge of developing the Mark II, and with Jarvis's assistance, all systems and parameters had been meticulously arranged. He was about to undertake a brief flight within the garage for data collection when Jarvis interjected. Sir, there appears to be a visitor at the entrance. He seems to be a stranger, and my database contains no records of any prior interactions with you. Tell him I do not accept any interviews. Stark replied tersely. Understood, sir. However, he claims he is not a reporter, nor does he wish to sell anything. I prefer not to meet strangers. You know this, Jarvis. Stark's impatience was palpable. Understood, sir. However, Jarvis thoughtfully adjusted his phrasing. He insists that you owe him something. Excuse me? Stark paused, incredulous at the notion that he owed anyone anything. Just as he was about to instruct Jarvis to dismiss the visitor entirely, the AI spoke again. He claims you owe him a parachute, sir. Should I contact the police department? A parachute? Stark was momentarily taken aback. Jarvis, open the door and let him in. No, wait, I will go myself. Uncertain of the visitor's identity, he hastily removed his gear and made his way to the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was met by a completely unfamiliar face, an exceptionally handsome young Asian man, appearing to be in his early 20s. Who are you? Tony Stark glanced behind Jin Yu, only to find himself alone, prompting a puzzled inquiry. Sighing, Jin Yu extended his right hand and weakly snapped his fingers. In an instant, a parachute pack appeared before him. I specifically purchased this as a memento from our previous desert expedition. I bought 3, and this color suits you best. Donnie? No, Jin Yu. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing the familiar gaze, Tony Stark finally confirmed the identity of the person before him. You truly are an unrepentant rogue. I initially believed only your name was a fabrication, yet it seems even your visage is a deception. Nonetheless, I am genuinely pleased to see you, my friend. Tony Stark casually accepted the parachute pack, placing it on the ground, and warmly embraced Jin Yu. The bond forged through shared peril was unmistakable. Jin Yu felt the genuine joy emanating from Tony upon recognizing him. His heart warmed as he instinctively tightened his embrace. However, before he could exert any force, the previously sincere Tony Stark disdainfully pushed him away. That feels rather odd. A mere gesture will suffice. Jin Yu could only roll his eyes in exasperation, awkwardly shifting the subject. Who was speaking with me outside just now? Do you have others at home? That was my artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis. Please say hello to Jin Yu. Hello, Mr. Jin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jarvis. The voice echoed again. Jin Yu responded mildly before turning to Tony Stark. Your artificial intelligence butler is hardly intelligent. It mistook me for a salesman. Do I appear to be the sort who engages in such door-to-door solicitation? Jin Yu's face was flushed with indignation, primarily due to having waited outside for nearly 5 minutes. This is an utterly unforgivable error, Jarvis. Your rudeness is inexcusable. It seems I must thoroughly inspect your programming at my earliest convenience. Now, my friend, let us not dwell on Jarvis's shortcomings. Your timing is impeccable, for I have a fascinating item to show you. Tony Stark ushered Jin Yu inside. Jarvis. Chapter 39. What are you avoiding? Your arrival is truly fortuitous. Though it is unfortunate that Ethan refused to accompany me back. Otherwise, the 3 of us could enjoy a drink together. Upon meeting Tony, Jin Yu realized that Ethan had not returned with him. Previously, they had been taken to the M military base for treatment, where Tony had even proposed purchasing a hospital for Ethan to manage. However, Ethan had declined the offer. His village had been ravaged by the bald-headed leader and his gang. His family had been slaughtered and buried there. Ethan wished to return to guard his loved ones and use his medical skills to assist the impoverished locals. Jin Yu could only express his profound admiration for such resolve. By the way, if you have the chance, please provide me with the details of the Osroff family. I wish to do something for them. Tony handed Jin Yu a bottle of beverage and spoke in a deep voice. No need for that. I've already arranged for them to receive $1 million, sufficient for them to commence a new life here. Should they encounter any difficulties, someone will notify me. Jin Yu waved his hand dismissively, having already entrusted the task to Black Widow. 1 million. I must say, you seem quite affluent. Tony jested, teasing Jin Yu. Hearing that from your lips feels like an affront. Jin Yu replied with a wry smile, then continued, by the way, speaking of 1 million. This brings to mind one of the primary reasons I sought you out. I possess a substantial amount of cash, and utilizing it is somewhat inconvenient. Depositing it directly into a bank appears equally troublesome, hence I wish to ask for your assistance. As he spoke, Jin Yu rose from his seat without hesitation, gesturing for a square formation of cash to materialize before them. Even though Tony was reputed as the world's richest man, he had never encountered such a considerable sum of cash. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of such wealth, he inadvertently spewed his drink. You cannot be telling me you robbed the federal bank's vault. Rest assured, it is certainly not bank money. Its origins are legitimate. Here, I have a total of 300 million. Is that too much? Perhaps we should divide it into 3 transactions? Jin Yu pondered, feeling that presenting such a vast amount at once might be cumbersome for Tony. However, the next moment, he was taken aback. Tony promptly stood, rummaged through the cluttered workstation, and retrieved a stamped checkbook. With swift strokes, he signed his name and filled in the sum of 300 million. Not too much. Take this check and head to the bank for the transfer. It won't pose any issues. Jin Yu was astonished. 300 million. I meant for you to assist me in depositing it at the bank and then transferring it to me. It's merely 300 million. Why complicate matters? I will hold on to it for now, and later I will arrange for someone to handle it. Speaking of which, I nearly lost track of what's important. I am currently working on the flight data for the 2nd generation battle armor. Could you assist me with that? Jin Yu helped Tony test various data for the limb thrusters. By the time they finished, twilight had descended. Tony, wishing to avoid dining out, ever since he announced Stark Industries would cease weapons production, he had been besieged by a throng of reporters whenever he stepped outside, opted to call a restaurant for delivery to his home. The two of them eschewed any sense of formality, setting up a small tea table in the garage, pouring 2 glasses of red wine, and chatting while dining amidst the chaotic surroundings filled with components and tools for Tony's armors. This created an uncanny resemblance to their experiences in the caves of Afghanistan. As they ate, their eyes met, and they could not help but burst into laughter. To be candid, after such a prolonged absence, I find myself enveloped in a sense of surreal dislocation. Were it not for the ever-looming specter of mortal peril, I would dare say my days spent in that cavern felt rather more liberating. Upon my return, I declared that Stark Industries would cease its production of weapons, and the world has deemed me mad. After a moment of levity, Tony spoke with a hint of resignation. Having witnessed the film, Jin Yu comprehended the immense pressure behind Tony's decision. Even his closest confidant, Pepper, believed he had erred in judgment. I can empathize with you. You endured 3 months in that wretched place, witnessing the slaughter of innocents and the pillaging of villages, with each weapon bearing your family name, and every bullet hailing from your own factory. That damned feeling is indeed an unpleasant experience, and I stand by you. Experiencing understanding is truly gratifying, and I must express my gratitude for all that has transpired. Tony raised his glass, gently clinking it with Jin Yu's, a gesture of camaraderie from the first person to support him since his return. In truth, you need not concern yourself with others' opinions. Come now. You are Tony Stark, the pinnacle of genius, endowed with wealth that could last several lifetimes. Why should you be swayed by the views of others? If you have a thought, pursue it. You possess the privilege to be audacious, my friend. Jin Yu consoled Tony while savoring his meal. Indeed, I am Tony Stark. The company bears our family name, yet it is not solely mine. They perceive my actions as juvenile tantrums, fearing I will lead the firm into irrevocable ruin. The board is even contemplating my removal from the company, and talk show hosts mockingly suggest that if I abandon arms manufacturing, I might as well produce baby pacifiers. That insufferable scoundrel. Tony's expression grew increasingly exasperated. Then prove them wrong, Tony. Deep down, you know that regardless of the direction you choose to pursue, you have the confidence in your abilities to steer your company to new heights. What truly matters is not these external judgments. You isolate yourself in the basement, not merely to fabricate armor. You are evading, Tony, evading certain individuals and issues. Is there something within the company you cannot confront? Jin Yu successfully redirected the conversation, as this was one of his primary motives for visiting today. The demise of Obadiah Stane and the shadow it cast upon him compelled Jin Yu to eliminate that threat. However, he could not simply confront him directly, as his own strength was insufficient to disregard societal constraints. I cannot grasp your insinuations. I am not evading anything. I simply have no desire to engage in disputes with the board. Tony set down his utensils, finding his appetite waning. You are indeed evading, Tony. Your company is facing issues, and you are reluctant to pursue further investigations, fearing the outcome may be the most undesirable one. Thus, upon your return, you hastily declared the cessation of weapon manufacturing. This decision is not solely a response to the harrowing sights you witnessed in Afghanistan. It is an attempt to swiftly conclude matters, ensuring that past events do not recur. However, your board did not lend their support, leaving you at a loss. Silence. Under the relentless questioning from Jin Yu, Tony finally erupted, striking the coffee table forcefully and shouting. Jin Yu regarded him in silence, his gaze unyielding. After a prolonged moment, Tony exhaled deeply, his voice losing its fervor. The crux of the matter lies with those weapons, does it not? By shutting down the arms department, I can prevent similar occurrences in the future. Is that not the right course of action? Of course it is not. Jin Yu showed no signs of relenting. What about the innocent lives lost to those weapons? What of the elders and children in those villages? What of Ashraf? Even if you close the arms division, it does not alter the grim reality of their demise, their bodies left to decay in some forsaken corner. Jin Yu's voice grew increasingly intense, while Tony remained silent, though the slight tremor in his hands betrayed the inner turmoil he faced. And Tony, you have overlooked a critical point. They will not passively allow you to obstruct their financial interests. If you persist, the danger may not only befall you, but also those around you due to your indecision. This statement struck a chord within Tony, prompting him to look up at Jin Yu, remaining silent. Jin Yu sensed that the conversation had reached its limit for the day. Tony's indecisiveness was both a flaw and a strength. In the film, he too was cornered before confronting the realities of Obadiah. Jin Yu had said enough for now. The rest would require time for Tony to process. I have stated that the matter regarding Ashraf will not simply fade away. I know you must gather your resolve. I will wait for you. When you have made up your mind, seek me out. Jin Yu stood, turned, and departed, leaving Tony alone in the garage, lost in contemplation. Chapter 40. Gifts and Grim Tidings. The day following his departure from Tony, Jin Yu spent a considerable time searching for an apartment in downtown Los Angeles. After more than a week, he finally found a suitable unit, a spacious apartment of approximately 150 square meters, featuring an open kitchen connected to the living room, a large bedroom with a walk-in closet, and a study. The living room also had a small bar area, ideal for enjoying tea, coffee, or drinks. Situated on the top floor of a building, it boasted a generous 50-square-meter terrace. This arrangement equated to a two-bedroom and one living room layout, with each area and room spacious and elegantly designed. The large terrace, coupled with its top-floor location, ensured privacy, resembling a secluded sanctuary in the sky. Jin Yu was thoroughly satisfied with his choice. In the previous life, before the time of crossing over, Jin Yu had yet to purchase a home by the time he reached his early 30s. The exorbitant prices of real estate in first-tier cities deterred him, as he cherished a carefree existence and refused to become a slave to mortgage payments. Thus, this marked Jin Yu's inaugural foray into homeownership. The thrill of making such a purchase was palpable, particularly upon receiving the keys and contemplating his design and decoration choices. Although the apartment had already been renovated, he decided against a complete overhaul, opting instead to replace all the furnishings. In the ensuing days, Jin Yu enthusiastically indulged in acquiring new furniture and various decorative items. Relishing the process, one day, after a long excursion, he returned home with an assortment of wine glasses and a case of liquor intended for the bar cabinet. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed a small package resting on the ground. Surprised, he pondered how deliveries had begun arriving just days after his move. Initially suspecting a mix-up, he verified the address and name, only to confirm it was indeed for him. Upon opening the package, he discovered a small cardboard box adorned with a card. As he read the contents, a smile spread across his face. The note read, "How does it feel to move into your new home, you charmingly superficial man? I regret not being able to celebrate with you in person, so I've chosen to send you a gift in advance. This is merely the first part. You must keep it safe, or else the subsequent gifts will be forfeited. Remember, you owe me a grand meal when I return. Thinking of you." The message was sealed with a red lip print. It was evident that the sender was the widow, yet the nature of her gift, divided into two parts, piqued Jin Yu's curiosity. He opened the box to reveal a piece of ancient Chinese-style women's lingerie, colloquially known as a doudou. This particular design was evidently modernized, featuring black fabric with purple trim and a horizontal slit at the chest adorned with two patterned knots. Jin Yu estimated its size to extend from just below the collarbone to above the navel. Imagining the widow clad in this exquisite garment, her fair skin juxtaposed against the fabric, accentuating her curves, left him breathless. The thought was intoxicating, and he found himself swallowing hard. Compounding the intrigue was the matching pair of delicate underwear, a mere strip of fabric that would barely cover the essential areas. Overwhelmed by a wave of heat, Jin Yu realized that dwelling on such thoughts could lead to dire consequences, prompting him to hastily stow the items away, preferring to avoid their sight. Yet, the imagery had already embedded itself in his mind, replaying in an incessant loop without his conscious effort. With no other recourse, he retreated to the balcony for some fresh air, hoping the view would provide a much-needed distraction. Such matters, when placed within the confines of his youthful and vigorous physique, could hardly be dismissed so easily. Jin Yu felt a surge of loss of control as a voice of undeniable temptation echoed in his mind, urging him to venture out and seek a resolution. After all, this was the United States, teeming with alluring beauties. Yet, simultaneously, another voice cautioned him, reminding him that despite not having defined his relationship with Natasha, there existed an unspoken understanding between them. To indulge in such desires would be a profound betrayal of the thoughtful gift she had prepared. The two voices clashed within Jin Yu's mind, locked in a relentless argument. In a moment of urgency, he conceived a plan to toss a coin, with heads representing instinct and tails signifying reason. Deep down, Jin Yu was aware of which outcome he secretly wished for. Having made his decision, he hurled the coin skyward with fervor. Whiz! Bang! Before the coin could descend, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a figure adorned in red and yellow descended heavily onto the rooftop. What the hell? Jin Yu exclaimed, startled, realizing he no longer needed to await the coin's verdict, as the shock had dispelled his bodily impulses. Initially convinced he was witnessing a specter, he focused his gaze to discover it was Mark II, the quintessential first completed suit of Iron Man armor. Just the other day, at Tony's residence, he had only just finalized the designs and various parameters. He never anticipated the completion of the prototype would come so swiftly. You nearly gave me a heart attack. You scoundrel, Jin Yu exclaimed, momentarily regretting his decision to purchase an upper-floor apartment. After his outburst, he noticed something amiss. The armor bore numerous battle scars, with several areas marked by minute dents. Tony, what have you done? Ethan is dead, Tony uttered, lifting his visor with reddened eyes, before collapsing wearily onto the ground. Jin Yu stood frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally rose and entered the room. Retrieving the 3 cups he had recently bought, along with a bottle of high-proof whiskey, he poured generous servings for both himself and Tony, placing an equally full glass beside them. Raising his glass, he clinked it against the empty one, then lifted it to his lips and drank deeply. To Ethan, following suit. Tony clinked his glass and drained its contents, though he remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It turned out that just today, Tony had completed the assembly of the armor and had seen on television the news of a massacre perpetrated by the 10 Rings in a village in Afghanistan, which happened to be Ethan's hometown. When Tony arrived, clad in the armor, Ethan was already on the brink of death. He died in my arms. Before he passed, Ethan told me not to squander my abilities. How ironic that the very ones who killed him were those so-called freedom fighters, and even more absurd, the weapons they used were produced in my factory. I have failed, Ethan. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. As the conversation unfolded, Tony finally reached his breaking point, his voice trembling with emotion as he repeatedly uttered apologies. Jin Yu remained silent, pouring more drink into their glasses from the bottle, and soon they found themselves lost in a haze of spirits. That night, the two sat in a daze, exchanging no words, each sip leading them deeper into a bottle of high-proof liquor. Tony, after spilling the first glass of the second bottle, left Jin Yu to drink alone for the remainder of the evening. He could not fathom why he consumed so much. The death of Ethan weighed heavily on him, the pain undeniable yet difficult to articulate. It was not profound sorrow he felt, but rather an overwhelming sense of loss and a hint of dread. His presence had altered the fates of some, yet in the end, Ethan still perished. Was it mere coincidence? Or was Ethan destined to be a catalyst in the transformation of Iron Man? Jin Yu was uncertain and could not find clarity, so he continued to drink until he succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 41. The Unraveling. Tony in downtown Los Angeles, at the Disney Concert Hall. The annual gala for the Firefighters Home Foundation was underway. This foundation, established through the personal donation of Tony Stark, primarily aimed to upgrade firefighters' equipment and provide support for families affected by casualties. In its inaugural year, it was merely a personal endeavor of Stark's. But as the media and government extolled this charitable act, more affluent locals began to contribute, eager to enhance their public image with a touch of generosity. This year marked the 3rd iteration of the gala, which had evolved into one of the city's premier social events for the elite. For narrative coherence, the sequence of events has been adjusted from the film, so please bear with this alteration. Naturally, such a gathering of high society attracted a throng of journalists, capturing the scene from various angles and voicing similar sentiments, speculating whether Tony Stark would grace the charity event with his presence. They could not resist poking fun at his announcement to shutter the weapons division of Stark Industries, deliberately labeling it with adjectives such as arrogant, self-serving, and irrational. The reporters were astute. They understood Tony Stark well enough to know that such provocations were designed to draw him out and create headlines, a tactic that had proven effective with the notorious playboy in the past. However, today was different. As the evening progressed, disappointment mounted among the journalists. For Tony Stark had yet to appear. This was one of the few recent opportunities likely to coax him into the spotlight. Disappointment may linger, yet the work must persist. If one cannot await Tony Stark, then one must turn to those who stand beside him. Obadiah Stane or his personal assistant, Miss Pepper. Ultimately, as long as the conversation can be deftly redirected towards him, one can consider it a successful endeavor. Emerging first was Obadiah Stane, who had just stepped out from the music venue. A throng of journalists accompanied by photographers surged forward, but he was well prepared, having brought along no fewer than a dozen bodyguards, who formed a protective barrier against the crowd. Just when the reporters believed that the evening's prospects were utterly bleak, a delightful surprise unfolded. The roar of a sports car engine echoed, and at the climax of the dinner, Tony Stark unexpectedly arrived. The reporters, who had been surrounding Obadiah, abruptly flocked towards the area where Stark was parking. Even Obadiah, who was on the verge of entering his vehicle, paused to glance at Tony. Upon exiting his car, Tony disregarded the journalists, brusquely pushing through them, only for an even greater surprise to follow. Tony strode directly up to Obadiah, retrieving several photographs from his coat pocket, seemingly questioning him in a hushed tone. The reporters immediately perked up, yet Obadiah's ample security formed an impenetrable wall, effectively obstructing their view. What were those photographs about? They were taken in a small town called Gamera just yesterday. Are you aware of what transpired there? How many lives were lost, all perishing beneath the weapons we manufactured, each inscribed with my name? Obadiah, what have you done? Tony's agitation was palpable, fueled by the unresolved matters surrounding Ethan, now compounded by this alarming new development. Tony, must you remain so naive? Obadiah replied, his disdain evident. I once was naive enough to believe your words about maintaining ethical boundaries in business. But what of now? While we accept government contracts, we secretly supply arms to terrorists, engaging in dual dealings. Tony's hands trembled with fury. We are arms dealers, Tony. We sell to wherever our products are needed. If there is no demand, we create it. This is our means of survival. Do you understand? Spare me your laughable principles. Remember who was responsible for your ousting from the company? It was I. You can comfortably count your profits at home as a major shareholder. Stay out of the company affairs. Do you comprehend? Obadiah's words left Tony Stark rooted to the spot, as he had harbored a flicker of hope regarding Obadiah before arriving. But what about those whose lives were taken, Obadiah? Just as Obadiah turned to depart, Tony suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. This question is quite intriguing, Tony. I must admit, I had not contemplated it before, Obadiah remarked, tilting his head in a contemplative gesture, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. All I can say is, I apologize. Go to hell. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Tony Stark lunged forward and delivered a vicious punch to Obadiah's face. The journalists outside gasped in astonishment, their excited shrieks echoing as they urged the photographers to seize the moment, hoping for close-ups of the unfolding drama. The blow left Obadiah momentarily stunned, his disbelief evident as he clutched his face. In his eyes, Tony Stark, despite being an indisputable genius, had always been someone he regarded as a ward, an uncle, even a father figure. How dare he strike him, especially in such a public setting? Tony, are you out of your mind? You're the one who is insane, Obadiah. Do you even comprehend what you've done? Get away from me. Let go. The words from Jin Yu that fateful night had thrust the brutal reality Tony had long evaded directly before his eyes, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Soon after, the death of Ethan pierced Tony's heart like a dagger. To this day, Tony had received a photograph from a female reporter, depicting an array of newly manufactured Stark Industries weapons alongside gruesome scenes of civilians being slaughtered, including women and children. It had taken every ounce of restraint for Tony to maintain his composure. Yet Obadiah's earlier mock apology had utterly shattered his defenses. A cadre of bodyguards surged forward, restraining the enraged Tony Stark. Obadiah, you are a murderer, a butcher. You have no right to act this way. This company was founded by my father. Silence him. Obadiah barked at his bodyguards. Initially, the guards had been struggling to hold Tony back to prevent him from causing harm, but upon hearing their employer's command, they became more forceful. Two of them seized Tony's arms while another pressed his knee against Tony's back, forcing his head down to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. Directing other bodyguards to obstruct the journalists, Obadiah finally approached Tony, crouching down to observe him, half of his face pressed against the ground, unable to articulate a coherent word. A cold smile crept across Obadiah's face as he extended his right hand, resting it on Tony's cheek, gently patting it twice before speaking. Tony, you see, impulsiveness and rage do not resolve issues. They only bring you disgrace. Perhaps I have been too lenient with you in the past. Your performance today is truly disappointing. I warn you, do not meddle further. Just enjoy your life as a playboy, or else remove your filthy hands, or I shall turn that damned bald head of yours into a pulp. Chapter 42. The hidden hand of Obadiah. Obadiah Stane and his bodyguards looked up simultaneously, only to see Jin Yu emerging from the direction of the concert hall. With a few strides, he descended the steps and charged directly towards Obadiah. The surrounding bodyguards, sensing the urgency, quickly dispatched two of their own, flanking Jin Yu from either side. Bang! Bang! In quick succession, both guards were caught off guard, receiving powerful blows to their abdomens. The impact felt as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer, twisting their insides painfully. Instinctively, they hunched over, collapsing to the ground like overcooked shrimp. This was merely a demonstration of restraint on Jin Yu's part. Had he unleashed his full strength, their ribs would have surely punctured their lungs. Stop him! Obadiah was taken aback by the swift incapacitation of his guards. Just as he managed to utter a command, Jin Yu was already upon them. With a punch and a kick, the two bodyguards beside him fell before they could react. Jin Yu then seized the hair of the guard who had been pressing his knee against Tony, effortlessly lifting him. In one swift motion, he secured the guard's right wrist and twisted it with force. A piercing scream erupted as the guard's hand, which had been holding Tony's head, was contorted into an agonizing position. Obadiah attempted to flee, but Jin Yu's speed was astonishing. The other bodyguards were still engaged with several security personnel below, leaving Obadiah with no choice but to escape. However, it was too late. As he stood, he felt a tightening grip around his neck, lifting him off the ground before he fell back onto the floor. Jin Yu had yanked him back by the collar. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap across Obadiah's face. The impact echoed, leaving one side of Obadiah's face visibly reddened, swelling with blood. Despite the pain, he managed to stifle a groan, spitting out two bloodied molars. Another sharp sound followed, this time from Tony, who had risen and appeared considerably calmer. Yet, he wasted no time, delivering a swift slap to Obadiah before silently delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Evidently unsatisfied, Tony prepared to land a few more kicks. Stop! The remaining bodyguards finally rushed forward, but the scene before them made them hesitate. Instead, they aimed their weapons at Jin Yu and Tony. Tony glanced back at the bodyguard, undeterred, and delivered another fierce kick to Obadiah's abdomen. Stand down, Mr. Stark, or I will genuinely fire. The bodyguard warned, as Tony regarded him with an intense gaze, while Jin Yu quietly observed from the side. Disregard him. If you have not yet vented your frustrations, I shall assist you in confronting them. No, it is unnecessary. Today, I acted impulsively. Tony had initially intended to confront Obadiah about the weapons depicted in the photographs. Unexpectedly, as the conversation progressed, emotions escalated, culminating in a situation he had never anticipated. Let us escort your employer home. Jin Yu firmly grasped Obadiah by the collar and propelled him towards the encroaching group of bodyguards. Several of the guards frantically took charge of their employer, while Jin Yu paid them no mind as he seized Tony and prepared to depart. However, upon turning around, he encountered a visage of earnestness tinged with resentment, framed by a receding hairline. Alas, in my haste, I completely overlooked the matter at hand. My apologies, Coulson. Jin Yu's presence here was indeed summoned by Coulson regarding the Afghanistan rescue operation. He had only briefly discussed it with Black Widow, as many details were glossed over, compounded by her deliberate avoidance of certain aspects in her conversation with Jin Yu. Consequently, Nick Fury dispatched Coulson to reacquaint himself with the situation. Little did he know that in seeking Tony Stark, he would face multiple closed doors, leading him, out of frustration, to Jin Yu, where he disclosed his identity and intentions. Hoping Jin Yu could act as an intermediary to facilitate a dialogue with Tony, Coulson had mentioned that Tony would arrive this evening. Jin Yu had not given it much thought and simply awaited his arrival, only to be met with a street brawl. In the heat of the moment, Jin Yu had forgotten his original purpose. Nevertheless, encountering this situation presented an opportunity for the three of them to engage in a meaningful conversation. Obadiah, fuming, returned home. Though not particularly young, he maintained a commendable physique. Despite appearing somewhat portly, he possessed considerable muscle. And aside from losing 2 teeth from Jin Yu's slap and a swollen visage resembling that of a pig, he sustained no significant injuries. Seated alone in his study, under the dim light, Obadiah's expression darkened ominously. After a prolonged silence, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. What do you want from me now? Upon connection, A bizarre voice emerged from the other end. Deep, viscous, utterly uncharacteristic of a normal human. I require your assistance. My men have failed, and Tony Stark no longer trusts me. I need the arc reactor from his chest, Obadiah stated solemnly. That is your own predicament, Obadiah. Our transaction has been concluded. The voice on the other end clearly expressed no interest in this proposal. This is a long-term collaboration invitation. The blueprints you provided have undergone considerable optimization on our part. I possess the resources necessary to commence mass production of the steel battlesuits. All we require is a modest reactor. With it, we can forge an invincible army. Do you comprehend the implications of this? As Aston spoke, he became somewhat agitated, his lips stretching wide enough to engage the muscles on one side of his face, causing him to wince in pain and draw a sharp breath. Are you truly confident that your incompetent subordinates can replicate that reactor? It seemed the other party was slightly intrigued, prompting Aston to seize the moment. Since the day Howard left us, my team has been diligently studying that massive device. We possess a thorough understanding of its structure and materials, but we are uncertain how to scale it down. If we can obtain the finished product from Tony Stark, I assure you, within a week, my team will replicate it. Very well. Remember your words, Aston. Should you fail, you will be the first to face my wrath. The other party coldly stated before abruptly ending the call. Bang. Aston slammed his phone upon the table, shattering it into pieces. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? Once I acquire what I desire, you will be the first to perish, you monster. Meanwhile, Jin Yu and his companions found themselves aboard a yacht. 2 levels of luxurious amenities. To Jin Yu, this vessel was far more opulent than his own home. Yet, it was merely Tony's smallest yacht. In Tony's words, the sole advantage of this boat was that it could be navigated by one person, suitable for solitude or for enjoying the company of a lovely companion. As Tony spoke, his expression remained casual, yet both Jin Yu and Coulson could not suppress their eye rolls. The weather outside was delightful, and the trio settled in the lounge area on the deck. Tony produced a bottle of brandy purported to be aged 20 years. Jin Yu, not one for discerning such subtleties, observed as the earnest Coulson took a sip, his eyes lighting up. He promptly finished his glass and poured himself another generous serving. I am curious, what precisely do you wish to know? I have already briefed Rhodey on the general circumstances. Surely, you are not unaware. Tony indeed found this puzzling. I am fully aware of the situation. My primary interest lies here. Coulson pointed to the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Tony's expression shifted, while Jin Yu gazed thoughtfully at Coulson. In his recollection, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Nick Fury's team had never expressed interest in coveting Tony's arc reactor. You may have misunderstood my intentions. I merely wish to document and understand certain parameters of this device. I have no designs on its manufacturing process. Coulson, noting Tony Stark's reaction, hastily clarified. Are you attempting to ascertain its power? Tony grasped the implication immediately. It should be termed as a threat. We monitor any individuals or entities worldwide that pose a danger to the safety of human society. We require a comprehensive assessment dossier to facilitate prompt and effective solutions in the event of a threat or loss of control, Coulson mused. May I interpret this as providing you with the specifications and capabilities of my weaponry, so that you may eliminate me when the need arises? Jin Yu quipped. This is my duty. We are here for safety and stability, and such potent forces must be monitored, do they not? Otherwise, they would only usher in calamity. Coulson replied with utmost seriousness. Tony rolled his eyes, raising his glass to clink with Coulson's. Buddy, you're a good man. Coulson, bewildered, asked, did I say something wrong? Absolutely not. You are merely a tad too earnest, my friend. Your boss, that fellow with the eye patch, he is undoubtedly a cunning rogue. Jin Yu recalled that fateful night in Batumi, her teeth grinding in resentment. In truth, Director Fury is quite amiable. He has discreetly aided you in resolving numerous troubles. Coulson maintained his serious demeanor. Indeed, but that was an exchange, the remuneration I deserve for assisting you. Since encountering you, I have sustained critical injuries and have been left unconscious multiple times. Jin Yu scoffed. And Natasha, you have whisked away our most beautiful agent. Even the most earnest of souls have their moments of defiance. What beautiful agent? That rogue abducted her? I relish such tales. Tony exclaimed with delight. Silence. Cease your chatter and let us toast. The raucous little yacht drifted slowly across the surface of the sea, while beneath the tranquil waters, turbulent undercurrents quietly approached. Chapter 43. Do you believe ginger can prevent hair loss? Coulson, I require an explanation. As soon as the call connected, Jin Yu's furious voice erupted from the phone's receiver, causing Coulson's ears to ring, prompting him to distance the device from his ear by several inches. I do not comprehend what you mean. Carlson adjusted the phone's volume down and cautiously brought it closer to his ear. Do not play coy with me. It's all over the television news, as well as in newspapers and magazines. Are you daring to assert that this is not your doing? On the other end of the line, Jin Yu was seated on the sofa in her apartment, one hand clutching the phone while the other pounded the coffee table rhythmically. Scattered across the table were several newspapers and magazines, all featuring the same cover and headline. Two major shareholders of Stark Industries engaged in street brawl with an Asian man. Suspected love triangle. The cover photo depicted Tony being subdued on the ground by Obadiah's bodyguard, Obadiah himself crouched beside Tony with a condescending expression, while Jin Yu charged towards them with a fierce countenance. One must admit, the photograph was expertly captured. Merely viewing it, it is difficult to ascertain the nature of the hostility among the three individuals. The narrative has grown increasingly vibrant and intricate, revealing that Jin Yu was originally a kept boy by the enigmatic Obadiah Stane. Fate intervened when he encountered Tony Stark, and an instant attraction blossomed between them. Alas, Jin Yu was already entangled with Obadiah, who Tony regarded as an uncle. Thus they were compelled to harbor their feelings in silence. Their paths crossed again at a party, sparking further tension. Of course, there are more exaggerated versions of the tale, yet the love triangle remains an unavoidable theme. It was I who orchestrated this, and I would advise against the dissemination of last night's events, Carlson stated confidently. The most effective way to suppress a story is to overshadow it with something even more sensational. I am well versed in this craft, and the outcome will surely be remarkable. Carlson appeared unfazed by Jin Yu's anger. It was worth noting that to ignite interest in this love triangle, he had initially funded the writing of 2 articles himself. I may have spoken the truth, but I never suggested you employ such a method, Jin Yu retorted. In this love triangle, I am merely a pawn caught between 2 men. For heaven's sake, Jin Yu felt a peculiar discomfort as a renowned television host vividly recounted the trio's indescribable relationship, akin to swallowing a fly. Yet, you never explicitly stated that it was off limits, Carlson countered. Moreover, I sought your opinion on the yacht last night. You said you were indifferent to being a prop in the public eye. Jin Yu recalled that, amidst the revelry of the previous evening, he had indeed made that remark. Too inebriated to heed Carlson's detailed explanations, he had waved dismissively, oblivious to the repercussions that would follow. Carlson, noticing Jin Yu's silence, attempted to console him. You need not take it to heart. Such stories only grow more exaggerated, and few will take them seriously. Besides, the spotlight is primarily on those 2. Frankly, and perhaps inappropriately, to the majority of Americans, all Asians appear alike. If they are not familiar with you, they are unlikely to remember your visage. So you need not fret. Rubbish, Jin Yu exclaimed. On my way home, I encountered a wretched old man who leered at my backside for an eternity. His gaze so intense it felt as though an invisible hand were caressing me. I swear, tomorrow I shall carry a shotgun with me. Should I encounter him again, I will blow his face to smithereens. Carlson's words only fueled Jin Yu's ire further. That may merely be a psychological effect, Carlson asserted. Believe me, my friend, I would not trust a word of that nonsense. Do you genuinely think ginger can prevent hair loss? Enlighten me, Carlson. Now I understand why you are losing your hair. For heaven's sake. With that, Jin Yu abruptly ended the call, leaving Carlson in a state of discontent. If one must insult, why drag my hair into it? I detest comments about my hair. Jin Yu was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, yet there existed an individual even more despondent than she, Pepper Potts, still serving as Tony Stark's assistant. Tony had been ostracized by the board and now secluded himself in the garage, immersed in his tinkering, while Obadiah Stane remained holed up at home, nursing his injuries. Given the sensational news of the day, it was evident that neither of them would be gracing the public eye anytime soon. However, Pepper could not escape the limelight. Her duties necessitated her daily traversal between the Los Angeles office and Tony's opulent residence. From the moment she awoke, her phone had been bombarded with incessant media inquiries. I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding you and Obadiah, but you must address the media and clarify the situation. My phone, both at home and in the office, has been ringing incessantly. The entrance to the company is besieged by reporters. Were it not for Happy diverting them, I would have found it impossible to reach you, Mr. Stark. Are you all right? Pepper began her tirade upon entering the garage, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence as she spotted Tony, despondently seated on the floor. I apologize, Mr. Stark. I failed to notice your dreadful state. I simply cannot fathom what has transpired between you and Obadiah. I am certain it is not the sensationalized narrative the media portrays. Are you drinking? As she approached Tony, she noticed a cup filled with a green liquid beside him. It's chlorophyll, meant to replenish vitamins. Pepper. Obadiah has been secretly selling weapons to terrorists behind my back. Have you seen the news lately? The massacre in those Afghan villages was executed with our weapons. Tony hesitated momentarily before continuing. I suspect my kidnapping is also linked to him. He likely intended to kill me initially. But those terrorists sought to exploit me for weapon production, which ultimately granted me the opportunity to escape. Obadiah? You mean Obadiah Stane? He was a friend of your father's and co-founder of this company. My God, to be betrayed by someone you regarded as family must be excruciating. Pepper gazed at Tony, suddenly overwhelmed with the impulse to embrace him. She shifted her weight slightly, only to be halted by her rationality. Unexpectedly, Tony reached out and pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her thighs. Oh, Stark, Tony, everything will be all right. Is there anything I can do for you? Pepper exclaimed, startled by his sudden gesture, unsure of where to place her hands. However, seeing his forlorn expression, she ultimately cradled his head tenderly. Yes. I need your assistance to implant a Trojan horse in the company's computer. What? Pepper's complexion shifted dramatically. I meant to accompany you, to provide some comfort and guidance, not to engage in covert computer sabotage. Chapter 44. Sudden attack. In the end, Pepper Potts could not refuse Tony Stark. Despite her awareness that if Obadiah Stane indeed executed the nefarious plans Tony had described, her life would be in peril once discovered. Yet, when Tony uttered the phrase, "You are the only one by my side," her resolve melted away in an instant. Unlike the film, where a tense atmosphere was created by Pepper encountering Obadiah while downloading data, in reality, she cleverly evaded him and completed her download, only to be discovered by Obadiah shortly thereafter. Consequently, Obadiah stormed into Tony's home, seizing his arc reactor. By the time Pepper and Coulson arrived to apprehend him, Obadiah had successfully activated the Ironmonger, unleashing a fierce street battle with Tony Stark's Mark II suit. Now, due to the unexpected intervention of Jin Yu, the situation had shifted significantly. With trepidation, Pepper ventured into the company, knowing that Obadiah had returned to his lair in New York following the previous day's incident. Thus, her mission proceeded smoothly, allowing her to download the necessary data. The 16th District, a department she had never known existed, was now entirely vacated, devoid of any remnants. It seemed Obadiah had erased every trace of information. Tony's impulsive actions that night had heightened Obadiah's vigilance, resulting in the complete transfer of all data. In Tony's opulent mansion, Jin Yu, Coulson, and Tony convened in the living room overlooking the sea, deliberating on the matters concerning Obadiah. The 16th District does not sound like a mere trivial department. There must be some clues left behind, Coulson remarked to Tony. Indeed, there is, located on the first floor of our production department. The space is vast, yet everything has been cleared away. Computers, various equipment. Nothing remains, as if it had just been vacated. Tony shrugged, indicating he had already conducted his investigation, then retorted to Coulson. As an agent, surely there is nothing you are unaware of? That night, he returned to his house in Los Angeles, subsequently made another trip to the company, and then flew back to New York on his private jet at dawn. Our colleagues there are monitoring him, but to no avail. You know how it is. Without concrete evidence, we cannot conduct comprehensive surveillance on you high-profile individuals, Coulson replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Just then, Tony's phone rang, displaying the name Rhodes. He rose to take the call inside, emerging 2 minutes later. Obadiah has commandeered 3 military transport planes to New York under his own name, laden with substantial cargo. No wonder Coulson couldn't uncover anything. It appears this old fox utilized military aircraft. But what could he possibly be doing in New York? Within the confines of Area 16, Jin Yu possessed a profound understanding of its contents. Although his arrival in this world had precipitated certain alterations, such as the military's acquisition of the remnants of Mark I, the complexities of battle armor were not insurmountable given contemporary technology. The most formidable challenge lay in the propulsion energy, with Tony's chest reactor being the pivotal element. Despite Tony instructing Jarvis to revoke Obadiah Stane's access within this residence, it was imperative for him to devise any means to remain in Tony's vicinity and secure that reactor. What was the urgency in hastily packing the equipment from Area 16 for a trip to New York? Could it be that his butterfly effect had borne fruit, leading his scientists to develop a miniature reactor? Suddenly, as Jin Yu pondered these questions, a deafening explosion shattered his train of thought, the force of which rattled the entire house. Jarvis, what is happening? Tony exclaimed, rising hastily but still in the living room. The garage door has been breached. There is an intruder in the garage, sir. Jarvis responded calmly. Upon hearing of the intrusion, Tony sprang to his feet and dashed towards the garage entrance in the living room, closely followed by Coulson. However, it was Jin Yu, who had already acquired access to the garage, who moved with remarkable speed, resembling a gust of wind as he reached the entrance and turned the rotating knob. The garage was equipped with an automatic metal door, providing access from the side of the house and winding in a circular fashion beneath it. As Jin Yu descended, he caught sight of a shadow darting around the corner from above. It was an individual clad in metallic armor, not the type Tony wore, but rather a snug, combat-ready suit that enveloped the entire body, reminiscent of the character Shadow Storm from the film G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra. The figure appeared robust, standing at least 195 meters tall. The two men entered the garage from different directions, almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Jin Yu, the armored figure paused momentarily before unleashing a primal roar that echoed through the space. Jin Yu was taken aback. Was this a peculiar form of greeting? However, in the next instant, he sensed an imminent danger. His body reacted instinctively, every pore on his skin prickling as the world around him slowed. Bullet time. This monstrous being intended to kill him. Indeed, following the roar, the armored figure bent his knees slightly and propelled himself towards Jin Yu with the force of a cannonball. Was he charging directly at him? Jin Yu's mind raced, but his body responded with remarkable swiftness. Instead of bracing for impact, he sidestepped the armored man's charge, sweeping his right leg forward while bending his left arm to deliver an elbow strike to the intruder's back. Originally aimed at the back of the head, the plan faltered due to insufficient height. Although the critical point was missed, Jin Yu did not hold back. Utilizing the momentum, he tripped the armored figure with his right foot, and combined with the elbow strike, the armored individual transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling away at an accelerated pace. Along the way, an unknown number of tables and tools were shattered until it collided with the wall, finally coming to a halt. The wall bore a significant dent from the impact. The force exerted was certainly not trivial. Jin Yu mused that even if he did not knock the figure out directly, it would likely be disoriented. To his surprise, the armored figure, as if unfazed, swiftly regained its footing and charged at Jin Yu once more. Chapter 45. How about you make do for a while? Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and in the realm of bullet time, Jin Yu clearly observed the 3 projectiles soaring towards the armored figure. The tremendous kinetic energy propelled them, producing 3 brilliant sparks upon striking the armor. Yet not even a mark was left behind. The specially crafted handgun in Coulson's hand, renowned for its formidable power, failed to penetrate the metallic armor. Despite being struck 3 times, the armored figure remained unyielding, its form unchanged. However, this action successfully captured the attention of the adversary. The armored figure, initially barreling towards Jin Yu, abruptly halted after Coulson fired 3 shots, akin to a charging rhinoceros momentarily pausing, perplexed by a child's slingshot, seemingly questioning why it had been targeted. Now, the armored figure stood still, tilting its head to regard Coulson with earnest curiosity. Coulson felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having just descended with Tony, he instinctively fired 3 shots at the armored individual as it rose and charged at Jin Yu, only to realize that his actions had yielded no effect and instead attracted the enemy's focus. From a divine perspective, the positioning was as follows. Jin Yu stood alone on the left side of the staircase, the armored figure on the right, while Tony and Coulson stood side by side on the steps, 3 steps away from the staircase's entrance. The quartet formed a triangular formation, with Tony leaning towards Jin Yu's direction and Coulson facing the armored figure, which was now observing him with its head tilted. The atmosphere became strangely silent. 2 seconds later, Tony broke the silence. Ahem. Would you believe me if I said his handgun misfired? Woo. Just as Tony spoke, the armored figure seemed to have just noticed his presence. Its gaze fixating on Tony's chest, it suddenly let out a thunderous roar and pivoted, charging towards Tony. Bang, bang. Coulson instinctively fired 2 more rounds, but the armored figure remained undeterred, barreling straight towards Tony. Damn it, he was the one who fired the shot. Why is he staring at me? Tony let out a shriek, unlike Coulson, who turned and fled. He advanced instead, taking a decisive step down the stairs, heading straight towards Jin Yu. No one understood better than he where the safest place was. Indeed, while the armored figure was focused on locking onto Tony Stark, a fleeting shadow appeared before him. Jin Yu had mysteriously appeared at his side. Bang. This time, Jin Yu was not empty-handed. He had somehow acquired a barbell. One end bare while the other was laden with 2 of the heaviest plates. With a swing reminiscent of a baseball batter, he struck upwards at an angle, sending the armored figure hurtling away and crashing into a refrigerator in the corner, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Jin Yu had struck the armored figure squarely on the chin. Under such a tremendous blow, the armored figure merely shook his head and attempted to rise again. Jin Yu would not afford him that opportunity. Bending his legs, he leapt several meters, wielding the barbell like a formidable hammer, and brought it crashing down upon the armored figure's head. Bang! The sound was even louder this time, Jin Yu's full force strike shattering the floor beneath him. Jin Yu assumed that this time the armored figure would either be incapacitated or at least rendered unconscious, but to his astonishment, Within the span of a mere second, the armored figure braced himself against the ground and began to rise. How resilient! 2 heavy blows had failed to take him down, igniting a surge of fury within Jin Yu. He swung the barbell again, raining down blows indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. Witness my chaotic hammer technique. Jin Yu mimicked the moves passed from Tang Hao to Tang San in the novel Doloa Continent, though not as exaggerated as in the story, where each strike compounded with monstrous force. His repeated attacks, utilizing the rebound force to spin and strike down with heavy impact, bestowed a sense of fluidity to his overall assault. Jin Yu, caught up in the excitement, paid no mind to the condition of the armored figure below. He continued to smash downwards, creating a large crater in the floor, with concrete and debris flying in all directions. Suddenly, amidst the fervor, he heard a sound entirely different from before. In his enthusiasm, he had lost track of when the 2 weight plates had flown off, and now he was left with an empty bar, striking the ground beside the armored figure instead. In that instant, the armored figure, having endured at least a dozen or 20 heavy blows, surprisingly began to recover. With a push against the ground and legs springing forth like a rabbit, he kicked Jin Yu squarely in the abdomen. Bang! This time, it was Jin Yu who was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, landing over 10 meters away, crashing into Tony's vintage car at the entrance. Damn it! Next time, I must ensure I have a suitable weapon at hand. Jin Yu, rubbing his aching lower back, stood up and discovered that the armored figure was swaying its head in place. It seemed that he was not as unscathed as he appeared. At the very least, he seemed a bit out of focus. Glancing to the side, Jin Yu noticed that Tony had stealthily approached the operations station he had just crafted. With the assistance of mechanical arms, Mark II was already partially donned, with only the lower half, a pair of combat boots, remaining to be secured. At this moment, Tony Stark's upper body was fully equipped, yet his feet, clad in dress pants and shoes up to his calves, starkly contrasted the completed upper armor. The disjunction between the armored part above and the bare lower half appeared particularly jarring. Why aren't you wearing your shoes? Jin Yu couldn't help but voice his annoyance at the sight. The moment he uttered those words, Tony shot an angry glance downward. Following his gaze, Jin Yu noticed 2 smaller mechanical arms on the ground, originally meant for fastening the boots, but now crushed at the base by 2 weight plates, sparking faintly from the broken connection, clearly beyond repair. Jin Yu awkwardly scratched his head. How about you make do for now? Chapter 46. The heart of Tony Stark. No sooner had Jin Yu's words settled than a sharp sound sliced through the air. The armored figure had inexplicably picked up a weight and hurled it at Tony like a javelin. Bang! A crisp metallic clash resonated as Tony was sent flying, crashing directly in front of Jin Yu. Well, yet another vintage car has been totaled. Jin Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Tony. Can't you dodge? Jin Yu quipped. I can't run. Tony, now donning his helmet, bellowed from within the metallic confines, his voice echoing with fury. Then I suggest you move aside and let me handle it. Jin Yu swiftly grabbed a tire from the ground, utilizing it as a projectile aimed at the armored figure. While he charged forward, the heavy tire whistled through the air, only to be swatted away by the armored man. Seizing the moment while the tire obscured the armored figure's vision, Jin Yu wickedly grinned and retrieved a compact grenade launcher from his space, preparing to strike while the opponent was distracted. Suddenly, a streak of orange light whizzed past him, colliding with the armored figure's right shoulder and exploding violently, causing him to spin sideways. Tony's massive workstation was utterly demolished, and the tempered glass partitioning the stairway was shattered into a fine powder. Accompanied by the unique cacophony of a construction site, several steps below were reduced to rubble. On the edge of the debris stood Coulson, who had been observing the commotion from above, now ready to rush to Jin Yu and Tony's side amidst the chaos. Coulson lowered his head, just in time to meet the gaze of the armored figure, who lay sprawled on the ground. With his pistol still firmly in hand, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to fire or to speak, especially given his innocuous demeanor, which rendered the situation awkward once again. Jin Yu cast a glance at Coulson, signaling him to retreat slowly, while he himself deliberately strode forward, diverting the opponent's attention. This tactic proved effective. The armored figure soon shifted its focus away from Coulson, rummaging through the debris in an attempt to prop itself up. However, just as it had managed to raise itself halfway, its movements abruptly halted, its head tilting to the right side. There, beside its right hand, lay a square glass box that appeared to be of good quality, having survived its fall from the console without shattering. It was wrapped in brown craft paper, albeit one side was tattered, from which emanated a faint blue glow. With a sudden rip, the armored figure tore open the craft paper, revealing a miniature arc reactor within. This was the very reactor Tony had crafted in the cave, albeit in less than perfect condition due to a lack of materials and tools. Upon his return, Tony had replaced it and instructed Pepper to dispose of it. But she deemed it a significant memento and had mounted it on a base enclosed in glass, inscribing it with the words, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." Panic surged through both Jin Yu and Tony as they realized the implications. If this reactor were to be seized, it would undoubtedly present a considerable dilemma in their current predicament. In the cinematic narrative, Obadiah Stane had indeed acquired the new reactor from Tony's chest, which had saved Tony's life at that time. However, in the present context, Jin Yu was entirely unaware of the identity of the armored figure before him, nor could he ascertain whether its intentions were directed against him. "Coulson, run!" Jin Yu quickly reacted, shouting for Coulson to flee. In that instant, he retrieved the grenade launcher and aimed it directly at the staircase, unleashing a round. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, effectively thwarting the possibility of the armored figure escaping with the reactor, while also collapsing a significant portion of the staircase above. Fortunately, Coulson was quick to react. As Jin Yu spoke, he turned and sprinted away. Otherwise, given the rapid succession of Jin Yu's command and the launch, it would have been challenging to avoid injuring the well-meaning agent. Initially, Jin Yu had intended to target the armored figure directly, but he hesitated, uncertain whether the reactor might detonate, fearing that it could bring the entire structure down upon them. He lacked the confidence to ensure their survival unscathed. As the grenade detonated, Jin Yu cast aside the launcher in his grasp and charged toward the armored figure with an unwavering determination. To his astonishment, the armored giant, resembling a colossal bull, seized the reactor and, as if suddenly enlightened, cradled it in one arm and executed a swift roll to the side. Since the onset of their confrontation, this armored adversary had relentlessly charged at Jin Yu and Tony, and this unexpected maneuver took Jin Yu completely by surprise. It was evident that the enigmatic armored figure possessed strength comparable to Jin Yu's own, with linear speed that nearly surpassed it, and its resilient shell was remarkably durable. If the armored figure had set its mind to escape, Jin Yu feared he might be unable to impede its flight. Yet, at this moment, it was too late for hesitation. Jin Yu leaped high into the air to launch his assault. Unable to halt his momentum, he could only shout, "Tony! Tony!" Clad in Mark II, though farther away than Jin Yu, had already discerned what the armored figure was wielding. Before Jin Yu could utter another word, Tony had readied himself. Almost as soon as Jin Yu's voice rang out, he took action. The thrusters on his hands ignited simultaneously, releasing two beams of orange light that accurately struck the armored figure's back. This time, the assault did not erupt as before. Instead, the beams, infused with compressed energy, pinned the armored figure in place. Remarkably, the armored warrior managed to shrink back, holding the reactor tightly, and braced himself against the searing beams. The terrifying heat almost instantly turned the armor a brilliant red. As Tony sustained his onslaught, the armored shell could no longer withstand the intensity of the flames. Molten iron began to drip down its exterior from the center of the beams. Jin Yu, whose senses were heightened far beyond the ordinary, could even hear the sizzling sound of the armor being seared by the molten metal. Hiss! Jin Yu, now back on his feet, inhaled sharply. The sound itself was agonizing. Chapter 47. What manner of creature is this? Tony's assault persisted for approximately 4 to 5 seconds, and when the beams retracted, Jin Yu beheld a gaping hole the size of a basin in the back of the armored figure. The beam's intense heat had penetrated at least 4 to 5 centimeters deep, rendering the flesh within a coagulated mass, with wisps of smoke still rising from certain areas, obscuring its original form. Phew! Both Jin Yu and Tony exhaled deeply. Surely, this creature must be dead. In just a few minutes, from the moment the garage was breached to the present, the combat had been nothing short of ferocious. Come, let us discover who this individual truly is. Observing Tony standing motionless like a statue, Jin Yu approached and lifted both him and his armor with ease. Come, my friend, let us unveil the mysterious veil shrouding your bride. Indeed, Jin Yu was also quite curious about the identity of the enigmatic figure that had not made an appearance in the film. Upon hearing Jin Yu's teasing remark, Tony was poised to retort, but his gaze suddenly shifted as he beheld a shocking sight before him. Goodness, what manner of creature is this? Elevated by Jin Yu, Tony had a broader perspective. After speaking, Jin Yu tilted his head to look, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. Before them, the armored figure's wound, seared by intense heat, revealed flesh that had once been tangled like roots, now inexplicably swelling, before bursting like an overinflated balloon. Dark crimson blood and yellowish pus spilled forth, exposing the vibrant red flesh within. More astonishingly, this flesh seemed to possess a life of its own, subtly writhing as the tissue began to grow and entwine rapidly, healing and filling with blood, forming tender skin, followed by an outer layer that twisted and congealed, resembling tree bark. It was at this moment that Jin Yu noticed through the melted gaps in the armor that the skin surrounding this mysterious being was layered like bark. Appearing far from human, and peculiarly, it bore a dark green hue. What on earth is this creature? In mere seconds, a horrifying wound had healed autonomously. Even Jin Yu was left speechless. However, he acted swiftly, first lowering Tony to the ground. Regardless of whether the entity was human or monster, or if it was alive or dead, the priority was to retrieve the reactor. Yet, just as he took his first step, the previously motionless creature abruptly straightened, producing a square box, akin to an ashtray, from seemingly nowhere, pulsating with a frantic red light, which it hurled in their direction. Damn it! Jin Yu and Tony simultaneously erupted with their most familiar expletives. Jin Yu instinctively turned and lunged for Tony. Tony, reacting even more rapidly, activated the thrusters on his armored arms as Jin Yu crashed onto him, propelling both towards the garage entrance. As they rounded the corner, an explosive blast resonated, causing half of the garage and the ground above to collapse. At the entrance of the living room, Coulson, who had just heard that it was safe below and was preparing to descend once more, stood at the staircase, gazing at the ruins that had been crushed beneath the debris, lost in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Tony sifted through the remnants of his armor, lost in thought as he stared at the gaping hole in the wall overlooking the cliff and the sea in the garage. The decision to cease the production of weaponry was initially made to prevent one's creations from falling into the hands of those with malevolent ambitions, thereby sparing the innocent from harm. However, by a twist of fate, the most advanced individual combat weapon was inadvertently developed. From the moment Tony Stark conceived the idea of a miniature reactor and battle armor, he resolved not to entrust the armor to any government or faction, lest it be exploited to perpetrate violence against the innocent. Now, with his reactor stolen, he finds himself in a state of dismay, uncertain of the perpetrator's identity. Jin Yu stood in contemplation, his mind racing. The green creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a failed experiment of the Hulk, yet its strength was distinctly unlike that of the Hulk, though its regenerative capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. What faction could have spawned such a monstrosity? Silence was once again shattered by the ringing of a mobile phone. This time, it was Agent Coulson. Understood. I have received the information. Leave the subsequent matters to me. In just a few brief sentences, Coulson ended the call, then spoke gravely. Gentlemen, we may be facing a significant crisis. Jin Yu and Tony both looked up in unison. A fighter jet took off from the Air Force Base half an hour ago. Can you guess who the passenger is? Jin Yu and Tony exchanged glances, their expressions speaking volumes. Indeed, Coulson nodded. Based on the description of the appearance and attire, it is none other than the visitor who graced us with their presence 2 hours ago. And the destination? Tony inquired directly. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Coulson replied with a wry smile. The military has refused to disclose the aircraft's whereabouts. That creature just attacked my home and stole my possessions. Tony's anger flared at the mention of military involvement. I understand. My subordinates questioned them, and they claimed it was a direct order from the Department of Defense. I have reported this to our director, and I trust he will engage with the department shortly. Coulson felt somewhat helpless. Had he been aware of the armor situation sooner, he might have reassessed Tony Stark, thus avoiding this predicament. However, there was little utility in lamenting now. As soon as Coulson finished speaking, Tony promptly dialed Rhodey. The phone is off, Tony declared coldly as he hung up. I am heading to the Air Force Base to demand clarity. As he spoke, he rummaged through the debris, seeking tools to manually don his armor. It's futile. They want to disclose anything to you. We must go together, Tony. There is still time. We cannot allow ourselves to be thrown into chaos. Jin Yu rose, asserting his stance. Coulson chimed in. Precisely, we cannot act recklessly. Even if you intend to storm the Air Force Base, take me with you. It would be a matter of interdepartmental friction. Coulson shook his credentials. The words Department of Homeland Security Strategy and Logistics Agency particularly striking. Chapter 48. General Ross Los Angeles Air Force Base, in reality, is located in El Segundo, California, near Los Angeles International Airport. Although referred to as an Air Force Base, it lacks runways and does not accommodate any aircraft. It is, in fact, a command headquarters. Despite its designation as a base, it primarily serves as the laboratory for the United States Air Force Space Command, specifically the Space and Missile Systems Center, SMC, and its Design Research Department. Dear readers, there are many knowledgeable individuals among you, and I fear those well-informed might challenge my account. In the Marvel Universe, however, this is a genuine Air Force base situated in the suburbs. The camaraderie between War Machine Rhodes and Tony Stark flourished, establishing Rhodes as the sole liaison between the military and Stark. Their geographical proximity to Los Angeles undoubtedly played a pivotal role, though their mutual affinity was the key factor. The depth of their friendship is evident. In the cinematic realm, the only individuals permitted direct access to Tony's garage are Pepper Potts and Rhodes. The extent of Happy's permissions remains uncertain, but given later developments, it is highly likely he possesses some access as well. At the outset of Iron Man 1, upon his return from Afghanistan, Tony sought out Rhodes, expressing his intent to embark on a significant project that he did not wish to entrust to the military, yet he desired Rhodes' involvement. However, at that moment, Rhodes urged Tony to rest rather than listen further. Digressing slightly, the essence is that given their close relationship, it would be rather improbable for Rhodes to simply go silent in the face of any complications. Just as they were preparing to visit the Air Force Base, Tony's phone rang once more, this time from an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" Tony answered, perplexed. "Tony, have you encountered trouble?" came Rhodes' slightly anxious voice from the other end. "Oh my God, you finally called. Why is your phone off?" "But that is not the pressing matter. Half an hour ago, the Department of Defense ordered a fighter jet to take off from your base. I need to know its destination." "Rhodes." Tony exhaled in relief at hearing his friend's voice, but urgency crept in as he pressed on. "A Department of Defense order? I was unaware of this. You must clarify what is happening. Just a few hours ago, I finished speaking with you when I received a special directive. They confiscated my phone and instructed me to rest at home for 2 days. I discovered there were even individuals monitoring me downstairs. After considerable reflection, the only conclusion I reached is that this relates to you. You must tell me what transpired." "Tony, do you know how I made this call?" "I secretly tapped into the neighbor's phone line." Rhodes replied, his anxiety palpable. As a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, he was under full surveillance. The unsettling realization that the humanoid flying object he discovered that day was indeed Tony Stark filled him with profound unease. "A monstrous creature assailed my home, Rod. A being so unlike humanity, detonated my house and absconded with a miniature reactor, subsequently boarding a fighter jet. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Thus, I implore you to divulge the destination of that damned aircraft, for the love of God, if you possess any knowledge." Tony's furious outburst left Rod utterly bewildered. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly replied, "Give me a moment." After hanging up, it wasn't long before Rod's phone rang again. "New York." As soon as the call connected, Rod immediately spoke. "Thank you, my friend." Tony exhaled a sigh of relief. At least now he knew where the item had been taken. "Tony, stay safe, and feel free to seek me out if necessary." Rod's words warmed Tony's heart, yet after a brief pause, he promptly ended the call, unwilling to drag Rod into the fray before fully understanding the situation. Obadiah Stane had gone to New York, and so had this monster, regardless of the military's involvement. They needed to reach New York first. Tony initially considered flying there himself in his suit, but was ultimately restrained by Jin Yu. Considering the military's involvement and to expedite their journey, the trio did not take Tony's private jet. Instead, Coulson requisitioned a Quinjet, which belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., ensuring they remained under the radar of the military. On board the aircraft, they engaged in a discussion about the matter at hand. First, regarding Obadiah Stane and Sector 16, Jin Yu, relying on his prophetic insight, deduced that Stane must be clandestinely constructing armor. After Tony's escape from Afghanistan, the Mark-I had fallen into military hands. Now, combined with the creature they had created to seize the reactor, it suggested that Stane had forged some agreement with the military. His rapid commencement of armor production undoubtedly stemmed from the military, providing him with detailed data and specifications for the Mark-I. As for the military's sudden resort to such extreme measures, they could only attribute it to the impatience of certain radical factions within, eager to secure the reactor first, believing that once it was in their possession, the ensuing disputes could unfold gradually. Otherwise, given Tony Stark's influence within the M-Nation's government, if he refused to comply, the military would find themselves powerless against him. Their reasoning was not entirely flawed. Indeed, many within the military coveted the reactor. Yet it was improbable they would make a direct move at this juncture. At the very least, such extreme actions would follow a failed round of political pressure. The events of the day had turned out to be more complex than they had anticipated. New York, a vast hybrid military base on the outskirts. A fighter jet descended gracefully onto the runway, where an elderly general, his beard flecked with gray yet standing tall and robust, silently awaited at the edge. Behind him, no fewer than 20 fully armed soldiers stood at attention. As the cabin door swung open, a tall figure emerged from the aircraft, none other than the monstrous entity that had absconded with the reactor. However, this creature, in stark contrast to its former ferocity at Tony's residence, now averted the general's gaze, walking with a slight hunch, exuding an air of timidity. In the brief span of 30 meters from disembarking to reaching the general, the creature took over 2 minutes, while the general remained patient, squinting his eyes in silent observation. General Ross. Finally, the creature stammered as it approached, hesitating before greeting. First, hand over the item. General Ross wasted no time with pleasantries, extending his hand to demand the object. Though reluctant, the creature complied without hesitation, presenting the reactor. General Ross received the reactor, scrutinizing it for a moment before passing it to one of his soldiers. He then spoke in a measured tone. I had presumed the experiment would merely alter your physical form. I did not anticipate its profound impact on your intellect. Collaborating covertly with Obadiah Stane? Are you a fool? Surely, you do not naively believe that once he possesses this, he would join you in conquering the world. Let me assure you, the first act he will undertake is to eliminate you, the imbecilic fool. As Ross's words grew fervent, he raised his hat and struck the creature's chest several times. The being that had once withstood the might of Tony's wrath now resembled a child chastised by a father, trembling slightly, rooted to the spot while instinctively recoiling. After delivering 4 or 5 blows, General Ross's anger began to subside. However, despite the mistakes, you have succeeded in retrieving the reactor, which somewhat redeems your previous errors. You should have insisted that Stark hand over this item directly, rather than dragging your feet for approval from a few senators. Those wretches are mere puppets of Stark, incapable of grasping the paramount importance of national security. Such items must belong to the military. Lost in his own thoughts, Ross redirected his gaze to the creature. I know you clandestinely sent blueprints to Obadiah Stane. If you surrender the payment he provided, we can consider this matter settled. But heed my warning. You would do well to remain compliant in the laboratory, aiding our research. Otherwise, I will treat you as I did Blonsky, locking you away as well. Do you understand? Understood, sir. The creature's response was noticeably louder this time, tinged with a hint of indignation, perhaps stung by the General's words. There's no need for such tone. You are no longer a soldier. Return to your rightful place. General Ross coldly remarked before turning away towards the base. He left the creature standing alone on the runway, fists clenched for an extended period. The location where Jin Yu and the others had landed was in the northern part of Brooklyn, where a standalone building served as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s outposts in New York. According to Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. could deftly navigate around both civilian and military flight paths. If not for the fear of being spotted, they could have landed directly in the bustling heart of Manhattan without anyone being the wiser about their arrival in New York. Jin Yu found Coulson's words to be quite convincing and believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed possessed such capabilities. The Quinjet had the ability to take off and land vertically, allowing it to touch down directly on the rooftop of the building. However, as soon as the 3 of them disembarked, Coulson's face was instantly met with a painful blow. A throng of at least 20 to 30 armed soldiers surged out from the corridor leading to the stairs, encircling the trio with unwavering precision, their weapons trained on them. Coulson, you had better explain, Jin Yu said slowly, raising his hand and speaking softly to the visibly awkward Coulson beside him. Before Coulson could utter a word, the ranks parted, revealing a man in his 30s striding forward. Judging by the insignia on his shoulder, he was a major. The major's gaze lingered unavoidably on Tony, clad in the Mark II suit, before shifting directly to Jin Yu. By orders of the Department of Defense, apprehend the military fugitive Jin Yu. A document, the size of an A4 paper, was presented, an order issued by the military and stamped by the Department of Defense. Jin Yu even noticed the signature of Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of Defense. He recalled that this man was actually a high-ranking leader of Hydra and a former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Uncertain of when he had incurred Pierce's wrath, Jin Yu pondered whether it could be traced back to the incident in Ukraine when he had killed Langford. However, Nick Fury was supposed to have intervened on his behalf regarding that matter. Arrest me? Apologies, but I seem to be unaware of any crimes I have committed. Jin Yu frowned and spoke in a low voice. I'm merely following orders. Any discussions can occur once you meet our superior. Take him away, the major signaled, and the soldiers moved forward to subdue Jin Yu. Stop. Both Tony and Coulson raised their weapons simultaneously, demonstrating their stance through decisive action. Jin Yu is an advisor to the Department of Homeland Security and Logistics. I need to make a call to verify your information. Coulson was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Had it been an arrest warrant from another department, he could have easily revealed his identity as an agent of the Department of Homeland Security and Logistics, disregarding any inquiries. However, this was a direct order from the Department of Defense, bearing the personal signature of the Secretary of Defense, which was not something he could simply defy. No need for that. Before the major could utter a word, Jin Yu swiftly intercepted Coulson's hand as he reached for his phone. You should have only informed Nick Fury of our route. The operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. were shrouded in such secrecy that Coulson had not mentioned this undertaking to anyone else, not even to his own subordinates. He had merely reported to Nick Fury. Yet they had been precisely cornered here. Without a doubt, there was an issue on Nick Fury's end. I trust Nick. There must be some misunderstanding, Coulson said after a brief silence. However, no misunderstanding could resolve the current predicament. Listen to me, buddy, you need to leave, regardless of the military's intentions. I cannot surrender easily, but you cannot join me in resisting. We still require your intelligence cooperation. Jin Yu's reasoning was sound. The crux of the matter was that in the present circumstances, staying behind would only become a burden, distracting both Tony Stark and Jin Yu from their focus on him. After a moment of contemplation, Coulson turned to the Major and stated, I will contact the Department of Defense. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The Major did not stop him, merely watching as Coulson strode out with confidence. And you, Mr. Stark, do you need to leave now? By the way, the equipment you possess has not been registered with any department. If you were to fly while wearing it, that would be illegal. This statement caught both Jin Yu and Tony off guard, especially given the expression on the Major's face, which clearly anticipated a reaction from them. This left the two, who were ready to act, momentarily speechless. I want to know the charges, Tony Stark suddenly inquired. Though I am under no obligation to disclose this, since you have asked. Mr. Stark, I will inform you that your friend has murdered a captain of our armed forces at a military base in Ukraine, in front of hundreds of soldiers. In addition to these witnesses, the surveillance at the base entrance has captured the entire incident, providing irrefutable evidence. I can assure you, your friend might very well spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Major smiled as he delivered this information, even casting a provocative glance at Jin Yu. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, Jin Yu restrained him. Where are you taking me? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Jin Yu's demeanor darkened as a shadow of conspiracy loomed over both him and Tony, entangling them with the military, Obadiah Stane, and the Department of Defense. The reactor has been lost, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it undoubtedly rests in the hands of the military. The question remains, how to retrieve it. They lack definitive evidence. Yet Jin Yu's involvement in the killings in Ukraine is an indisputable fact, with witnesses and physical evidence firmly in place. Should Jin Yu choose to surrender, he would become a significant bargaining chip for the military. Even if Tony were to leverage his connections and influence to uncover evidence, with Jin Yu in their possession, Tony would dare not go public, resorting instead to clandestine negotiations. If Tony were to disclose the matter to the public, the worst-case scenario for the military would be the return of the reactor, placing Jin Yu in jeopardy, for he has committed murder, making his arrest a logical outcome. This is a blatant conspiracy, and should Tony assist Jin Yu in resisting capture, he would find himself alongside Jin Yu as a wanted fugitive. Regardless of his influence, should he manage to escape, the reactor issue would remain unresolved, and Jin Yu would still be implicated. So what will it be? Have you made your decision? The Major, who seemingly has connections within the military, observed their disconcerted expressions and inquired with a smile. I have made up my mind. I will go with you, Jin Yu suddenly declared, raising his head. Jin Yu, Tony exclaimed anxiously from the side. Jin Yu turned, subtly signaling Tony with his eyes, while stating, there is no other choice, Tony. We cannot directly confront the Ministry of Defense. We must clarify matters first. If we truly resist arrest, there will be no room for negotiation, will there? With that, Jin Yu stepped forward to the Major, extending his hands and saying, let us proceed. The Major smiled, acknowledging the wise choice. Although I would have preferred to see you resist arrest, this is more convenient for everyone. He began to raise his hand to signal the soldiers to escort Jin Yu. However, just as his right hand lifted, Jin Yu swiftly seized his wrist. What are you doing? The sudden turn of events startled the Major. Of course, I am cooperating with you, Jin Yu replied with a grin, exerting a slight pressure to draw the Major into his embrace, his right arm securing the Major's neck while his left hand retrieved the handgun from the Major's waist, pressing it against their foreheads. Everyone step back, Jin Yu commanded, now holding the Major as a hostage. He pivoted to create space from the encircling soldiers. Tony, momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalled Jin Yu's earlier glance. Initially intending to assist, he raised his hands in surrender. I must clarify, this has nothing to do with me. I merely accompanied him. Although uncertain of Jin Yu's intentions, Tony instinctively aligned with him. Did you hear that? Everyone, step back and lower your weapons. Jin Yu reiterated loudly to the soldiers before him. Without my command, they shall not retreat. You wish to evade capture. Yet you do not wish to drag Tony Stark into this quagmire, such juvenile behavior. I trust you understand that this will not alter the outcome in any way. With a gun pointed at his head by Jin Yu, the Major displayed no fear, instead a hint of disdain gracing his features as he spoke calmly. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. It appears your standing within the military is quite significant. However, who informed you that I intended to resist arrest? I am prepared to accompany you back, but I seek an alternative approach. Now, instruct your soldiers to withdraw and lower their weapons. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? The major finally exhibited a trace of anxiety as the situation began to spiral beyond his control. I need not be concerned. Regardless, I am already embroiled in a murder charge. Having killed a captain, can it worsen from here? Enough of this banter. Command them to withdraw and disarm. I shall state this for the final time. Jin Yu pressed the barrel of his gun firmly against the major's head. I will not issue such orders. I wager you lack the courage to pull the trigger. The major replied with unwavering confidence. Bang! A shot rang out, and Jin Yu struck him directly in the thigh. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Now let us play another round. Can you guess which part of your body I shall target next? Jin Yu whispered near his ear. The major, displaying remarkable fortitude, merely grunted upon receiving the gunshot, maintaining his silence in the face of Jin Yu's intimidation. Bang! The second bullet found its mark at his toe, creating a gaping hole in his shoe, the fate of his toes now uncertain. This time, the major could not suppress a cry of pain, his leg giving way as he began to collapse, only to be firmly supported by Jin Yu's arm. This is your final warning. Command them to lower their weapons and retreat immediately. Do not obstruct my surrender, or I shall ensure you spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair, bidding farewell to the military. Do you believe me? The major was nearly driven to fury by Jin Yu's words. What did he mean by obstructing his surrender? Are you sure you call this surrender? Yet, the final words from Jin Yu indeed instilled fear within him, and with a grim expression, he ordered his soldiers to lower their weapons. Good boy, splendidly executed. Now we may prepare to depart. Chapter 51. Alexander Pierce, Washington, Triskelion Building. This serves as the global headquarters for SHIELD, as well as the nominal headquarters for the World Security Council. In the office on the top floor, Nick Fury sat on the couch, engrossed in a video on the television, while opposite him sat Alexander Pierce, the defense minister of the M-Nation and the head of specific affairs for the World Security Council. The video displayed Jin Yu, resolutely guarding the entrance of a cave, the footage clear and devoid of sound, yet vividly capturing Jin Yu's extraordinary act of producing a Gatling gun and a box of grenades seemingly out of thin air. This video originates from the very location where Tony Stark was kidnapped and imprisoned. An explosion occurred in the cave where the equipment was placed, shattering all the computer monitors. Fortunately, their mainframe was shielded by rocks, preserving this footage. The peril posed by Jin Yu far exceeds our imagination. Just envision the chaos if he were to carry several nuclear warheads into Manhattan, Capitol Hill, the vicinity of the White House, or even the Pentagon. We might tolerate the existence of a superhuman, endowed with enhanced resilience and strength, as long as it remains within manageable limits. After all, SHIELD already possesses numerous 084 files, does it not? However, analyzing the footage suggests that Jin Yu's dimensional abilities likely do not target living beings. But what if he conceals his true capabilities? Imagine an army or a multitude of terrorists materializing domestically. Alexander Pierce spoke with calm deliberation. I am aware that you are upset with me, my old friend. You informed me of the situation, yet I exploited your trust, instructing General Ross to dispatch personnel for their apprehension. However, you must understand, all of this is for the sake of safety. We must ensure that Jin Yu remains entirely within our surveillance. Nick Fury received a call from Coulson and rushed to confront Alexander Pierce. Yet, the video rendered Nick Fury momentarily speechless. Clearly, he was unaware of Jin Yu's abilities until now. After a brief silence, he spoke. We have never relaxed our vigilance over him. We monitor his every move and have conducted psychological evaluations tailored to his character. He is manageable and secure, which is the work I am undertaking, Pierce. No, he is uncontrollable, at least not within your capacity to control him. Alexander Pierce pressed a button on the remote control, switching the television to a video displaying Jin Yu discarding Langford from a vehicle in Ukraine. I am aware of the events in Ukraine. He could have easily shot Langford dead, yet he opted for a more brutal approach, showcasing the cruel aspect of his character. We may overlook the violent tendencies of our neighbors. They might puncture your tires or deliver a solid punch. But Jin Yu, he is far too dangerous. Nick Fury inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. You could have directly informed me. We possess gentler methods and approaches, alternatives that everyone could accept, given the inherent threat he poses. We must not force him into becoming our adversary through our actions. That is not our customary way of operating. Nick Fury's solitary eye locked intensely with Alexander Pierce's gaze. It pertains to that reactor, does it not? The reactor within Tony Stark. General Ross's soldier enhancement program was inherently illegal. Yet you allowed a flawed experiment to seize the reactor. That constitutes burglary, Mr. Secretary. Indeed, it was indeed about the reactor. However, the intention to commit robbery was neither mine nor General Ross's. It was Obadiah Stane who bribed that individual. Upon discovering this, I swiftly apprehended him, ensuring that the reactor did not fall into Stane's hands, explained Alexander Pierce. Then you ought to return the item to its rightful owner and seek an alternative means of collaboration with Stark. Nick Fury replied coolly. There is no possibility of cooperation. Nick, Stark does not trust us, nor does he trust the government of M. You are aware of the significance of that reactor. It represents powered exosuits, allowing our soldiers to maintain peace without bloodshed or sacrifice. Yet Stark will not relinquish it, and we lack the means to compel him. But this is Tony Stark, the Democratic Party's largest benefactor. An opportunity has presented itself, and what do you expect me to do? What do you expect the military to do? We are the guardians who operate from the shadows. Nick, we are not born to engage in unscrupulous deeds. That is precisely why our operatives are agents and not police officers. Alexander Pierce's emotions began to intensify. After expressing these sentiments, he took several deep breaths to regain his composure before softly addressing Nick Fury. Even if I were to relinquish the reactor, the hardliners in the military would not relent. As for Jin Yu's matter, I can involve you, provided he cooperates with us. Regarding the reactor, let those generals squabble with Stark. Pierce, a seasoned veteran in the political arena, displayed his cunning nature. After articulating his stance and the challenges he faced, he made a concession, granting Nick Fury a modicum of respect while not diminishing his own interests one bit. Nick Fury understood that this was the extent of their conversation. With a resigned demeanor, he rose and departed hastily, needing to contemplate how to steer the situation toward a favorable resolution. Outside the military base where General Ross was stationed, Jin Yu drove a military vehicle with Tony seated beside him. In the back was the Major, who had been lightly bandaged and subsequently rendered unconscious by Jin Yu. I'm truly sorry, Jin. I've put you in a difficult position. I assure you, I will not allow the Department of Defense to apprehend you. But one thing puzzles me. Your so-called surrender is merely a ruse that serves no purpose, and you have injured their Major. Tony believed that it was entirely due to his own predicament that Jin Yu had been drawn into this mess. I understand, but we cannot allow them to lead us by the nose. Initially, we only knew it was military personnel. Now we at least know whom we are pursuing. Moreover, they are not on high alert just yet, are they? I will go in to divert their attention. You locate the reactor and check if that scoundrel Stane is present. Completing these two tasks is our paramount objective for coming to New York. The two conferred briefly and were about to split up when, unexpectedly, a car appeared on the road ahead, speeding directly towards Jin Yu. Chapter 52. Negotiations fall apart. Jin Yu initially believed that the approaching vehicle was merely passing by. But to her surprise, it came to a slow halt right before her. As the door swung open, she was greeted by the long-absent Black Widow, clad in her iconic black bodysuit that accentuated her breathtaking figure. Her demeanor, contrasting sharply with her appearance, exuded a chilling intensity that made her the object of desire for countless men. However, upon seeing Jin Yu, the corners of Black Widow's mouth gradually lifted, her aura transforming from that of a cold, lethal agent to that of a charming, youthful neighbor. What's this? Am I not welcome? Black Widow playfully opened her arms towards Jin Yu. Jin Yu stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Next time you encounter trouble and fail to notify me in advance, I swear I will incinerate that gift in your wardrobe, and you shall never receive anything like it again. Do you understand? The widow whispered close to Jin Yu's ear. A vivid image of that gift flashed in Jin Yu's mind, and glancing at Tony beside her, she felt her cheeks flush. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. It seems you are the most beautiful agent whom Coulson mentioned, the one Jin Yu has spirited away. It appears Coulson's description was an understatement. You must indeed be the most stunning agent in the world. Greetings, Tony Stark. Tony greeted her, extending his hand towards the widow. Your armor is impressive, far cooler than Coulson described. Natasha Romanoff, she replied, smiling as she shook Tony's hand. After their pleasantries, she solemnly proceeded to discuss serious matters with them. Nick has spoken with the Secretary of Defense. I represent the Department of Homeland Security's Strategic and Logistical Support Bureau. Black Widow recounted, without the slightest hint of concealment, the conversation between Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce. She also brought forth information unknown to them, such as the revelation that the creature was a product of General Ross's super soldier program. Furthermore, when Obadiah Stane sent the creature to steal the blueprints, the military had already been monitoring him extensively. By the time he arrived in New York, he had fallen right into General Ross's hands. Moreover, along with Obadiah Stane, The military had also seized an enhanced suit of armor crafted with Stark Industries resources under the guise of Project 16, known as Ironmonger. Chuckling darkly, Jin Yu could not help but scoff at Black Widow's account. How clever of them. Aware of the blueprint leakage, yet choosing to remain passive, they let events unfold, waiting for Obadiah Stane to successfully produce the armor so they could simply reap the benefits. And now they are leveraging my situation to their advantage, truly calculating. Jin Yu's assessment was astute. Indeed, the military had inadvertently struck a significant windfall, yet the notion of being used as a pawn left her feeling quite irked. As they uncovered their own secrets, a more amicable resolution could have been achieved, given the relationship between him and Black Widow. She could represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and conduct a so-called surveillance on Jin Yu, which he would have readily accepted. However, in an attempt to coerce Tony, they resorted to a more aggressive approach. Why? Because it is easier to pick a soft persimmon. To snatch something from Tony Stark would require a tremendous cost, but with Jin Yu in their grasp, the dynamics shifted entirely. Understanding this, Jin Yu's expression darkened perceptibly. As a transcender, he bore a certain pride and felt an inexplicable humiliation at being treated like a soft target. Had he possessed the background of Tony Stark or the extraordinary prowess of the Ancient One, matters concerning the military or S.H.I.E.L.D. would be inconsequential. Devoid of the myriad complications that beset him now, he resolved to become immensely powerful, not to trample the world beneath his feet, but to liberate himself from worldly constraints. To live freely and pursue his desires. This marked Jin Yu's first genuine and intense determination to become powerful, unbeknownst to him, as his mindset transformed. The copper mirror within his sea of consciousness continuously emitted energy that could enhance his body, incrementally more than before. Seeing Jin Yu's darkened expression, Black Widow quickly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his, and spoke gently, "Rest assured, I will not hand you over, regardless of their thresholds. My boundary is clear. Monitoring you under the guise of safety is permissible, but this task must be entrusted to us, to me. I will ensure the military does not intervene." Tony chimed in, "If they insist on pursuing this matter, then so be it. I shall offer them my reactor. I am confident that within a few years, no one will decipher my technology." His words exuded confidence, revealing that, though reluctant, he was willing to make concessions for Jin Yu. Yet, at that moment, Jin Yu felt an even stronger sense of humiliation upon hearing those words. "Let us go? Since negotiations are on the table, we should see what they propose." Inside the base, in the conference room, General Ross sat casually, facing Jin Yu, Tony, and Black Widow. The major whom Jin Yu had shot twice had been sent to the medical bay. In this game of hierarchy and vested interests, the major, despite his apparent background, was merely a pawn, his injuries of no concern to anyone, having no impact on the proceedings. If there were any implications, it was merely the military's means to attack Jin Yu as leverage against Tony. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since the negotiations began, during which General Ross had notably avoided discussing the reactor, insisting instead on resolving the matter concerning Jin Yu. His stance indicated that Jin Yu need not be treated as a prisoner. However, one must immediately enlist in the military and can only engage in activities within designated areas under the supervision of military personnel, while also complying with certain military-required tasks. To put it euphemistically, it is termed as integration. Bluntly speaking, it is nothing short of a veiled imprisonment. Moreover, the constant reference to Langfaro's demise adds to the frustration of the Black Widow, who is the principal negotiator, leaving her feeling somewhat powerless. Just as both parties fell into silence, Jin Yu gently tapped the table twice and uttered his first words since entering the room. "If I were to say, hypothetically, that I would comply with all your demands, would you then immediately return Tony's reactor?" Jin Yu. At the sound of his name, both the Black Widow and Tony exclaimed in urgency. Jin Yu, without turning around, raised his hand to signal them to refrain from panicking and then directed his gaze towards General Ross. "Please answer my question, General." Observing the anger etched on Jin Yu's face, General Ross smirked with satisfaction. "You seem somewhat agitated, which I can comprehend. However, let me clarify that these two matters are entirely separate. Your act of murder, while fortunate in that you are not incarcerated, necessitates your submission to our military control. As for the reactor stolen from Stark's residence, that is an entirely different issue. Obadiah Stane bribed my soldiers to illicitly invade private property for robbery. Such actions warrant a military tribunal, and that reactor serves as evidence. We shall discuss the specifics once this matter is resolved." With a sardonic laugh, Jin Yu retorted, "So, regardless of how events unfold, I have killed that bastard Langfaro, and you military folks have me cornered, haven to you?" With that, Jin Yu leaned forward, his presence imbued with lethal intent directed at General Ross. Fearing that Jin Yu might lose his temper, both the Black Widow and Tony subtly kicked him under the table. But he disregarded their attempts. General Ross, seasoned by tumultuous experiences, arrogantly believed he had the upper hand over Jin Yu. As Jin Yu pressed him, Ross did not respond. Instead, he reclined in his chair, observing Jin Yu with a demeanor that suggested, "What will you do about it?" With a sudden motion, Jin Yu lifted the massive conference table effortlessly and hurled it against the wall with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, his other hand was not idle. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across General Ross's face. Chapter 53, Not Dead? As previously mentioned, General Ross's base is a hybrid military installation, directly governed by the Army Command. In addition to a variety of equipped soldiers, it also houses a substantial number of researchers dedicated to a secret project concerning super soldiers. Earlier, before the inception of this project, General Ross, under the guise of researching an anti-radiation serum, deceived several professors at Culver University to gain their trust. He commenced the development of a super serum, aspiring to replicate the United States super soldier program, which included the Hulk, Bruce Banner. Eventually, a gamma radiation leak occurred in the laboratory, leading to Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk. Under the pursuit of General Ross, Bruce fled to Brazil, where he sought to master the breathing techniques of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to control his emotions, while also searching for a permanent solution to his mutation. The previous mission of Black Widow was to covertly monitor Bruce Banner. Her return to New York was prompted by Bruce's escape from Ross's clutches in Brazil, as he sought opportunities for healing, serendipitously encountering the incident involving Jin Yu. To elaborate, General Ross's military base is quite expansive. The building where Jin Yu resides serves as a primary administrative area, separated by a training ground and several runways designated for transport aircraft, beyond which lies the laboratory building. The straight-line distance spans at least 2 kilometers. Located 30 meters below ground level within the laboratory, General Ross was elated following Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk. Despite the Hulk's volatile temperament, his attributes exceeded all expectations, leading Ross to believe that with minor adjustments, he could create the perfect super soldier. Consequently, he constructed a laboratory underground, designed not only for secrecy, but also featuring several cells specifically for housing experimental subjects. However, these cells, intended for the transformed Hulk, had yet to accommodate Bruce Banner and instead housed the second incomplete specimen, Abomination. For those intrigued by the origins of Abomination, I recommend viewing The Incredible Hulk 2, as there is no need to delve further into it here. Presently, besides Abomination, 2 other unique prisoners are confined. The first is the creature responsible for the assault on Tony Stark's residence, which resulted in the theft of the arc reactor. The second is the true mastermind behind these events, Obadiah Stane. During the capture of Obadiah Stane, General Ross's personnel not only apprehended him but also uncovered evidence of his collusion with terrorists to assassinate Tony Stark, along with substantial proof of his illicit arms dealings. The military leveraged this evidence to threaten him, imprisoning him here in hopes of compelling him to spearhead the exoskeleton project. Initially, Obadiah believed he would be confined for an extended period, slowly seeking opportunities to escape. Unexpectedly, however, the chance arose rather swiftly. One night, as Obadiah was escorted back to his cell to sleep, he had scarcely laid down when a frantic alarm resounded outside. Startled, he sat upright and peered through the barred window above the iron door to glimpse the commotion beyond. In the corridor, the red light on the alarm blared frantically, as soldiers rushed towards the elevator, weapons in hand. "Hey, what is happening?" Obadiah questioned each passing soldier loudly. Unfortunately, this hurried group was too preoccupied with their escape to respond to his inquiry. "Hey, I am speaking to you, you damn fools. Did you not hear my question?" Obadiah bellowed at the soldiers fleeing outside. "They have no time to answer your questions. The base is under enemy attack," came a deep voice from the opposite cell, where the creature Obadiah had once manipulated was confined. "The base is under attack?" Obadiah echoed, musing over the empty corridor left behind by the departing guards, and suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his gaze. What splendid news! This is an opportune moment. We must seize this chance to escape together. To his surprise, the creature flatly rejected him, its voice resonating with disdain. "General Ross informed me that you are merely exploiting me." "Indeed, I am using you," Obadiah replied smoothly. "The foundation of our collaboration is built upon mutual exploitation, is it not? Would you choose to partner with someone devoid of value? You once claimed that after obtaining what you desired, you would find a way to eliminate me. Nonsense. He is a thoroughgoing deceiver. Do you recall our first collaboration? You provided me with the blueprints, and I promptly transferred the funds, did I not? I upheld my end of the bargain. It is Ross who wishes to control you indefinitely, using you as a mere subject for experimentation, hence his lies to deceive you. Who imprisoned you in this darkened cell? It was not I. Do you wish to spend the rest of your days trapped here? Do you not desire vengeance against those who wronged you? Remember that man, Jin Yu? Do you recall him? A furious roar answered Obadiah's. Can you assist me in avenging myself? The creature asked, its voice trembling with agitation after the outburst. Absolutely. That man is currently with Tony Stark. You have already encountered him, have you not? Alone, you stand no chance against both of them. If you seek revenge on Jin Yu, I too wish to confront Tony Stark. We share a common objective, Longfellow. Longfellow, the creature that had attacked Tony's home, was supposedly killed by Jin Yu, yet he had survived and joined General Ross's super soldier program. What must I do? Longfellow gasped, feeling persuaded. Despite retaining the reasoning of a normal human since his transformation, his mental agility had significantly diminished, especially in the presence of a cunning fox like Obadiah's, who had effortlessly seized the narrative control. Do you see that camera on the wall? Shatter it, for within lies a compact alarm system. The moment you break it, the individual in the surveillance room will undoubtedly rush over to investigate. Obadiah patiently instructed, emphasizing that for the sake of confidentiality and security, the person in the monitoring room would never leave under any circumstances. This was a notion Obadiah had inadvertently overheard from a professor, whether true or not. At a critical juncture, he was willing to take the gamble. Ultimately, his intuition proved correct. Under his guidance, Longfellow feigned madness and smashed the camera. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. At that moment, Longfellow lay on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. The guard, startled, attempted to call out to Longfellow twice in vain before anxiously opening the door. Chapter 54. If you dare, then fight General Ross. Having served in the military for half his life, possessed numerous accolades, and had seen the battlefield, even having a gun pointed at his head by the enemy. However, he had never before been subjected to such a humiliating beating. Jin Yu's control over his strength was impeccable, delivering a blow with the force of an ordinary person's full might, leaving Ross's face flushed yet uninjured. You bastard! I will kill you. General Ross was indeed a tough man. Despite having analyzed Jin Yu's combat prowess, he still roared in fury and prepared to rise against him. Unfortunately for him, Jin Yu offered him no chance. One hand gently pressed on General Ross's shoulder, akin to an immovable anchor, rendering his struggles futile, while the other hand swiftly delivered another resounding slap. Do you really think I am easy to bully? You all treat me like a soft persimmon. Let us see who can endure until the end. In his previous life, Jin Yu's family resided in a small town. After his parents earned a modest fortune through business, they sent him to a private boarding school in the city upon his graduation from elementary school. In that institution, the majority of the students hailed from affluent families, starkly contrasting with Jin Yu's humble rural origins. Despite his excellent academic performance and charm with the girls, he attracted the ire of several delinquent students. They seized every opportunity to provoke him with various taunts. Walking down the street, he would often be unceremoniously bumped into by a group of them. Jin Yu would merely smile and ignore them, but as their antics escalated, they even resorted to insulting his parents, which finally pushed him over the edge. It was during a break when he was cornered in the restroom by a boy from the neighboring class. The assailant taunted him, saying, "What business does a kid from XX village have studying here? Did your mother have to resort to being an XX to send you here?" Upon hearing those words, Jin Yu seized the boy's hair and slammed his head against the urinal. That class, Jin Yu did not attend. Instead, he remained in the restroom, using a broken mop as a weapon, mercilessly beating the boy for the entire period. When he grew weary, he would take a brief respite before resuming his assault. Subsequently, Jin Yu wielded a stick, seeking out each class to confront those who had bullied him, imparting lessons to each child until they wept, trembled in fear, and suffered injuries. This incident caused an unprecedented stir within the school, resulting in Jin Yu facing a disciplinary review. However, from that moment forth, those individuals dared not provoke him. They would scurry away at the mere sight of him. Such is Jin Yu's nature, a loquacious facade cloaking a hint of social anxiety. He is capable of compromise and possesses a broad perspective, enduring certain grievances. Yet, should someone persist indefinitely, the fierce determination within him emerges. At present, Jin Yu embodies this very mindset, with one hand drawing back and then unleashing a barrage of slaps upon General Ross's face. The unfortunate general found himself unable to rise, and as he attempted to draw his weapon, Jin Yu swatted it away effortlessly. Just as his aide burst through the doorway, bewildered by the chaos, Jin Yu swiftly kicked him out. Jin Yu, enough. If this continues, there will be no resolution. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance as Tony, filled with concern, urged him. Stark is right. Let him take you away first. I will handle the remaining matters. There is still room for negotiation. Black Widow too. Grasped Jin Yu's arm gently, imploring him. I have no intention of concluding this. Jin Yu grinned at the two, his smile tinged with defiance. Amidst the chaos, reclaim your belongings, Tony, and you, Natasha. Your task today is simply to observe the spectacle. As the footsteps grew ever closer, Jin Yu stepped forward, hoisting General Ross with one hand. They wish to apprehend me? He turned back to his companions with a smirk, continuing, then they should prepare to exchange lives. No sooner had he spoken than he flung General Ross towards the doorway, where a throng of soldiers was caught off guard, toppling like dominoes. If they wished to play, he would engage them to the end. The game had begun. With a fierce shout, Jin Yu dashed outward, unarmed yet adeptly evading danger through the manipulation of time and his extraordinary speed, weaving through the crowd. With each punch and kick, soldiers fell, bones shattered, and cries of agony echoed around him. In the corridor, only a handful of soldiers had gathered, but Jin Yu swiftly dispatched them. However, the sound of gunfire drew more soldiers from below and around, converging upon his location. Jin Yu laughed heartily, seizing the moment before the soldiers could ascend, and charged down the staircase. Before long, the entire base was engulfed in alarm sirens, thousands of soldiers leaping from their beds, hastily donning their gear, and racing toward the source of the gunfire. Jin Yu paid no heed to the distractions around him. Having just descended from the third floor to the second, he found the stairwell increasingly crowded with incoming adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged into the throng, each strike sending one or even multiple soldiers hurtling away. From above, the scene resembled a climactic battle from a classic film, akin to Stephen Chow's epic showdown with the Axe Gang. As he transitioned from the third floor to the second, and then to the first, Jin Yu felt an exhilarating surge with each encounter. The rhythm of his punches and kicks became increasingly fluid, each opponent he dispatched providing a sense of unrestrained satisfaction. This was the essence of a time traveler's existence, engaging in combat without the burden of convoluted schemes or compromises. Since childhood, Jin Yu had been an avid reader of Jin Young's martial arts novels. While some admired Gui Jing's steadfastness, others favored Yang Gui's rebellious spirit, or Ling Hu Chong's carefree nature, and even Wei Xiaobao's irreverent charm. Yet, Jin Yu found his heart captured by the golden serpent swordsman, Xia Shui. From the blood sword, quick to draw his sword at the slightest provocation, wielding the golden serpent sword, he traversed the world with audacity and joy. The allure of the Jianghu, this realm of martial heroes, lay in its freedom and spontaneity. Now that he had traversed into such a wondrous and vibrant world, armed with a coveted power that countless others could only dream of, what was the point of living a mundane existence? As he pondered this, clarity washed over him, invigorating every fiber of his being, as if a gentle breeze had opened all his pores. At that moment, an inexplicable energy erupted from the copper mirror, stimulating every cell within Jin Yu, instantly amplifying his strength beyond measure. A surge of electricity coursed through him, prompting a thunderous roar to escape his lips. With a swift motion, he seized a nearby soldier, evaded a bullet whizzing past him, and wielded the soldier as a weapon, sending surrounding foes sprawling. As the chaos unfolded, Jin Yu realized he had incapacitated over 100 soldiers on his descent, unknowingly reaching the entrance, where not a single adversary remained standing. Only groans and writhing bodies littered the ground. Before him, a formidable assembly had formed, approximately 30 to 40 meters away. A dark mass of hundreds, arranged in battle formation, their weapons ominously aimed at him. The lieutenant, whom Jin Yu had initially dispatched with a kick, stood at the forefront with a megaphone in hand. Observing Jin Yu standing alone in defiance, he raised his left hand and commanded, "Fire." Chapter 55. The emergence of the monk, thanks to Jin Yu's ruckus above. The sole remaining soldier in the monitoring room of the underground laboratory had succumbed to the mutated Lang Fei Luo, who had snapped his neck. The rescued Obadiah wasted no time, rushing towards his laboratory, where not only awaited his Iron Tyrant, but also Tony's first-generation reactor. Upon stepping outside, a thunderous roar echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by a violent cacophony of blows, indicative of someone within striking against the walls or the floor. Obadiah abruptly halted his stride and inquired of Langfero, "You mean the behemoth confined within is Emil Bronsky? What are your intentions?" Despite Langfero's slightly dulled reflexes post-mutation, he reacted with a hint of wariness when the topic of the formidable figure arose. "I advise against harboring any aspirations towards him. He is not like me." He willingly submitted to the experiment solely to vanquish that green monstrosity. "He is, without a doubt, a madman, and his emotions have become exceedingly unstable after his transformation." Strangely, Obadiah's spirits lifted at this information. Where there are desires, there are means to exert control. To face an entire army, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. We require that behemoth. You go and converse with him. I shall reclaim my battle armor. Around Jin Yu lay numerous soldiers sprawled on the ground. The lieutenant, accompanied by many, refrained from unleashing a full barrage. Instead, a dozen soldiers positioned at the front aimed their weapons at Jin Yu's head and upper body, squeezing the triggers. The rapid gunfire erupted, and as Jin Yu prepared to evade, darkness enveloped his vision. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, landing heavily before him, shielding him from the hail of bullets. The metallic clatter of impacts resounded as every bullet struck the Mark II. The lieutenant gestured for the soldiers to cease fire. With so many comrades on the ground, stray bullets could cause unintended casualties. I do not entirely agree with your approach. Frankly, I believe you have acted a bit impulsively. However, I must admit, single-handedly taking on a group of soldiers is undeniably impressive. I feel compelled to join in. Tony's tone was somewhat sardonic. Yet his actions were swift as the lights in his two thrusters coalesced, targeting the soldiers outside. From an agent's perspective, your earlier conduct was rather immature. Yet, from a woman's standpoint, I must say, your display was incredibly manly. I rather liked it. Black Widow's voice chimed in from behind, though she was not alone, as she held the somewhat dazed General Ross captive. Women tend to exhibit greater rationality than men. Confronting a military base with just 3 individuals is hardly a prudent choice. Observing the two flanking him, Jin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that both were not entirely in favor of his reckless actions. Yet once his decision to engage became inevitable, they immediately stood by his side, which deeply touched him. You will pay for today's actions, Stark. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you have done? General Ross, indeed, appeared to be in decent health, even after being battered by Jin Yu's relentless strikes. Resembling a swollen pig's head, he still possessed the vigor to unleash a furious roar towards Tony. I have merely come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Do you comprehend? Old friend, take me to retrieve the reactor. Tony retorted coolly. He and General Ross shared a long-standing acquaintance. It was the very specialized sonic weapon, crafted by Stark Industries, that Ross had utilized during his pursuit of Bruce Banner, with Tony himself as the inventor. Initially, General Ross intended to stand firm in his refusal. Yet after a bullet grazed his scalp, he ultimately chose to yield temporarily, leading the group onto a military vehicle towards the laboratory. A throng of soldiers followed closely in their wake. Stark, I advise you, Congress will not permit such power to rest in the hands of an individual. Sooner or later, you had better silence yourself. Upon reaching the entrance of the laboratory, General Ross continued his attempt at persuasion, only to be abruptly shoved by Jin Yu, causing him to stagger. Reluctantly, he ushered everyone inside. Upon crossing the threshold, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal shadow lunged towards them. Jin Yu felt a sudden darkness envelop him. Every hair on his body stood on end as time seemed to slow. In that moment of heightened perception, he discerned a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a skin tone resembling a murky yellow-green. Who else could it be but the formidable Abomination? The Hulk's arch-nemesis? The speed of Abomination was astonishing. Caught off guard, Jin Yu had no time to evade. In a state of desperation, he tightly embraced Black Widow, only to feel as if a freight train had collided with him, the sheer force propelling him over 10 meters. With a thud, Jin Yu twisted midair, landing heavily on his back. Are you all right? Although Jin Yu had been struck with significant force, he was not gravely injured. He quickly turned to check on Black Widow, who was cradled in his arms. I'm fine, Black Widow replied with a sweet smile. Jin Yu's immediate concern inexplicably delighted her. But as she grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, how did he escape? This is the green monstrosity created by the military, and it can change color? Tony, who had also been flung aside, managed to stabilize himself mid-air using his repulsors and landed beside Jin Yu and Black Widow. He is not Bruce Banner. He is the second successful test subject of General Ross, Black Widow remarked, her voice tinged with trepidation, fully aware of the destructive potential of this behemoth. Is this truly what you call success? He looks like a banyan tree that has been soaked in water, Tony quipped, seemingly enjoying the unfolding chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Abomination had pinned General Ross to the ground, his enormous jaws bellowing menacingly inches from Ross's face. You have deceived me. You promised that I would defeat Bruce Banner, yet you have imprisoned me in this wretched underground lair, shrouded from the light of day. I did not mislead you. When the time comes to capture Bruce Banner, I will surely allow you to intervene. It is not my intention to confine you, Blonsky. It is your inability to manage your emotions that necessitates a secure environment for you to adjust. With a resounding crash, Abomination's fist struck dangerously close to General Ross's head. causing the ground nearby to tremble. Tell me, where is Bruce Banner? Abomination's tone grew increasingly ferocious. Blonsky, listen to me. General Ross attempted to speak, but Abomination's grip tightened, snapping the upper portion of Ross's left humerus. Where is Bruce Banner? He is in New York, Harlem to be precise. We have yet to pinpoint his exact location. Blonsky. I swear, damn it. General Ross's complexion paled. He had intended merely to stall for time, but Abomination had already leapt towards the heart of New York City. Curse it. What have you done? You let him go to Manhattan. Black Widow seethed, grasping General Ross by the collar. Ross's face turned ashen. He realized the implications were far graver than Black Widow had surmised. Bruce Banner was indeed in Harlem. And should two colossal beasts clash in the heart of New York City, let me go. If you wish to prevent the annihilation of New York. General Ross, disregarding his incapacitated arm, forcefully pushed Black Widow aside to intercept the soldiers rushing towards them. Stark, the equipment is in the underground laboratory. My aide will accompany you to retrieve it. This matter is far from resolved. I will seek you out again. General Ross commanded his aide to remain behind. Casting a determined glance at the group, he needed to swiftly organize personnel to enter the center of New York City, ensuring that the affected area remained as contained as possible. Go ahead. I must call Nick Fury at once. Black Widow instructed Jin Yu, recognizing that the events of the evening had spiraled beyond their control, and she needed to report to Nick Fury immediately. Jin Yu nodded, leaving Black Widow to make her call while he followed Tony and the aide into the laboratory building. The clandestine laboratory lay beneath the surface, a recent construction requiring the transport of substantial equipment. The passage to the underground was a colossal freight elevator, from which Abomination had emerged moments prior. The trio arrived at the elevator, and before they could press the button, the doors opened with a chime. Inside were Obadiah Stane and Langford. Langford donned armor but lacked a helmet, while beside him loomed the ironmonger's suit, larger than even Abomination. Obadiah Stane sat within, his head exposed, engaged in conversation with Langford. We remain unaware of the circumstances above. Let him ascend to attract attention while we seize the opportunity. Damn it, Tony. Just as these words were spoken, the elevator doors opened with a chime, and for a moment, several individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 56. The Rotting Avocado. It was the lieutenant who first shattered the silence. Upon witnessing the inmate from the base emerge, his immediate reaction was to draw his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots at Obadiah Stane. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment, Stane managed to slam the iron behemoth's hatch shut. With a derisive snicker, the Iron Giant's modified heavy machine gun sprang to life without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bursts of gunfire erupted from the elevator like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Tony propelled himself with a jet of flame from his thruster, while Jin Yu smashed the surrounding tiles to smithereens, each taking cover to evade the onslaught. The lieutenant, however, was less fortunate. He had only fired 3 shots at the Iron Giant before being mercilessly riddled by the heavy machine gun at close range. His upper body barely retained a semblance of humanity, bearing more than 30 bullet wounds. Tony, just moments ago, I pondered how surprised you would be upon my appearance. Yet here you are, unexpectedly. A resounding crash echoed as the Iron Giant activated its thrusters, crashing through the elevator and 2 walls, effectively blocking Tony's path. Indeed, it is a surprise. Congratulations on becoming a wanted criminal. Does it feel exhilarating, Obadiah? The imposing figure of the Iron Giant suggested it would not be easily subdued. While attempting to distract him with conversation, Tony's right hand, palm outward, subtly illuminated as the thruster glowed to life. Boom. With energy fully concentrated. A laser cannon was aimed directly at the Iron Giant's cranium. Though the Iron Giant was massive, it moved with surprising swiftness, turning its substantial metallic head aside as the laser shot past, obliterating a wall behind it. Tony, you still delight in these childish tricks. Obadiah taunted, reigniting the thrusters on his feet. The colossal metallic form of the Iron Giant lunged forward, toppling Mark II to the ground. The immense thrust propelled Tony's armor, sparking as it carved a deep trench into the floor, shattering countless walls of the laboratory and ultimately emerging outside the building. As Jin Yu hastened to pursue, concerned for Black Widow alone outside, a sudden instinct prompted him to glance back. A cement block, over half a meter tall and still bearing jagged steel rebar, whistled past his head. With a thunderous crash, the cement block shattered, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Jin Yu, your adversary is none other than myself. This time, I shall shatter every bone in your body. In the elevator amidst the ruins, a figure clad in armor slowly rose, Lang Fei Luo, with his mutated visage resembling that of a lizard, venomously declared. Jin Yu recognized him from the armor he wore. This was the very creature that had invaded Tony's home and stolen the reactor. However, Jin Yu could not fathom the depth of resentment in his words. Was it merely because he had struck him with a barbell a few times? Was he truly so vengeful? Jin Yu shrugged innocently. He had already encountered this monster before. Although it was quite resilient, its attacks were straightforward and posed little threat, especially since his body had inexplicably been reinforced by the copper mirror once again. Facing this beast now, while he wouldn't say it was effortless, he felt considerably less endangered. Damn it, don't you remember me? Lang Fei Luo pointed at his face. This time without his helmet. Oh, Jin Yu scrunched his lips in distaste. The creature's head, resembling that of a lizard, had skin crisscrossed with layers of hardened dead skin, forming grotesque channels, making it truly repulsive. Your head looks like a rotting avocado. I can assure you, I have never seen anything so hideously ugly. Jin Yu's unabashed disdain and venomous description ignited Lang Fei Luo's fury. You wretched bastard, I was not always like this. It is all because of you. As Lang Fei Luo charged in a fit of rage, Jin Yu opted for a more direct approach this time, thrusting both feet forcefully against the ground and colliding head-on. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the mutated Lang Fei Luo, who boasted slightly more strength than Jin Yu, was sent staggering back from the impact. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy blows resonated as Jin Yu cornered Lang Fei Luo against the wall, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches against his avocado-like visage. Boom! After an indeterminate number of strikes, the wall behind Lang Fei Luo finally yielded, collapsing in a cacophony of bricks and cement, burying much of his body beneath the debris. After halting his assault, Jin Yu gazed at the now motionless Lang Fei Luo and delivered a final, forceful kick to the wall beneath him, sending the entire structure crashing down. Enjoy your slumber. I have no time for you now. With the creature, who posed little threat to him, left behind, Jin Yu hurriedly dashed toward the exit. Upon reaching the door, he collided with the Black Widow, who was rushing in with urgency. Oh my god, I've been searching for you outside for ages. Why are you still in there? Upon seeing Jin Yu, Black Widow felt a significant portion of her anxiety dissipate. After encountering a minor complication, which had already been resolved, she inquired about the current situation outside. The giant has arrived in Manhattan, and General Ross has yet to arrive. The police department has mobilized, and the evacuees have not yet had the chance to withdraw. I need to go help Jin Yu hesitated, feeling uneasy about letting Black Widow venture out alone. Hold on, let me check on Tony's condition. I will accompany you. Jin Yu initially intended to assist Tony in confronting Ironmonger, but upon stepping outside, he was taken aback. Both individuals were clad in armored suits. Not only was their offensive capability formidable, but their agility was astonishing. In one moment, one was lifting a vehicle to hurl at the other, and in the next, they could vanish from view, appearing hundreds of meters or even a kilometer away. Chapter 57. The intense battle with Ironmonger. This situation is untenable. Jin Yu pondered whether events would unfold similarly to those in the film. Although Tony's reactor had evolved to the second generation, Ironmonger had reverted to the first generation model crafted in a cave. Observing the battlefield, it was evident that Ironmonger was leveraging his size advantage to dominate Tony. Jin Yu was uncertain whether Tony could withstand the onslaught before Ironmonger's energy was depleted. Resolving to act, Jin Yu retrieved his phone, recalling that Tony had connected it directly to his suit. Use this, Black Widow said, watching as Jin Yu produced a diminutive metallic orb, no larger than a third of a pinky nail. It's for combat use, capable of connecting to your phone, complete with a secure encrypted channel. After inserting the small earpiece into Jin Yu's ear, Black Widow manipulated her phone. Jin Yu then heard a series of beeps, followed by Tony's breath coming through clearly. Tony? Jin Yu instinctively placed his hand to his ear, attempting to call out. Jin, have you dealt with that monster? Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece, while Jin Yu witnessed Ironmonger launch Tony's suit several meters away with a military jeep, before crashing him directly into a small building. Boom. Crash. As the cacophony of explosions echoed in his ear, Jin Yu covered his ears, his face twitching involuntarily. Are you alright? Tony, you'd better draw the battlefield towards me. I'll find a way to assist you. No need for that, damn it. I'm fine. I know where his weakness lies. And I have a plan to take him down. You handle that monster and wait for me in New York City. There will surely be others in need of assistance, Tony declared with unwavering confidence. Remarkably, both of these initial Avengers, future superheroes, shared an instinctive desire to aid those in New York City. As Tony conversed with Jin Yu, he deftly freed himself from the iron behemoth that constrained him. The four thrusters ignited simultaneously, propelling him through the roof and into the sky. In pursuit, the iron behemoth followed suit, gradually accelerating to match Tony's ascent. Stark mentioned the presence of a monster. What could it be? Jin Yu heard Black Widow's voice echoing through his earpiece and nearby, revealing that she had joined their communication network. Oh, it's nothing. Just, the statement hung in the air, morphing into a foreboding warning. Jin Yu's heartbeat quickened, every pore on his body standing on end as the world around him seemed to slow. He could hear a distant sound, a piercing shell, slicing through the air. Damn it! Jin Yu cursed inwardly, instinctively lunging towards Black Widow. Boom! A tank-busting rocket exploded where they had just stood. Jin Yu clutched Black Widow tightly, the force of the blast propelling him sideways, sending him several meters away. Upon hitting the ground, the momentum carried them both, rolling like tumbling gourds for over 10 meters. Natasha, are you all right? Jin Yu called, though he himself was largely unscathed. However, Black Widow lay silent in his arms. Alarmed, he quickly checked her pulse and examined her for any visible injuries, concluding that she merely appeared to have fainted. He let out a temporary sigh of relief. Turning to face the direction from which the projectile had been fired, he saw the monster he had previously knocked unconscious at the entrance of the experimental building. It had awakened and now wielded a small rocket launcher, presumably scavenged from somewhere. How does it feel? Familiar, is it? Do you remember who I am now? Ha. Langfaro stood at the entrance, laughing maniacally at Jin Yu. It's you. Jin Yu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man from his words. Glancing at Black Widow on the ground and recalling the previous time this scoundrel had bombarded him, Jin Yu resolved to settle both old and new scores. You've finally recognized me. Do you have any idea how many times I've nearly perished during these days? Langfaro continued, but Jin Yu had no desire to listen to his ramblings. He maximized his speed, almost instantly appearing before Langfaro. With a swift motion, he conjured a barbell into his hand, a weapon he had appropriated from Tony's home for crafting specialized gear. Harnessing his velocity, Jin Yu swung the barbell with all his might. The steel bar bent slightly in the air under the force of his blow, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Caught off guard, Langfaro could only raise his hand in a futile attempt to defend against Jin Yu's strike. Bang! With a resounding thud, the towering Langfellow, nearly 2 meters in height, was propelled through the air by Jin Yu's strike, akin to a cannonball. Upon landing, he continued to slide across the ground, his armor sparking against the surface. Jin Yu let out a fierce cry and pursued him relentlessly, wielding a barbell with both hands, raining down blows upon Langfellow, each strike penetrating the earth and fracturing it beneath. After an uncertain number of hits, Langfellow seemed to grasp Jin Yu's rhythm. He suddenly extended his hands and seized the barbell, preparing to counterattack. However, he was met with an overwhelming, insurmountable force emanating from the barbell. Instead of wresting it from Jin Yu's grasp, he found himself hoisted high into the air along with the barbell. With a swift spin, Jin Yu hurled Langfellow as if he were discarding a discus. A military vehicle shattered upon impact with the thrown Langfellow, rendering it inoperable. In less than 2 seconds, Langfellow emerged from the wreckage, his body contorting oddly as he realigned the bones that Jin Yu had fractured, appearing entirely unscathed. Futile, though you seem stronger than before. You cannot kill me. Once your strength wanes, I shall repay each of your attacks in kind, allowing you to languish in pain and despair until your demise. Langfellow declared, rising uninjured and defiantly challenging Jin Yu. Jin Yu was taken aback. Langfellow's ability to recover was indicative of an evolution in another direction, not merely a failed experiment. How absurd. The military claims to pursue me under the guise of eliminating you, yet they have covertly transformed you into this monstrous form. Frankly, I cannot comprehend why you have become this way. Was it because your mother consumed avocados during her pregnancy, leaving some avocado gene within you? Not feeling the urgency to strike immediately, Jin Yu coldly observed Langfellow. Shut your mouth. I am a modified super soldier, not some damned avocado. My enhancements are flawless. Unlike those two brutes who have devolved into mindless beasts, I possess formidable regenerative abilities and can control my emotions. I am the epitome of perfection, the ultimate creation. Do you understand, you wretched fool? Do not mention avocados or my mother again. Langfellow bellowed, his grotesque mouth agape, breathing heavily in anger, clearly perturbed by his current appearance. Then why do you harbor such hatred towards me? You should be thanking me. It is because of me that you have become this perfectly ripened avocado. Jin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke, buying time while contemplating how to vanquish the monstrous Langfellow before him. Yet, Langfellow, true to his boasts, was indeed capable of controlling his emotions. Damn it, you are merely stalling for time, attempting to regain some strength. It is futile. I shall not grant you such an opportunity. How foolish of you to have discarded your weapon. With your bare hands, you could never hope to defeat me. Langfellow casually picked up the barbell from the ground, unable to resist taunting Jin Yu. He intended to use this very barbell to return the favor. Although Jin Yu's strikes were not lethal, being struck by such an object would certainly be painful. Having spoken, Langfellow resolved not to afford Jin Yu another chance. He strode forward, mimicking Jin Yu's earlier leap, and swung the barbell towards Jin Yu's head. As he soared through the air, a smile lingered on Lang Feiluo's lips. He found Jin Yu's reckless act of discarding his weapon exceedingly foolish. Clad in armor, Lang Feiluo believed that it would take immense effort to inflict injury upon himself, and with merely his hands, Jin Yu would struggle to breach his defenses. However, in the next moment, a Gatling gun suddenly materialized in Jin Yu's hands. Lang Feiluo's smile froze upon his face. The secret of Jin Yu's spatial abilities was known only to a select few, including some high-ranking officials from S, H, I-E, L, D, and the military. Lang Feiluo had been entirely oblivious. Yet, suspended in midair, he had little space to evade. With the force of inertia acting upon him, he could only watch helplessly as Jin Yu aimed the 6 dark muzzles at him and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The torrent of bullets swiftly nullified Lang Feiluo's momentum, forcefully bringing him crashing back down to the ground. Jin Yu's hands were eerily steady. The recoil of the Gatling gun seemed negligible in his grasp, as the bullets relentlessly targeted Lang Feiluo's chest. Though his armor was crafted from decent materials, it was merely an ordinary alloy. Within mere seconds, the ferocious projectiles tore through his chest plate and shredded his weathered skin like old bark, yet were ultimately halted by his robust muscles. Jin Yu observed intently, noting that the bullets barely penetrated Lang Feiluo's flesh, sinking only 2 to 3 centimeters before being repelled, clattering to the ground beneath the force of the subsequent impacts. Click! In a matter of seconds, an entire magazine of bullets was expended, and the sound of an empty chamber echoed ominously. Jin Yu casually discarded the gun, contemplating whether to summon a rocket launcher to further test his opponent when he was interrupted by a cacophony of metallic clinks. Looking up, he saw Lang Feiluo rising to his feet, his muscles gradually shifting as the embedded projectiles fell to the floor. His skin rapidly regenerated, enveloping the exposed flesh beneath. I have proclaimed myself the epitome of the perfect super soldier, an immortal being. You cannot kill me. Ha ha. Lang Feiluo reveled in Jin Yu's bewildered expression. Unable to contain his laughter, Jin Yu remained silent, deftly retrieving a rifle and aiming it directly at Lang Feiluo's head. The sound of gunfire erupted once more, prompting Lang Feiluo to instinctively shield his head with his hands. A thought struck Jin Yu. He recalled that during their earlier encounter inside the building, he had rendered Lang Feiluo unconscious with just a few punches to the head. Could it be that testing it might yield answers? With this notion in mind, Jin Yu continued firing while striding boldly toward Lang Feiluo. The rapid succession of gunfire lasted but a fleeting few seconds as 30 bullets were discharged. When the cacophony ceased, Lang Feiluo lowered his arms, exclaiming, "Useless. Let us see how you manage now." However, he was startled to find Jin Yu had inexplicably closed the distance, casually tossing aside his rifle. With a swift motion, his right hand shot up, producing a barbell from thin air. With a sweeping strike from above, Lang Feiluo instinctively raised his arms to protect his head, just as he had done before. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jin Yu's mouth, mid-attack. The barbell vanished as he delivered a powerful kick to Lang Feiluo's face. Caught off guard, Lang Feiluo, still shielding his temple, was unprepared for the sudden assault. He was knocked to the ground before he could regain his footing, only to find Jin Yu's foot reappearing before him. A muffled thud resonated as Jin Yu's foot connected with Lang Feiluo's throat, leaving him breathless and unable to stifle a choked gasp. In the next instant, a rifle inexplicably materialized in Jin Yu's hands, thrust into Lang Feiluo's mouth. Panic surged through Lang Feiluo as he attempted to utter a series of incoherent words. Prompting a knowing smile from Jin Yu, he realized he had indeed guessed correctly. "Farewell," Jin Yu mouthed slowly. Bang, bang, bang. The barrel of the gun was slightly angled, and the bullets pierced through Lang Feiluo's upper jaw, transforming the contents of his brain into a chaotic mush. He was irrevocably dead. Chapter 58. The most erroneous decision. Jin Yu. Jin Yu, what in the world happened? Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece, breaking Jin Yu's moment of focus. "I'm here, Tony. I was just a tad too engrossed. That creature ambushed me, but thankfully it has been dealt with. How about your end?" Jin Yu replied, hastening to Black Widow's side to assess her condition as he spoke. "I'm relieved you're unscathed. I have a minor issue. I intended to lure Obadiah to a higher altitude. You know, due to the freezing temperatures up there, but unexpectedly, this fellow lost power midway and plummeted. As we approached the ground, I noticed the flames from his thrusters. The remnants of energy had saved him. He had taken refuge in New York City, and I needed to find him swiftly." The sound from Tony's end was cacophonous, indicative of rapid low-altitude flight. "Best of luck, Tony. I shall come to you as soon as possible." Jin Yu lowered his gaze and cradled Black Widow in his arms. needing to transport her to the medical bay at the base. Although she appeared to be breathing steadily and bore no visible injuries, Jin Yu was utterly inexperienced in such matters. He couldn't afford to delay in case of any potential concussion or aftereffects. However, after only a few steps, he sensed something unusual in his embrace. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Black Widow had awakened at some point, nestled comfortably against him. Her eyes fixed intently on his chin as if it held the most exquisite view in the world. I am aware of my good looks, but if you are going to gaze at me so unabashedly, I might have to charge you. Jin Yu felt a wave of relief, yet continued moving. Ha 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 ha. Black Widow laughed heartily, straightening her waist as she attempted to dismount from Jin Yu's hold. Though lying in his arms was undeniably comfortable, from her vantage point, she could see the well-defined contour of his lower lip, igniting a desire to kiss him. Yet, having been discovered, she knew there were duties to attend to. Chaos reigned in New York City, and she needed to lend her assistance. Little did she know, as she exerted herself to rise, Jin Yu's arms lifted and relaxed, thwarting her efforts. Stay still. That was an anti-tank rocket launcher. I must take you to see a doctor. If there are any aftereffects like a concussion, it could be troublesome. Jin Yu's expression was serious. Black Widow's face broke into another radiant smile. This was why she held a fondness for Jin Yu. Such words were rarely uttered in their line of work. Even if one merely fainted, teammates would not exhibit this level of concern, not even if they bore 2 bullets. They would seek medical attention only after the mission concluded. Perhaps this was why, in the films, Black Widow was drawn to Bruce Banner. Among the superheroes, he was the most grounded, closest to ordinary life, and yearned for a normal existence. This mirrored why Tony Stark was uniquely enamored with Pepper Potts. It resembled the counsel exchanged between Iron Man and Captain America. The latter advised Stark not to isolate himself in a cold, vast house, while Stark urged Rogers to embrace a slice of ordinary life. I do not have a concussion. I am well aware of my body. I am fine, and I must go to New York City. That is my job. Black Widow twisted in Jin Yu's embrace, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Meanwhile, Jin Yu silently navigated her resistance while feeling the incredible elasticity and sensation emanating from various parts of her body. How could one withstand this? Do not move. Be still, and I shall set you down. Jin Yu surrendered, realizing that if this continued, blood would inevitably flow from his nose. In New York, specifically the northern part of Manhattan, lies Harlem, a significant hub of black culture. Here, one is surrounded by street basketball, vibrant graffiti, and the pulsating rhythms of hip-hop music. Despite the influx of a substantial number of white and Asian residents in recent years due to the economic boom, several blocks remain predominantly inhabited by African Americans. This is not intended to imply any form of discrimination. Rather, these areas are indeed among the most chaotic in Manhattan. West 140th Street, situated between 7th and 8th Avenues, was notorious in the early to mid-1990s as the worst neighborhood in Harlem. It was rumored that in every 5 apartments, at least one served as a den for drug dealers, not to mention the numerous street thugs and gang members that contributed to the area's notorious reputation. However, for fugitives or those seeking to conceal their identities, this neighborhood serves as a natural refuge. Whether hiding within its confines or slipping away through its tumultuous environment, it remains an optimal choice in all of Manhattan. Obadiah's 10 had such thoughts in mind. After plummeting from the sky, he uncontrollably descended towards Manhattan. In the final moments, he utilized the last vestiges of energy from his reactor to decelerate and adjust his trajectory, aiming for West 140th Street. With the reactor depleted, the Iron Titan suit became merely ornamental. Obadiah's 10 had to land swiftly, retrieve the reactor, and find a place to conceal himself. He harbored a wealth of resources outside, and as long as he could evade this ordeal, leveraging the reactor to rise again would only be a matter of time. As he descended, there was no location more suitable than West 140th Street. From a distance, he could see the enormous figure that Emil Bronsky had transformed into, now surrounded by a multitude of troops and police officers. It was likely that the law enforcement presence in the vicinity had been drained, particularly in West 140th Street. Even if they managed to send reinforcements into this neighborhood, the multitude of drug dealers and gang members would not be easily dealt with. By the time they conducted their investigations and seized the suit, Obadiah's 10 would have long vanished through other means, perhaps to another country altogether. It must be acknowledged that amidst the rapid descent, Obadiah's 10's ability to analyze and identify the most suitable escape route within the limited areas below was quite impressive. The remaining energy barely assisted the massive Iron Titan in slowing its descent, but it sufficed. Ultimately, Obadiah's 10 crashed down from a height of over 10 meters, smashing directly into a long-abandoned house, causing it to collapse. Boom. The sound of the house collapsing melded seamlessly with the distant echoes of gunfire. not appearing out of place at all. The structure itself seemed to possess commendable integrity, yet the Iron Titan effortlessly crushed half of it beneath his weight, while the remaining portion still stood defiantly. As Obadiah Stane opened the hatch on his suit, revealing his head, his gaze was immediately drawn to the second floor of the undamaged house, where a seemingly refined Caucasian man was staring back at him in astonishment. Although the Iron Titan was devoid of the energy necessary for flight, executing a few simple movements was still within his capabilities. After locking eyes with the man and pondering for a brief moment, Obadiah decided to eliminate any potential future threats by raising the Iron Titan's arm and aiming directly at him. This decision marked the gravest error among the three poor choices he made that night. The first error was his misjudgment regarding the differences between the first and second generation reactors, underestimating the significant disparity in their energy outputs, which led him to engage in combat with Tony and ultimately lose due to insufficient energy. The second mistake was selecting this particular neighborhood for his descent, tragically choosing this very house. The final and most grievous mistake was raising his arm to fire, for the man before him was none other than Bruce Banner. He, too, had come to the same realization. West 140th Street was an ideal hiding place to evade pursuit. Poor Bruce Banner had stealthily returned to New York, intent on curing his affliction once and for all. He referred to his transformation into the Hulk as a disease, harboring a deep-seated aversion to the uncontrollable power it bestowed upon him. Ironically, he seldom reflected on the fact that each instance of complete loss of control stemmed from others aiming their weapons at him and pulling the trigger. He could not fathom why the military refused to relent in their pursuit. Not long ago, he heard the sounds of collapsing buildings and the relentless cacophony of gunfire, prompting him to believe that they were coming for him. It was not until he climbed to the rooftop that he witnessed a colossal figure soaring upwards, hurling a car at a helicopter above. The creature appeared grotesque and menacing. In comparison to his own transformed self, it seemed to embody the true essence of monstrosity. As the clashes intensified and more buildings crumbled, the desperate cries of those unable to escape echoed through the air. Bruce Banner hesitated, contemplating whether he should intervene, sensing that the monster had spiraled completely out of control. Just as he grappled with his indecision, the Iron Titan descended from the sky, crashing through the very house where he had sought refuge. Bruce's immediate instinct was to perceive this being as a new military weapon, seemingly engineered specifically to combat creatures like himself. Indeed, the next moment revealed the gigantic suit raising its arm toward him. A barrage of gunfire rang out, and Bruce Banner collapsed amidst a pool of blood. What a stroke of misfortune! Obadiah Stane scoffed dismissively and began dismantling the reactor within the Iron Tyrant. In the next moment, a tremendous roar erupted, the sound so powerful that even nestled within his armor, his ears rang with a deafening buzz. Obadiah Stane looked up and gasped. Oh, what the hell? A towering, muscular creature, resembling an orc and standing over 2 meters tall, was positioned on the second floor of the partially collapsed building, howling towards the heavens. Its exaggerated physique, with bulging muscles, expelled projectiles that were being forcefully ejected from its body. This is a misunderstanding. Obadiah Stane knew precisely what this creature was, yet he could hardly fathom that he had fallen so low. Another furious roar echoed, this time from several blocks away, indicating that the malevolent being had sensed the presence of the green giant. Obadiah Stane had previously exchanged words with that entity. He understood that its target was the very creature before him. He had no desire to be caught between two monstrous forces, especially when he was devoid of any energy. Realizing this, Obadiah Stane hastily attempted to open the hatch, seizing the opportunity while the green giant was distracted by the distant roar, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Alas, scarcely had this thought formed when he felt the world spin violently, his orientation entirely upended. Despite being momentarily distracted by the roar, the green giant's ire remained firmly fixated on the metallic behemoth before it. After a brief moment of hesitation, the giant reached down and seized one of Iron Tyrant's legs. The creature's immense weight seemed negligible in the giant's grip, as it swung the colossal figure with ease, twirling it in the air before slamming it downwards with devastating force. Boom! The impact reverberated across half a block, creating a massive crater, and a segment of a water pipeline cracked, sending forth a small fountain through the fissures of rock and concrete. Boom! Still dazed from the violent impact, Obadiah Stane barely registered the sensation of being lifted from the ground once more, only to experience yet another intimate reunion with the earth. Hiss! 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 The small fountain grew more vigorous. The green giant executed its signature move, the Loki Slam, arriving several years earlier in this world due to Obadiah Stane's presence. Boom! 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 The Iron Tyrant was battered like a hammer, relentlessly crushed by the green giant. Ultimately, The creature leapt atop the iron tyrant, delivering 2 forceful stomps until the chest plate caved in significantly, the reactor's glow flickering erratically before it ceased its wrath. The primary reason for this sudden cessation was the formidable presence of the malevolent being, crashing down from the sky, landing several dozen meters away. Bruce Banner, you have finally made your appearance. Come forth, and allow me the honor of vanquishing you. The voice of the malevolent monk reverberated with a deep growl, causing the windows along the street to tremble. With a furious roar, the Hulk, in a state of unbridled rage, was bereft of Bruce Banner's rationality. He raised a hefty iron tyrant from the ground and hurled it at the monk as his response. The several tons of iron flew through the air like a chair wielded by a street thug, creating a deafening sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Such force could easily have reduced a tank to mere scrap metal. In the face of this assault, the monk merely lifted his hands, interlocking his massive fingers, and with a fierce strike, brought them down onto the ground to meet the oncoming iron tyrant. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as the iron titan collapsed, sparks erupting from several joints, indicating the destruction of most of its sensory apparatus. In the aftermath, both colossal beings unleashed a roar of fury and charged at one another. The street, merely dozens of meters long, was traversed in mere moments, and within seconds, the 2 titans collided. Their shoulders, as broad as those of an ordinary man, crashed together, and at that instant, it felt as though the very air around them had come to a standstill. Then came the sound of a muffled thud. An invisible shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The glass of numerous nearby buildings shattered into fine dust, and an armed helicopter, newly arrived, was caught in the unseen blast. It tilted dangerously, spiraling toward a nearby edifice. Had it not been for the pilot's exceptional skill in pulling up just in time, catastrophe would have surely ensued. The moment the 2 behemoths clashed, the shockwave nearly caused the helicopter to self-destruct. General Ross issued urgent commands across all channels. Retreat. Everyone, fall back and clear the surrounding streets. Surround this area. I repeat, everyone, retreat. Chapter 60. The urban battlefield. Numerous police and military vehicles surrounded the streets adjacent to West 140th Street. Armed soldiers stood ready with their rifles, while New York police officers, donned in black uniforms and holstered sidearms, swiftly guided civilians away from the area toward nearby temporary shelters. Among them were agents in dark suits from S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Coulson, who had temporarily taken over Black Widow's duties in New York. Several armed helicopters hovered above the scene, maintaining an altitude of over 40 meters, refusing to descend even a single centimeter. Their powerful searchlights illuminated the surrounding streets as brightly as day. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of violent collisions echoed continuously, intermittently accompanied by the resounding roar of collapsing structures. It was abundantly clear that the surrounding blocks had been transformed into a battleground for the colossal figures of the Hulk and the Abomination. The magnitude of their powers transcended the limits of human comprehension, their destructive capabilities rivaling the towering monsters depicted in Hollywood blockbusters. A single punch could bring a building crashing down, and if one were to be sent hurtling away, entire streets would be obliterated. In such dire circumstances, even the military and police dared not approach the epicenter of the chaos, save for a metallic figure adorned in red and gold. When Jin Yu and Black Widow arrived, they were met with this harrowing scene. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that some individuals were unable to evacuate or escape from the rubble. At that moment, Tony was deftly maneuvering his armor, utilizing its mobility to navigate the battlefield's crevices and rescue those trapped within the fray. It was a bitter irony that the very forces meant to protect the populace had inadvertently spawned the greatest agents of destruction. If more such entities emerged, they could effortlessly lay waste to an entire city. Black Widow observed the unfolding chaos with a deep sense of concern. She had been tracking Bruce Banner for some time and was well acquainted with the military's so-called super soldier program. Having witnessed the Hulk's formidable combat prowess during a previous confrontation with the military in Brazil, she was nonetheless profoundly shaken by the scene before her. This was precisely why I wished to cease the production of weapons. These individuals, who cannot adequately mitigate the violence wrought by the weapons they already wield, foolishly aspire to harness uncontrollable powers. Such aspirations are utterly misguided. With a swift whoosh, Tony descended from the sky, cradling a middle-aged couple in his arms, and gently placed them beyond the perimeter of safety. I must assist. Coulson is over there evacuating the crowd. Black Widow nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding, before turning to Jin Yu and advising, stay safe. Jin Yu, remaining stationary, refrained from intervening in the tumult. He recognized that in such a scenario, his involvement would be futile. He was no saint, While at the base, he did not constantly ponder the safety of those in New York. Yet he was not devoid of compassion. If he witnessed someone in peril before him, he would undoubtedly extend his help, provided his own safety was assured. "Have you retrieved what you needed?" he inquired. "Not anymore." Tony's armor responded with a shrug. His fortunes seemed to have dwindled, caught amidst the titanic figures, devoid of any movable energy, and had been repurposed into a mere pile of scrap metal. This was the scene Tony encountered when he arrived. Not only was the reactor in ruins, but even the armor had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Obadiah Stane was undeniably deceased, and this left Tony with an indescribable sensation in his heart. "This is not your fault, Tony." Jin Yu comfortingly patted Tony's shoulder, aware that Tony harbored an extraordinary admiration for Obadiah Stane. "Oh God, there's a little girl over there." As they conversed, a police officer nearby suddenly began to shout loudly. Both Jin Yu and Tony turned to gaze towards the center of the battlefield. There lay the Hulk, sprawled within an apartment building, evidently hurled there by Abomination, having crashed through several structures before colliding with a square apartment block, creating a massive gash on the first floor. At the fifth-floor window of that building stood a bewildered black girl, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. The building appeared stable for the moment, yet in the distance, Abomination was rapidly charging toward the Hulk. Given their destructive capabilities, a single collision from Abomination would undoubtedly reduce the entire structure to ruins. "Everyone, disperse immediately." With the battlefield advancing toward them, Tony shouted a command to the officers on the ground before activating his thrusters, propelling himself toward the fray. Boom. It was impossible to withstand Abomination's assault directly, so while still airborne, Tony fired 2 laser cannons directly into Abomination's path to divert his attention. Both blasts struck beneath Abomination's feet, sending concrete flying, yet did nothing to slow his advance. In desperation, Tony activated the micro-missile launchers on his armored shoulders, unleashing a barrage of missiles no larger than sniper bullets, enveloping Abomination's upper body in a dense cloud of projectiles. Boom, 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 boom. The sequence of explosions erupted, shrouding the area in sparks and smoke, yet Abomination remained unscathed. However, Tony's efforts were not entirely in vain. He had successfully drawn Abomination's ire. With a furious roar, Abomination glared at Tony, who was still airborne, and seized a heavy motorcycle nearby, hurling it at him with great force. The Mark II executed a graceful arc in the air, deftly evading the motorcycle's assault. Ascending slightly higher, Tony pressed forward rather than retreating, heading directly toward Abomination. Jin Yu understood that Tony aimed to leverage the agility of his armor to draw the battlefield back to its original location. As the armored suit soared above the towering form of the Abomination, the creature's legs bent slightly before it leapt into the air, effortlessly clearing a height of over 10 meters. With a swat akin to a fly being crushed, it struck Tony's suit mid-air, sending it plummeting to the ground. "Damn it!" A curse echoed through Jin Yu's earpiece, as Mark II crashed heavily to the earth, carving a deep trench several meters long. Before Tony could regain control of his suit, the Abomination leapt once more, hurtling towards the spot where Tony would soon land. "Damn it!" Jin Yu, initially reluctant to engage in this colossal battle, found himself compelled to act as he witnessed Tony under siege. With a frustrated exclamation, he retrieved a rocket launcher and fired a shot at the Abomination. Chapter 61, Unexpected Turn. The copper mirror explodes. Boom. As Jin Yu anticipated, the shot did not inflict any damage upon the Abomination. Yet it successfully redirected its ire from Tony to himself. The rocket fired just in time, striking the creature squarely in the face as its massive feet hovered dangerously close to Tony's suit. Tony activated all 4 thrusters simultaneously, propelling himself away from the ground and narrowly escaping the creature's assault. The Abomination, however, paid no heed to Tony's escape and fixated its large, bell-like eyes on the direction of the rocket launch. All eyes in the vicinity turned to Jin Yu. Oh! A pang of anxiety gripped Jin Yu's heart. With a thunderous roar, the Abomination charged towards him, each step leaving massive footprints in the ground. "Tony, you better move faster." Jin Yu glanced towards Tony, who was cradling a young black girl, while the Hulk appeared to be regaining his footing. Without hesitation, Jin Yu drew 2 rifles and began firing rapidly at the Abomination's face. The creature's attacks bore a resemblance to those of the mutated Lanfro, straightforward and relentless. Jin Yu aimed to stall for time, skillfully dodging 2 attacks, while waiting for Tony to draw the creature's attention. If he could just hold out until the Hulk stood, victory would be within reach. Though his plan was sound, reality often diverges from expectation. In cinematic portrayals, whether it be the Hulk or the Abomination, even the most formidable firearms, while not delivering injury, would elicit pain, causing them to instinctively pause and shield their heads under sustained fire. As for Jin Yu, the ammunition in both rifles was nearly depleted, yet he failed to delay the relentless advance of the abomination even for a moment. Instead, the creature's movements accelerated beneath him. When the distance between them narrowed to around 10 meters, the abomination let out a thunderous roar and leapt high into the air, its fists raised menacingly above its head. Should it land a blow, Jin Yu would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Faced with the impending assault, Jin Yu stood resolutely, motionless. Amidst numerous agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and innocent civilians, he was determined not to expand the battlefield. His sole intention was to evade the abomination's strike at the last possible moment and then utilize the disparity in their sizes to exploit a visual blind spot. Fleeing in the opposite direction and leading the creature towards the Hulk. In a moment suspended in time, Jin Yu's greatest trump card came into play. To him, the abomination's actions unfolded in a series of slow-motion frames. The leap, the clenched fists, the traversal of a distance exceeding 10 meters, the descent. Now was the moment. Just as the abomination was about to land, its fists instinctively poised to strike down, a flash of brilliance ignited in Jin Yu's eyes. Summoning the strength he had been preparing, he exerted a powerful force with his legs. What was happening? At the most perilous instant, Jin Yu suddenly realized he was utterly immobilized. What was going on? As he pondered this perplexity, the copper mirror suspended in his consciousness began to spin erratically, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant golden light akin to Tony's thrusters charging up. The luminescence intensified, and the rotation quickened until it illuminated his entire mental realm. Boom! A sound akin to an explosion, audible solely to Jin Yu, resonated through him as the copper mirror shattered, transforming into streaks of light that surged wildly into his body. Jin Yu felt as if his head had exploded, followed by torrents of violent energy flooding into every part of him. Every bone, every muscle fiber, every cell trembled under the immense burden. Fight! 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 Countless cries echoed in Jin Yu's mind. As the indomitable battle spirit left by the former owners within the copper mirror merged into his consciousness. Wong. The instant Jin Yu opened his eyes, a sound reverberated in the minds of all present, akin to the resounding strike of a great bell, the unsheathing of a long sword, and the roars of dragons and tigers, a sound indescribable, yet profoundly potent. At the forefront was the abomination, whose hands had nearly reached Jin Yu's head. Suddenly, upon witnessing the fierce determination in Jin Yu's eyes, the creature's fists paused midair. It then regained its composure, gathering its strength anew to unleash a ferocious strike upon Jin Yu. Jin Yu, from a distance, Tony, though unaware of the unfolding events, held little faith that Jin Yu could withstand the abomination's assault. Yet, Jin Yu remained steadfast, crossing his arms to brace against the colossal limbs descending upon him. Two arms, one large and one small, connected at the wrists without producing any thunderous sound. Upon their sudden intersection, Jin Yu realized that although his strength had surged exponentially, he could not yet be compared to the formidable figure before him. Unlike before, however, this newfound power was not of a nature that he could not withstand. With one knee lowered, he released some of the force and transformed his hands from a crossing position into fierce claws, seizing the wrist of the abomination. Using his entire body as a pivot, he spun around, harnessing the force of the abomination's downward strike to execute a complete 360-degree turn. With a whoosh, he flung the abomination over 10 meters away. A resounding crash echoed as the abomination collided with and collapsed a 5-story building. Silence enveloped the scene. Tony, cradling the little girl in his armored suit, stood frozen just outside the caution line, while General Ross, observing from a distant helicopter, was left utterly astounded. My God, what just transpired? What had happened to that young man? It was evident to all that something extraordinary had occurred within Jin Yu, granting him a sudden and immense increase in power. Tony was unaware of the specifics, yet he felt a surge of joy for Jin Yu. General Ross, though equally in the dark, believed this was the true embodiment of a super soldier. Jin Yu himself was oblivious to the details, but at that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to engage in battle, to fight with unbridled fervor. Chapter 62, Jin Yu versus the Abomination. Bang, bang, bang. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, threatening to explode, Jin Yu did not employ any techniques. Instead, he unleashed 3 powerful punches directly against the abomination. The first punch sent him flying over 10 meters away. The second punch caused Jin Yu to skid along the ground for several meters before stabilizing himself. With the third punch, the ground within a 3-meter radius shattered beneath him, yet he stood firm against the abomination's frontal strike. These 3 blows allowed Jin Yu to gauge his current strength. In terms of pure power, he estimated himself to be about 30% weaker than the current abomination. However, The resilience of his body surpassed that of the Abomination. Though Jin Yu did not fully comprehend the changes that had occurred within him, he surmised that it must be related to the copper mirror that had seamlessly integrated into his being. This sensation was entirely distinct from the temporary power boosts he had experienced with the copper mirror's auxiliary energy. That power felt as though it could tear his body apart, far exceeding his physical limits. This time, however, the copper mirror had fused directly with his form. If Jin Yu's original bodily composition resembled that of a bamboo stalk, then now, his body was at least comparable to the titanium alloy used in Tony's armor, an evident disparity between the two materials. The current power capable of countering the Abomination's fury has yet to reach the limits of Jin Yu's physical endurance. Although the bronze mirror is no longer present, Jin Yu's body continues to absorb energy ceaselessly, fortifying itself. The precise limits of this physique may remain a mystery for a considerable time to come. As these thoughts flickered in Jin Yu's mind, the Abomination roared once more, its disbelief manifesting in another heavy punch aimed at Jin Yu. This blow was far more ferocious and forceful than the previous ones. The sheer force of the punch whipped Jin Yu's hair and clothes, eliciting a smirk of disdain from his lips. Such reckless attacks, while bold against a weaker opponent, expose numerous vulnerabilities when faced with anyone capable of mounting even a modest defense. As the formidable punch descended, Jin Yu refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he deftly sidestepped the blow, swiftly leaping onto the Abomination's massive arm. With a delicate push off his toes, he soared upward, executing a sweeping kick that struck the Abomination squarely on the temple. The impact resounded with a thunderous crack. At that moment, the Abomination, expending all its might in a downward swing, struggled to maintain its balance, let alone defend against Jin Yu's strike. Jin Yu's powerful kick sent the colossal creature airborne, propelling it several meters before it crashed heavily to the ground. Before Jin Yu could capitalize on his advantage, the Abomination, undeterred, sprang forth like a toad, launching an attack upon landing. Its unexpected resilience defied all expectations, yet Jin Yu, endowed with the advantage of bullet time, anticipated its movements with clarity. Just before the Abomination could touch down, Jin Yu deftly evaded its attack range and, with renewed vigor, leapt high once more. The Abomination's assault culminated in a kneeled position as its fists slammed into the ground, landing with a thud, yet it struck nothing but air. Jin Yu, having skillfully evaded, sprang up beside it, locking his fingers together. Mimicking the Abomination's earlier maneuver, he raised his hands like a hammer and brought them crashing down upon the creature's bare skull. "Lie down," he commanded. The Abomination's head hit the ground with a resounding thud. Before it could rise again, Jin Yu delivered a powerful kick to its ribs, sending its massive form sprawling several meters away. In the ensuing exchanges, Jin Yu adeptly utilized his agility, evading the Abomination's straightforward assaults while delivering a series of strikes to its knees, ribs, neck, and head. The arena echoed with the muffled sounds of impact as Jin Yu's fists and feet struck the Abomination from various angles. The scene bore a striking resemblance to Thor's epic duel against the Hulk in the alien Colosseum from Thor, Ragnarok. The entire scene was left in stunned silence. Even the Black Widow and Coulson, who rushed back after evacuating the crowd, were rendered speechless by Jin Yu's extraordinary display. The stark contrast in physique created an overwhelming visual impact. After effortlessly tossing the Abomination several meters away with another forceful maneuver, Jin Yu stood his ground, refraining from pursuing. Indeed, the Abomination was remarkably resilient, yet at this moment, he posed no threat to Jin Yu. With a thunderous roar, the Abomination rose again, a sound imbued with untold fury. It was impossible not to feel enraged. Emil Blonsky had willingly subjected himself to the experiment that transformed him into this monstrous form, all in a quest to gain the strength to conquer the Hulk. Yet, just as he had begun to gain a slight upper hand, he found himself bested by a seemingly frail young man. What, then, was the purpose of his transformation? "I will tear you apart and devour your remains," the Abomination bellowed, struggling to comprehend how such immense power could reside within Jin Yu's diminutive frame. In response to the Abomination's irrational provocation, Jin Yu merely mimicked a classic comedic gesture from a past life, exclaiming, "Come at me." The Abomination erupted again in rage, leaping high into the air toward Jin Yu. Unfortunately for him, halfway through his leap, a massive green figure emerged from the side, crashing into the Abomination and sending him plummeting beyond 2 buildings and onto the adjacent street. Having vented his frustrations on the Abomination, Jin Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Jin Yu, are you all right? I am uncertain about what has transpired within you to grant you such strength so suddenly, but are you unharmed?" The Black Widow's voice crackled through his earpiece. She had witnessed Jin Yu momentarily harnessing that power in Ukraine, which had exacerbated his injuries significantly. Now, seeing him wield such force again, she was concerned about the potential costs involved. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine, better than ever, in fact. This is different from the last time. I cannot quite explain it to you. Allow me to conclude today's chaos first, Jin Yu reassured her, fully aware of her worries. While explaining, he approached the remnants left by the Iron Overlord, picking up an arm that had been torn off by an unknown assailant and wielding it like a makeshift weapon. It felt surprisingly comfortable in his hands. With a powerful leap of over 10 meters, he crossed several buildings in the street, landing on the adjacent road. Chapter 63. What threat do you pose? In comparison to the battle between Jin Yu and the Abomination, the clash between the Hulk and the Abomination was far more brutal and straightforward. They exchanged blows in a fierce contest, each relying on sheer force and resilience, with the outcome hinging on who possessed the greater defensive strength and offensive power. Moments ago, the Hulk had intercepted a surprise attack mid-air, toppling the Abomination to the ground. Following this, a barrage of powerful punches rained down upon the Abomination's head. After enduring over 10 strikes, the Abomination regained its composure and propelled itself upward with a kick, sending the Hulk flying backward, crashing through a building. The Abomination then lunged forward, and the two exchanged positions, with the massive fists of the Abomination mercilessly pummeling the Hulk's head. Jin Yu let out a faint sigh and leisurely approached the scene, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding between the two titans. With precision, she aimed a vicious strike at the Abomination's outer neck. A resounding thud echoed as the impact landed. The material of the Iron Avenger proved reliable, and it appeared that the Abomination's vital points were not significantly different from those of an ordinary human. After sustaining a heavy blow to the densely packed nerve region and major arteries, its neck jerked violently, and it turned its furious gaze towards Jin Yu, letting out a low, guttural roar before collapsing onto the Hulk. Startled, the Hulk momentarily paused, but upon regaining his wits, he raised his hands to toss the Abomination aside, only to be met with a sudden strike from Jin Yu. With a roar that echoed with fury, he rose and wielded the Abomination as a weapon, bringing it crashing down towards Jin Yu. Darkness enveloped her as she was sent crashing into the ruins of the building. Damn it, aren't you both the same? Jin Yu grumbled as she pushed aside the Abomination's body and crawled out from the debris, ready to engage the Hulk in a fierce battle. To her surprise, she found the Hulk unsteadily sitting in a deep crater, visibly shrinking before her eyes. The vibrant green hue faded, revealing the human form of Dr. Bruce Banner. However, his shredded pants and the wild mass of chest hair did little to preserve his scholarly demeanor. As she hoisted Bruce Banner onto her shoulder, preparing to exit, General Ross suddenly appeared from a helicopter, rushing towards her with a group of soldiers, accompanied by Coulson, Black Widow, and other agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. With a swift whoosh, Tony Stark landed beside Jin Yu. You're not planning to take this guy home, are you? He asked, glancing skeptically at Bruce Banner, slumped on her shoulder. He shares the same enemies as us, Tony. Rest assured, I can manage him. Jin Yu replied with a shrug. She had intended to discuss further with Tony, but a figure calling Bruce Banner's name rushed towards them. It was a girl in a white shirt. General Ross initially grabbed her arm, but after a moment's hesitation, he released her, allowing the girl to approach. Jin Yu realized that this girl must be Bruce Banner's current girlfriend, the daughter of General Ross, Betty Ross. Bruce, oh God, let me see him. Betty dashed to Jin Yu's side, lifting Bruce Banner's head, her face streaked with tears. I have a way to control his transformation, but first, I must take him away from here. If I were you, I wouldn't be weeping in despair. Jin Yu's words caused Betty to abruptly close her mouth. She recognized that for Bruce, the greatest torment lay in the fear of harming innocent people during his transformations. However, with such a remarkable individual nearby, it was uncertain whether he would choose to remain. Betty had just witnessed Jin Yu's astonishing confrontation with Abomination, leaving her utterly astounded. You cannot take him away. He belongs to our military, General Ross declared as he walked forward. Although his words were directed at Jin Yu, she noticed his gaze drift towards Tony beside her, indicating that both the earlier slap and Jin Yu's confrontation with Abomination had left this hardened general feeling somewhat apprehensive. He is not yours, General Ross. He is a victim, one of your damned experiments. And I am a wanted fugitive of your military, am I not? If you wish to have him, then perhaps you should apprehend me first. Only a few hours had passed, yet Jin Yu's threats now held far greater weight than before. Observing General Ross's silence, Jin Yu continued, regardless of whether you are from the Department of Defense or any other agency, I must inform you and your associates behind you to refrain from provoking me further. Otherwise, I shall carry 2 nuclear warheads into the Pentagon and drop Bruce Banner from thousands of feet above the White House. Do you think I would dare? Jin Yu leaned closer to General Ross, who stubbornly fixed his gaze on Tony behind her, gritting his teeth as he replied, "You are threatening the government of M. Bruce Banner is a crucial asset in our research. We will not allow you to take him." "And what if I am?" Jin Yu retorted. "You may convey my words verbatim back to your superiors. You can certainly try, but I suggest you first secure that colossal creature lying on the ground. If he awakens, I shall not be responsible for cleaning up your mess." Jin Yu's declaration left General Ross momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth and commanded, "Prepare a large dose of tranquilizer. We must hastily take this creature back. Launch all helicopters and intercept any media aircraft in the vicinity, regardless of which newspaper or television station they belong to, all of them." That evening, Jin Yu brought Bruce Banner and Betty Ross to Tony's residence in New York, at 50 Union Square, causing quite a commotion. Coulson, Black Widow, and a multitude of matters awaited their attention, and it was certain that a lengthy report would be due to Nick Fury. As anticipated, early the following morning, Nick Fury arrived personally with Black Widow and Coulson in tow. Chapter 64. Nick Fury's visit. Tony owned a luxurious hotel not far from there, and he arranged for breakfast to be delivered. The four gathered around the dining table: Jin Yu, Tony, Betty Ross, and the bewildered Bruce Banner. The transformation seemed to have drained Bruce's mental energy significantly. After a night of restless sleep, he could only vaguely recall the events of the previous evening and greeted Jin Yu and Tony with a dazed expression. At that moment, he sat at the table, listening as Betty slowly explained what had transpired. In the early stages, the Hulk retains a general memory between forms. However, the emotions of the Hulk are exceedingly volatile, leading Bruce to perceive his transformed self as a monster, deepening his internal conflict and ultimately giving rise to the Hulk's persona. Thus, "I possess the ability to impose certain constraints upon you during your transformations, and we can avert complications from the military. Our combined capabilities, alongside Tony's entrenched connections within the government, can shield us from military scrutiny." Upon hearing Betty Ross recount the previous night's events, Jin Yu did not allow Bruce Banner much time to process. He spoke up directly. "However, you cannot remain by my side 24 hours a day. If I were to transform, I could still harm those around me." Bruce Banner was evidently still trapped in his own thoughts, grappling with the fear of endangering others. "You misunderstand a crucial concept, Dr. Banner. Leaving this place does not equate to abandoning humanity. You require sustenance, employment, and a life. You cannot entirely detach from society. In fact, you have already begun to manage your emotional fluctuations, and I believe you will only improve. You performed admirably in Brazil, did you not?" Jin Yu encouraged gently. "But I still destroyed a factory and half a city." Bruce Banner's face was etched with guilt. "That was because someone fired upon you. It was General Ross's men who first posed a threat to you. Have you not always sought to cure yourself? Who better to assist you than Tony Stark, a leading scientist with unlimited resources and state-of-the-art laboratories?" Jin Yu pointed towards Tony. Tony lifted his gaze to Jin Yu, contemplating whether to articulate a response, but ultimately decided against it. He had already spoken with Jin Yu the night before, and although he did not yet comprehend Jin Yu's steadfastness in wanting to keep Bruce Banner close, he had faith in Jin Yu's judgment. Jin Yu's words evidently resonated deeply with Bruce Banner, yet he remained somewhat hesitant. After a brief moment of silence, just as he was about to articulate something, the room was suddenly engulfed by the blaring of alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Startled, Bruce sprang to his feet. "Is the military here?" he wondered aloud. No sooner had he spoken than the alarm system fell silent once more. "Is there a malfunction in the security system?" Tony mused, puzzled. He seldom visited this residence, which was equipped not with JARVISS advanced technology, but rather with a security system gifted by the developer, although it was deemed quite secure. Such issues were unexpected. "No, it seems we have guests arriving. Someone who dislikes knocking," Jin Yu nonchalantly remarked, feeding himself a morsel of egg with his fork. Almost immediately, the sound of the door opening resonated from the foyer, followed by several pairs of footsteps striding decisively into the room. Tony nodded, gaining insight into the identity of their visitors. Only Bruce and Betty Ross appeared bewildered and tense, glancing anxiously toward the entrance. These poor souls had long been rendered jumpy by encounters with the military. "I spent last night in Washington arguing with those politicians, all because of the trouble you few have stirred up. I rushed to New York at the break of dawn, and here you are, leisurely enjoying a sumptuous breakfast." The voices preceded their arrival, and stepping through the doorway were three individuals, among them Black Widow and Agent Coulson, with none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, leading the way. Black Widow stood silently behind Nick, casting Jin Yu a playful glance that conveyed a sense of reassurance. Everything was proceeding smoothly. In response, Jin Yu offered Bruce a calming look, just as Tony seized the opportunity to interject. Had I not known the two individuals accompanying you, I would have already dialed the police to report an intruder disturbing my leisurely breakfast. Are you acquainted with this rude bald man? Tony provocatively directed his question at Jin Yu. Spare me your sarcasm, Stark. Those politicians and lawmakers behind you cannot shield your arc reactor. You require a formidable ally. So it would be prudent for you to learn the meaning of courtesy. Tony rolled his eyes, retorting, at least I know to knock when visiting someone else's home. With the verbal sparring concluded, Nick Fury shifted his gaze from Tony directly to Bruce Banner. It is a pleasure to see you, Dr. Banner. In fact, we have been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. During your stay in Brazil, our agents discreetly assisted in concealing your whereabouts. We have several laboratories eager for the collaboration of a top-tier scientist such as yourself. Naturally, we will also assist you in extricating yourself from any troubles that may arise from various sectors. Nick emphasized the word troubles with particular weight. Indeed, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, the Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, under the auspices of the World Security Council. That old fox, Nick Fury, has had agents covertly monitoring Bruce Banner for the sake of his Avengers initiative. Now, with Jin Yu having turned to villainy and severed ties with the military, he extends an olive branch directly. Bruce Banner, bewildered, extended his hand to shake Nick Fury's, struggling to comprehend how, just yesterday, he appeared to be a hunted dog, fearing military pursuit, yet today, so many are able to assure him of freedom from their harassment. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, though its exact nature eludes me, certainly sounds rather impressive. This is a splendid opportunity, Dr. Banner. It is regrettable that their laboratory was not established sooner, otherwise you would not have had to linger in Brazil for so long. Jin Yu remarked, laced with sarcasm.